Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci and I'm joined this week by Stewart Lee.
Hello.
Hello. And the programme comes to you in front of an audience for the very first time. We're in the Millennium Hall in Larne.
Yay!
I think the phrase we're going to look at this week is we're here to listen. Because we are going to get your questions and your observations. As I say, this is the first time we've been away from the studios. But whenever I hear that phrase, we're here to listen, it's usually something bad has happened in an institution or in politics. There's been a wake-up call, and it's now about we're going to go out and about. And there's something very funny about politicians getting away from Westminster because they start really insulting it. They say, do you know, it's refreshing just to get away from that whole Westminster bubble, as if they're not part of it.
Yeah, and they carry it with them wherever they go anyway.
Yeah.
Where do you think the Westminster bubble ends? At what point?
Yeah, exactly.
Does it end at the M25? Does it end at the border of England? Does it?
What noise does it make when it pops?
Yeah. Does it make a smell when it pops?
Well, I say...
So people go, I'm sorry, the Westminster bubble has just burst.
Yes.
Yeah.
People have been urged not to go within a 30-mile vicinity of Westminster. The bubble has been growing now for 5 days.
But people that are in the Westminster bubble seem to love getting out of the Westminster bubble, which makes you wonder why they spend so much time in the Westminster bubble.
I know. And they always do that very... it's just so refreshing to meet real people. Which you don't get in London or Westminster. And I found it wonderful. You just speak your mind. You just tell it like it is.
What's the most real person you've met since you came to Larne?
I met this guy who just got off the train from London, actually.
Oh, yeah. Was it refreshing?
Very refreshing. Yeah, I mean, he just spoke his mind.
Yeah. Did he speak his mind because he'd escaped the Westminster bubble?
Yes.
Did you feel refreshed by meeting him?
Yeah.
Will you return to the Westminster bubble with a real understanding of the world outside it now?
Of real people's needs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you here to listen?
Well, it's what I'm doing now because you keep asking me questions.
What have you heard since you got here that's refreshed you?
On the way here, on the train, the journey was fine up until we reached Carmarthen. There was a short pause, and the driver did something which I've noticed train drivers and any public transport announcers do more and more, he got trapped in an endless loop of apology. Which is like, I mean, he basically said, I just want to apologise for the delay here. We're just outside Carmarthen. We're just waiting for a train to leave the platform. We've got on a red signal. We're just waiting for a green signal. That'll be in a few minutes, and then we'll get on our way. So once again, just to say, we'll get on our way as soon as we can. Just waiting for, as I said, the red signal to change to green. So, and as soon as it went so, you thought, you've done it again, haven't you? You're now committed. So we'll just make sure... we just apologise for the delay. As I say, we're just waiting for and he's trying to then slow down, just as if that would fail. We're just waiting for the red signal, just to be replaced. As I said, by the green signal, then we'll be on our way. So, stop. We know. We can make our own entertainment between here and when the train gets in.
It's like when you get that live commentary of people waiting for the smoke to rise when they choose the new pope. They just wait and waiting.
Yes.
Smoke hasn't risen yet, but there may be some smoke later on.
I always liked Olympic opening ceremonies because you got people like originally David Coleman and whoever it does it now. Use the word kindled, which they never use anywhere else, which is like the flame now kindled in the fires of ancient Athens, now borne aloft, as I said, and the whole stadium goes quiet, and then you hear 5 doves squawking as they fly through a flame of the fire of peace.
Do you think there's a future for that train announcer then, perhaps in doing Olympic commentary?
my God, he'd be good for the marathon, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Because he'd go for 2 hours, then at the end of it just go, so as I said, we start the marathon, it's here in... I was expecting the train driver, after about 8 minutes of this, to do a kind of, so as I said, the green, we're just ready, oh fuck, we started! And then just...
But you must have been excited coming outside the Westminster bubble. Was that offset by the dullness of the commentary of the train driver?
No, I was, as I say, I was excited, I was refreshed. It's just nice to get away. I mean, everyone in London, and this mustn't get anywhere beyond these four walls, but everyone in London is deeply horrible. Deeply horrible. It's awful. They're all politicians. They don't understand how the world works, how life works. They don't get it. And yet, it's refreshing here. I'll tell you what was very refreshing when I arrived here last night is sourdough was available. I could get that. So, you know, it's nothing like people had told me. It was it's great. How many people here are from here? One hand has gone up. My God. Are you all from London? Shit. Well, what's the point of us using licence payers' money to come all the way here to talk about getting away from London when you're all from London? This is a nightmare. This will bring the BBC down if this gets out.
Are any of you down to earth? Are any of you plain speaking? That's what we've come in search. Yeah.
Right, hang on.
You are.
This is how disturbances start. Who shouted we're not from London? Right, where are you from? Whitfield, somebody said. No.
Listen to this. They're from all over the place. They're plain speaking and down to earth.
So, as we said, we're here to listen. If you could put on an accent, if you don't have one, just so that we can justify the expense in coming here, that would be great. Right, we're going to open up. We're going to get some refreshing questions from some real people. Any phrases the real people want us to discuss? Right, someone over there.
Existential threat.
Oh, beautiful.
Fantastic. What a great opener.
What a great opener. It's going to be hard to follow that. That is a word we hear all the time in politics at the moment. This faces an existential threat.
Yeah.
It's worse than just a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's existential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's one of those words that nobody uses anywhere else, is it?
Only connected with threat.
Yes.
Yeah. But can you have a non-existential threat?
That would be a minor... Would that be a minor threat or a philosophical threat?
Yeah.
Because existential is like, it's a threat that you might not make it through here.
Yeah, it certainly ramps up the debate, doesn't it? Things present an existential threat to this idea.
Yeah, existential. But do you think it's being overused now?
Well, I suppose the problem is if you dismiss it, you appear to not be taking the situation
seriously.
seriously. You could probably dismiss a threat as a politician, but to dismiss an existential threat would look like a dereliction of duty.
Yeah. So it kind of allows you to make the argument that you're about to make it be taken much more seriously than it deserves. So if I said, unless you let me finish this sentence, this whole item faces an existential threat over whether it will reach a conclusion. Now, do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah. It seems very, very important. But it isn't, because we could just move on to the next phrase.
Well, you say that.
Look, I'm here to listen.
Yeah.
But,
okay, but hear me out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next question, the guy over there who looks very worried.
With the greatest respect.
That is another... You know what? These are much better than the ones we think of on a week-to-week basis. With the greatest respect only ever means the opposite of that. It means... I think you're a twat, is what it means.
Yes.
And I have no respect for you whatsoever.
Yes.
With the greatest respect, what you have just said is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You would never say... Because you never say with the greatest respect, do you, to someone you respect?
No.
You didn't say to Nicky Wire from the Manic Street Preachers who's in there, with the greatest respect, Nicky, I really admire some of your early singles. You don't say that, do you?
Yes, yeah.
You only say it if you mean the opposite.
Yes. It's signalling that you think you persuade the other person that you're sort of agreeing and on their side, but only just so that they take their guard down so you can do the opposite thing.
It's only ever used, when it's used in Parliament or PMQs, it's only to set the person up for an even bigger insult.
Yeah.
So it really, you might as well just never say it.
Yeah.
It achieves nothing. It just doubles down on an insult.
Yeah. So we're basically arguing that with the greatest respect, it's facing an existential threat.
Yeah.
Or should do. Should do. Yeah. Right. We should have a question over there. Lady there with her hand up.
I feel it in my bones.
Oh. I feel it in my bones.
Well, this is what Trump has been saying. Trump has been saying he will know in his bones when it's time to end a war, which is ironic because, of course, he didn't go into a previous war because of his bones.
Yes.
So his bones have told him when to not go to a war when it was the Vietnam draft. But his bones are telling him when to end a war now. I don't think we can have any faith in his bones, to be fair. I feel it in my bones. I mean, that's a bit like when Blair ended up, all he had left to justify the Iraq war was that he felt it was the right thing to do.
That's the other
thing. But that probably sounds a bit feeble. Locating it in your bones gives it slightly more authority, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not me, it's my bones. I defer to them.
And
they're experts on military strategy. What would it look like when Trump felt something in his bones, do you think?
I don't know. No. Just like, I don't know, so do a slightly jittery kind of, not a dance, but just suddenly shake everywhere.
Do you ever have a sense of certainty that you express as a metaphor by saying, I feel it in my bones? Is that all it is?
I suppose, is it the same as gut?
Yeah.
But obviously he doesn't want to talk about his gut,
Some politicians feel things in their gut, don't they?
Yeah.
And others feel it in their bones. Do you feel there's a left-right divide in that sense, or is it? I think the socialists are feeling things in their gut. And the people on the right are feeling things in their bones. Yeah.
And we've reached this sort of gut v bone divide that I think that's so divided society. Imagine, I think FIFA, when the World Cup in America is going to be decided on feeling it in their bones, isn't it? At the end of 90 minutes, somebody at VAR or whatever will just go, I think it might have been them.
I suppose it's a way of absolving themselves of responsibility. It means that they don't. I mean, it means they don't have to come up with a logical argument or a moral explanation for what they're doing. It's kind of beyond that.
Exactly,
and supramoral. It's I
felt it
in my bones.
But it's also part of this trend also to see science as an evidence and fact, as an annoying inconvenience.
Yeah,
that's on a par with feeling and superstition and faith. Sort of level playing field, that so science is just one aspect of many things, including bones. You see, the Institute of Bones.
I once went for a medical, and they put an electrical charge through me, and were really shocked that I have really, really heavy bones, right? And they were really freaked out. They're like dinosaur bones; they're massive, which is why I actually weigh 24 stone. I don't look like that because the doctors were genuinely freaked out by the weight of my bones.
Yes.
But do you think we should place more respect on a politician who feels it in their bones if their bones are more substantial?
Yes.
Like Gove, for example, looks like his bones are of no consequence. But Lee Anderson, he definitely probably has triceratops-like bones.
Yes.
Should we place more respect?
I have this image of Lee Anderson just beached.
Yeah. Rotting and just a bony carcass left there.
And there's just bones just starting to show. Has that answered your question? Right.
Is this how they make questions?
Yes. The lady over there is masking something.
Let me be clear.
Listen to the groans of the public. It's really interesting how someone only has to say this, and you're all aware of how dreadful these things are without actually ever having had to articulate it. Let me be clear, or the even better, let me be quite clear, which is even less likely to be clear.
Let me be clear is usually precedes something that was clear anyway, but it implies that they're going to come up with a statement that might be controversial, that some of you might not like. That might sound like it's a difficult thing to accept, and it's usually a bit of an anticlimax. So it would be, let me be quite clear, there are chairs at the front of this room. It has that effect, which, why do they make a... It's just there, it's a tick that politicians use, as if they're about to make a difficult decision, when in fact it's usually a popular decision, Let me be quite clear here, we're going to cut down on the number of illegal aliens here. as if, oh, that's controversial. No, I've looked at the polls.
Well, what would be better than that? What could they say instead?
Well, they don't have to say, let me be clear. Right. They could just say, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, but they need a little run-up at it. Yeah. What could they say?
Okay. How about...
could they say, I'm going to say this now?
Yes. That has the same effect. Yeah. It's doing the same job as let me be clear. I'm going to say this. Yes, which reminds me of the other one, which is I'm going to say this. Okay, I'm going to say this once. Yeah, we say everything once. I mean, most things are said once, but some of us say, I'm going to say this once. It gives an air of, I don't know, potency.
If you miss it, it's gone.
Yes. Yeah. Good one. Yes. Gentleman standing at the back there.
Lessons will be learned.
Oh, lessons will be learned.
Lessons will be learned is a way of looking like you take all the recommendations, but don't want to accept responsibility for the bad thing that happened.
Yeah.
So
and lessons will be learned, but not necessarily by you or the people that you're in charge of now, but perhaps down the line.
Yeah.
It's another way of moving it on, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if lessons should be learnt, though, right? Because sometimes, I mean, what if Evel Knievel had proceeded on that basis?
Yes. Which is...
You know, he wouldn't have had a career, would he?
No.
His whole...
So every stunt has to be preceded by a robust safety inspection. That he has to adhere to the conclusions, and the conclusion is it's unsafe for you to jump over 12 buses. You know,
he would say lessons have not been learned.
Yes.
Every time. Yes. In fact, that could have been the strapline for his show. Lessons have not been learned. I will attempt to break my neck and smash all my bones again. It's not always good. I think saying lessons will be learned on some level is an act of cowardice. You should proceed without having learned anything.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's the one that should worry you is if the institution said some lessons have been learned.
Yeah. Do you think lessons have been learned in American foreign policy? For example, do you think anyone has looked at what's happening now and looked back at all the quagmire disasters they've got themselves into previously and said, lessons have been learned? They haven't, had they? Pete Hegseth has said, lessons have been ignored, carry on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the lesson has been learned is don't listen to bones.
Yeah.
Right. Gentleman standing at the back there.
It's going to be beautiful.
Beautiful. Did you say beautiful? Yeah.
Beautiful, yeah, sorry.
It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah. Is that a phrase used a lot? Oh, Trump, of course.
Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Big, beautiful. He described one of the warships that was sending over as a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. I mean, he's a salesman. It goes back to the positivity thing. You know, everything is the best there's ever been until it isn't, you know. And he's making that mistake of promising high and delivering low, which is the worst thing anyone in sales can do. He's turned beautiful into something you should be nervous of hearing, because it usually refers to...
imminent disaster.
Imminent disaster. It's the reverse of when they started using bad for good, isn't it? You know, it's he thinks he's doing the reverse, really. Right, I think we've got time for another question. It's going to be the last one, so it should be a belter.
We're working very hard.
Yes.
We're working very hard, but there's not necessarily a sense of imminent conclusion to the work. No.
I always think when a politician says that, I think that's what we're assuming you should be doing. It should be an exception. Do you mean? Yes, and it's like we're working very hard to get the waiting list down. We're working very hard to... Yes, I know. You don't need to tell us.
Yeah, it's like pleading to be forgiven for failure as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're working very hard.
Yeah. Do you remember, probably about 30 years ago, when it was still British Rail, so before the privatisation, British Rail was so terrible that their final advertising campaign slogan was, "We're getting there."
Yeah. I got in an argument with a guard about that, I remember, on a train station. The guard announced that the train was delayed by 2 hours or something, or through a megaphone on the platform, and I went, "We're getting there, eh, mate?" And he went, "Yes, and we get there a lot quicker with the support of the public."
But is that true? Because would public support make the trains go faster? No. I don't think so, unless the public got out and pushed the trains. You know, it's like politicians saying that, they might as well say, "What do you want from us?" You know, that would be a great slogan at the next election. What do you want from us? It's bloody hard, you know.
But what's really interesting about taking these, because we normally talk about these kind of phrases in a vacuum in a studio, in a Westminster bubble.
A Westminster bubble, yeah.
Is how you
echo chamber.
Everyone in the echo chamber. Everyone's the simple mention of some of them elicits groans, which means that the general public are absolutely see through these statements that are used over and over again. Yeah. And it would be interesting for a politician to hear this and to know that none of these phrases carry any weight anymore. They're recognised as rhetorical tricks which just are evasive or seek to avoid having to make any real comment. So what should they do instead of saying these things? Is there a sound they could make or a gesture they could make to indicate that they realise the phrase they would normally use at this point does nothing but disgust and bore the public, but they still have to play for time?
Yeah.
What could it be?
Oh, noises would be good.
Yeah.
So ask me a question.
Okay. What do you intend to do about the long NHS waiting lists?
Well, we're working very hard to get them down. Right. Thank you very much. It's been so refreshing being here.
We've learned such a lot from encountering the plain-speaking people.
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week, and why not go and listen to some of our episodes from our back catalogue? Just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci. I'm joined this week once again by Stewart Lee.
Hello.
Hello. And this week, we can't talk about current politics because there's a by-election on. And people might think, well, what's the point of you being on? That's the whole point of the programme. But actually, there's about 2,000 or 3,000 years worth of politics we can delve into.
I didn't know we were allowed to do it from any time.
Yes.
I'd have done different stuff
when
I've been on if I'd known.
Oh, right.
I thought it had to be... Because it's hard to keep up with everything. If you could just do old things.
Yes.
Right.
Well, that's what we're going to do. But we're not that old.
It's easier to know if you're ridiculing him in a correct way because they're resolved. The past is resolved, isn't it? So it's...
Well, is it? That's the question.
Okay, that's the question.
The question, because the phrase we're going to look at this week is history will judge you.
Right.
It was a phrase used particularly in the last few weeks on Channel 4 documentary about Tony Blair, the Tony Blair story. How will history judge you? So we're going to look at legacy, the idea of political legacy. But before that, a couple of things, really. It was just a story I heard on the radio last week, and I thought, why has nobody pointed out how odd this is? The House of Commons Business and Trades Committee wanted to complain to the Royal Mail after hearing that the Royal Mail was prioritising parcels over letters in terms of delivery. So the Commons Business and Trades Committee have asked Royal Mail for a series of commitments to improve services for letters. And they put their concerns in a letter to the Royal Mail. And they said they're giving the Royal Mail 14 days to come back with answers to that letter.
They should have carved it into a big rock and posted it. And then it would have got there quicker.
Oh, yeah, just put it in a big, or even just a big cardboard box.
Yeah,
because then it would...
like Amazon packaging.
Yeah.
A massive cardboard box with a tiny thing inside it.
Yes, a cardboard box the size of a delivery truck.
Yeah.
Containing a letter.
Well, that is a really funny thing. And what have Royal Mail got back to them yet?
We're still in week one, so I'll keep my eye to the ground on that one. But I want to look at another complaint of a different sort. Lots of complaints this week about language on the BAFTAs. The incident over John Davidson, whose life inspired the film I Swear. Very good film, I recommend it. And very successfully at the BAFTAs, receiving 3 BAFTAs. But decided to leave the ceremony after his involuntary coprolalia, which is a form of Tourette's, which makes him swear and say socially inappropriate remarks, was causing offence. And it kicked up, I mean, it was just an interesting storm kicked up about all that. It's to me, it sort of felt, it's easy to fall into one of 2 camps. One is, look, it's not his fault, it's an involuntary thing, we should just be aware of that and get over it. Or, as, and I'm quoting here from renowned neurodevelopmental expert Jamie Foxx, who said, nah, he meant that shit, in response to derogatory remarks and use of the N-word.
I understand that the word that John Davidson shouted out, it's got even more of a resonance now because of the rise of racism in mainstream politics. So it's easy to think that something genuine may have been happening there, but he probably had explained to him that it's a condition. I think it's terrible. I feel so sorry for the bloke that at a moment where his story is being told, he's reminded of how impossible his situation is.
And yet, also, because there was a danger that you either fell into one of two camps, which is either supporting him and therefore saying that anyone who didn't get it or didn't sympathise or didn't understand it were ignorant, or this shouldn't have happened and what were BAFTA thinking and all that. And it seems to me that just actually no one had quite thought through the consequences on the day of how to respond if it happened.
Okay, well, someone that comes to see me live has Tourette's syndrome, right? And they write to me before and tell me they're going to be in, right? Which means that when they're shouting out stuff, I think, oh, right, it's that. And I try to just get through it. But, you know, that's the thing. And a way of Jess Tom, who used to do, she was a comedian with Tourette's, and she did a really great show about it called Tourette's Hero. But her thing is saying the word biscuits.
Really?
Yeah. And she sometimes says the word biscuits 1,600 times in a day. Just shouts out biscuits. It's a really, really difficult situation. Although kind of weirdly, I kind of think there's something about that condition. It's kind of the state of being that you're in as a comedian sometimes. It's not to trivialise it. But when I see a situation, I sometimes think, what single word would change this massively for the worst at this exact moment? And then in stand-up, I try to think of that and then get myself out of it almost. So there's a kind of,
that's what's going on when you're on stage all the time. But I think you're right. I think, you know, it's especially in comedy because you take ideas for a little walk, really, not quite knowing where they're going to go. And you might end up somewhere where you think, no.
Yeah.
I, even though I've now thought that, I mustn't say that.
Yeah, that was one of the things.
That's the story has led me to that conclusion or to that word, but I can't use it.
Yeah, well, we went in the third or fourth series of Comedy Vehicle when I used to talk ideas through with Chris Morris.
Yeah.
The problem was the BBC had moved us all into this open plan office, right?
Oh, right.
And so he would be egging you on to think of much worse things, but everyone was overhearing it, and then you'd walk them back and go, well, we're not going to say that, right?
Yeah.
But it was really difficult. You were doing it in a public place due to the fact that everyone wanted to be in a creative ideas sharing hub, whereas in fact we wanted to be in secret so that we didn't cause terrible offence while we were experimenting with these ideas.
So what do you think about this? Because when I was looking at this story, and I was looking particularly at BAFTA's handling of it.
They're thinking on the hoof, though, aren't they? It's really difficult. I mean, what the question for Jamie Foxx is, what do they want to happen? I mean, a few years ago, I was driving along Balls Pond Road, ironically, and I saw a completely naked man walking along. And this was in the afternoon, and it was causing problems because some people were trying to fight him and other people were laughing at him. So I rang the police, right, and they asked for a description, which I thought was funny. I said, it's the man with no clothes on walking along Balls Pond Road. Yeah. But then a few months later, they rang me back, police follow-up, and they said that he was now in a high-security mental hospital, and they wanted to know if I was happy with the result of the police procedure. And I went, well, I'm not happy about it. And they went, well, are you happy or not that this has happened? And I went, no. And they went, why? And I went, because the man's in a secure hospital. It's really sad. But they couldn't process. There was no option for that on the checkbox.
And that's the sort of the either or thing.
Yeah. So what do they want to happen? What do they want this guy to never go out? Right, or do they want him not to go to award ceremonies? I suppose that, you know,
which he decided to do in the end by removing himself from the room because he was aware of what
as he has been doing for his entire life.
Yeah. To explain what John Davidson has done now over the last 10, 15 years, has dedicated his life to bringing an understanding to how Tourette's works, going into schools and workplaces, explaining, especially if they have an employee or a pupil with Tourette's, explaining, you know, how it works and what's going on and the fact that it is completely involuntary, even though it's the worst things being said to you, as it were. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was meant to be the kind of the frothy fun bit at the top.
Yeah. You never know, do you? What's going to happen?
No. That's mostly the point of.
But we can't talk about anything anyway.
We can talk. Right. We can look at legacy.
Okay.
We can look at the past, or how major figures are then judged many years after they've left office. Particular reference, I suppose, to the Tony Blair story that was on Channel 4. A massive, a really interesting watch, I felt.
Yeah, and he gave away a lot about himself without realising. Someone that thinks he's coming across as reasonable and honest, but seems evasive and arrogant without realising, and is so protected from judgment and criticism and interaction with ordinary people that he's forgotten what it's like.
Yeah, as someone who, spent a lot of time looking closely at him in the 90s and the 2000s doing various shows, I suppose the Friday Night Armistice in the thick of it and so on, I'd forgotten actually how surly he always did sound at the time when people had a go at him, especially on something like, the invasion of Iraq. He would get into a very defensive, look, you may think that, okay? You may think that, but in the end, I've got to go with, what I feel was the right thing to do. And the right thing to do is a phrase used more and more by politicians to sort of justify something that in retrospect looked like a calamity.
Yeah.
Which is what I believed at the time it was the right thing to do.
Well, actually, just the fact that they believed something seemed to be enough. I mean, certainly with all the disaster of the Iraq War, it was that he believed that it was right.
And afterwards at the Labour Party conference, trying to justify, despite saying Saddam had weapons of mass destruction and then finding out that there were none, he said, do I know I'm right? Judgments aren't the same as facts. Instinct is not science. I only know what I believe. And again, that feels like a rhetorical conclusion, but it's the opposite, because 2,000, 3,000 years of empirical inquiry has always been about find the evidence and then build your argument around the evidence.
Yeah.
So you should believe what you know.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of things in that documentary seem charmingly naive and from the past, because now everyone knows what they believe, because you can find fictional information and AI-generated memes to back up any point of view that you want. You can find any. So he was almost like the last gasp of a world where we had to have facts. Yeah. I mean, what's interesting about that Blair documentary is it's kind of got the shape of a Hollywood 3-act story following the Joseph Campbell hero model, except the last act's missing. What normally happens in the film is a guy rises, then some awful thing happens to him and he messes everything up. Then in the third act, he learns from it and is redeemed.
Yes.
But there isn't a third act,
Unless in his head, he's redeemed by being on Trump's board of peace, along with the head of FIFA, sorting out the Middle East. Why is the head of FIFA still? What's his secret ingredient? What's his plan for peace in the Middle East, the head of FIFA?
What will his legacy be, the head of FIFA? Giving Donald Trump an award and discrediting football and worldwide. He's going to be one of those people when we'll look back in 30 years and we'll go, what was that? It would just be unbelievable that he was swanning around doing all these things. Can you remember the ceremony of which marked the end of the hostilities in Gaza, which the man from FIFA attended? Can you remember that?
No,
it's gone. It's gone out of our brains already.
Yeah.
History will be his judge, the man from FIFA.
I mean, the question then comes how will history judge us if all that history will see of us in 30 or 40 years' time is all this AI slop and spam emails. And
in a way, it's not a new thing. I mean, when Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote his early medieval history of the Britons,
I knew you were going to bring him up.
He invented lots of stories about King Arthur so that they echoed the politics of the day as if there was a precedent for English expansionism into Europe. So it's never been cut and dried. It's always been like false histories. But it's really difficult to know how. I mean, if we base our understanding of today on all the AI slop that will survive forever, then Donald Trump will be viewed as a kind of superhero in a Captain America costume with massive muscles who goes around throwing excrement out of a plane, which is an AI video he put out himself, as if that was how he hoped to be remembered. We don't really know what's going to happen. They say history's written by the victors, but actually history's going to be written by AI and whatever residue of false information is left behind. And also history is literally being removed from American museums and from American history curriculums.
That's what I'm saying. It's like history's been withdrawn.
Yeah.
And also facts are no longer being reported. They've stopped Gallup, the opinion poll. I've stopped publishing approval ratings for presidents in America. So they're no longer just going to release those facts, as it were, or that research. It's not so much facts as research, I suppose.
Reminds me of a great joke by the comedian Simon Munnery. He said, I declare that history is to be rewritten and replaced with all the punctuation removed and replaced by one long sentence that just goes, and then what happened was, and then what happened was. I think that's right. I might have misquoted him. Who
else's legacy will be different? I mean, the whole business of what's happening with Andrew.
Yeah.
Obviously, his legacy is shot to pieces, but it's interesting the fact that the consequences of, as we look more and more into the details of the last 15 or 20 years in the royal family, people starting to raise the idea that actually the legacy of the last queen might now be under question.
Well, my daughter, who's 15, can't understand why anyone likes the Queen, and I was trying to explain to her it's because the generation above us remember the Queen Mother and the King touring the Blitz bomb sites. They remember the Queen being a land girl. But to my daughter, the Queen is a woman who somehow found a lot of money to perform a prince who is alleged, and remember he denies all wrongdoing, to have been involved in sexual trafficking. Why would anyone like this woman? I mean, if you're from a younger generation and you've not got the historical investment in the Queen, it just looks like a terrible thing.
Right. So my God, if the Queen's legacy is
it's going to be difficult to look back at Henry VIII, for example, with any fondness now that we associate the royal family with poor treatment of women, because he had a lot of the stuff of that in Henry VIII's legacy that's often not really discussed or talked about. Yeah.
Right. You said you're going to be bringing up lots of old history. But weirdly, I mean, the current, what would you call them, the office of Buckingham Palace, so the palace spokesperson, their language has been interesting because they've almost become political in the way they describe things. It was put to, I read this in the Observer, were mistakes made in giving Andrew the trade envoy job. And a spokesperson was quoted as saying, if that did happen, it would have been in Buckingham Palace under a different leadership.
Yeah.
So there's a kind of trying to distance, almost like it was a different administration.
Yeah.
And someone else has now been elected and come in. And then someone in Sunday Times was quoted saying, Charles has thought deeply about this issue since reign change.
Yeah, REIGN.
Reign change.
For this is what he's blaming his mum. He's saying it wasn't me, my mum did it. Yeah.
Reign change.
Yeah.
But
reign change.
But without mentioning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. He said reign change. That's a really difficult phrase to understand. He said that instead of saying since the departure of Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah.
He doesn't even... The royal family's press people are involved in a game of trying to say as little as possible and mention as few proper names in any statement that they put out. And they're inventing, having to... I mean... Reign changes, it conjures up regime change as well, as if the Queen was forcibly removed for some crime.
Tanks went into Buckingham Palace and, a 95-year-old woman was arrested and seen, taken for questioning.
And all her duties were handed over to an enormous American multinational company and run for profit.
Yeah. And FIFA.
And FIFA, yeah. Maybe the head of FIFA should take over the royal family.
Right.
I don't know how that would work, but he seems to be present at most things.
Yeah. I came across a story about Andrew in a lot of regional papers today, and it does sound like it's been written by AI the more it goes on, because it says, it's talking about, the late Queen saw Andrew as her favourite son and he was indulged and so on. And it says an ex-palace official claimed that when Andrew was a young man, his behaviour was so atrocious that a footman punched him in the face. And the Queen is said to have refused his subsequent offer to resign on the grounds that her son obviously deserved it. Additionally, the report noted that people say the Queen indulged him. Andrew would sometimes get on the wrong side of his mother. See, this is the bit where I think, what's happening here? Growing up, he is said to have frequently climbed the roof of Buckingham Palace to tinker with the TV aerial so the Queen couldn't watch the racing. And I was reading that thinking, I mean, this is in the press, but I have no idea where any of that happened.
Would AI use the word tinker? That's the thing. Would it use the word tinker?
I don't know. I mean, that's where we're at. As in, I do not know whether that is a true or a false story.
It's sad, though, because, if only that had been the end of his mischief. Well, you're talking about prime ministers being remembered, like Gordon Brown. What about this? This is, according to Kevin Maguire in the New Statesman, shortly before the COVID pandemic, volunteers in Fife told me how Brown, on entering a house in which 2 children were sleeping on the floor, went home to dismantle his own son's bunk beds to give them. Brown, on discovering that I'd learned what he did, looked embarrassed and mumbled it was nothing. The complete opposite of Tony Blair.
Yeah.
Gordon Brown doesn't want you to even know that he dismantled some beds.
As if somehow that was an embarrassment.
Yeah. What a great bloke.
I read recently that apparently when he was Prime Minister, he was officially on holiday, but in fact he was volunteering in a hospice.
Was he?
Without telling the press or anything. Yeah. Boris Johnson, I saw Boris Johnson talking about legacy. He wants to mark his legacy as alongside Ukraine. But I just couldn't help noticing his hair. Anne Soubry, former MP, wrote after the interview on the television, "It's nice to see Boris is still brushing his hair with a balloon," which I thought was very funny.
Boris Johnson is another person you almost can't remember that we allowed that to happen.
Something we've forgotten even more was after the Liz Truss disintegration. Yeah. There was a sizable number of people calling for Boris Johnson to come back, having forgotten just a month or 46 days earlier why he left. Yeah. So it's very short-term memory syndrome. That is the problem also, that, when history comes to write our legacy, we won't have remembered very much. We won't have kept a record of stuff. We don't read anything anymore. And just going back to the Andrew thing, there's now, we talk about the palace trying to distance them from the Queen. The fact that nothing can now, even the word Andrew now is loaded.
Andrew's it's amazing, isn't it? Because what people have to say now, like, it hasn't worked. They have to go. I was listening to the Newsagents podcast today, and they say Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew. That's what he's now called. His name's got even longer.
No, I know.
Or people just say Andrew. Yeah. Everyone knows you mean. There's going to be no kids called Andrew now, right? Because his name is just Andrew on its own. It's
like Boris or Kylie, isn't it? When you say
Boris
Andrew,
or Godzilla. Yeah. Or Frankenstein or Dracula. Don't have a second name.
William and Kate have changed their website to read that they first met as history of art students at St Mountbatten Windsor's University in Scotland. And Donald Trump, there was a strange thing that happened this week with Donald Trump. While in office, he's still trying to shape his legacy in real time, to the extent that there were reports that he'd actually phoned in as someone else to talk about his legacy. This is a recording from a broadcast on C-SPAN.
John in Virginia, Republican. Let's hear from you.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem Jeffries, he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat, but she said, she's disgraced. She's devastated.
All right. We'll go to Chester, who's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Democratic caller.
Wow.
Was that him?
That is a brilliant...
It's very good. I don't think it's him. It sounded that had all the mannerisms and the tics and so on, but it just sounded like a stronger, slightly younger voice.
Yeah. It's interesting because obviously doing an impression of Trump must be difficult because you have to not be too sophisticated. Your instinct as a writer or a creative is to be better than Donald Trump is. It's quite hard to communicate in such a stupid way.
I think she's a woman. She's a Democrat. Yeah. I mean, that is a very Trumpian. Yeah. A writer wouldn't have come up with that.
No.
So hats off to
whoever John Barron is. Yeah.
I mean, after that went out, C-SPAN issued a statement saying that they didn't think that was Trump. But there is a long-standing rumor that Trump would supply journalists with stories using that name, John Barron, and indeed, calling as John Barron. Wonder if one day we'll just hear like someone who sounds very much like Andrew ringing up and
giving his side of the story.
Yeah. On line 79, we've got Drew Mountbatten Winter on. Very, very good point. Yeah, a bit like the one made earlier by Gary Fountahatton Tinder. Maybe. Here's an interesting one. Jerry Adams. Yeah. In terms of legacy, obviously an interesting story to tell. But recently, he's been using social media. A different side of him has been coming out on social media. He seems to be very much into trampolining. He tweeted once, I've had a busy, beautiful morning, trampolining from dawn, peeling spuds, listening to Joan Baez, chopping turnip and carrots. That's an image I wouldn't have come up with for
No.
And he doesn't say whether he's doing all that, peeling the spuds and while trampolining, which would make it a Taskmaster type challenge, really.
This is an interview with Irish Radio where they asked him, "Do you do trampolining?" And he said, "Yeah, I do it naked." This is the voice of an actor, by the way, doing I do it naked. I don't do it with any great expertise, just the joy of it. The dog does it with me. It saves me taking him for a walk. We just go out and bounce for a while. What I like about this is it's got, in the 3-act arc of Adams's story, it has an uplifting end, which is him trampolining naked with a dog. Yeah. And that's what's missing from the Tony Blair story. If that Channel 4 thing had finished with Blair trampolining naked with a dog, then there would have been some feeling of resolution or change.
Closure.
But it's just left hanging there looking like a ghost of himself. He needs dog trampolining.
I'm not entirely sure he comes out of it all that well. Don't you think?
Well,
I mean, it sounds to me like someone who's on the edge, trampolining.
Well, you've not trampolined. You've not trampolined
chopping
with a
parsnips and carrots.
You've not trampolined with a dog, have you? You don't know the sheer joy of it.
Well, again, you say that, but what do you know? There might be a private side to me that, I know exactly where Jerry Adams is coming from.
Don't say that.
No. And there we must end. Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week. And why not go and listen to some of our episodes from our back catalogue? I've been joined by the likes of Phil Wang, John Stewart, and of course Helen Lewis. Just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci and I'm joined once again this week by Stewart Lee.
Hello, thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Stewart. This week we're going to look at the word psychodrama.
Oh, yeah.
People keep saying we don't want another psychodrama. Turns out we do. We rather like them, so we'll move on to that quite soon. The reason I'm speaking in this sort of rather benign...
Yeah, I thought you'd gone mad. What is it?
Unhurried.
I thought someone told you off and said that you don't sound BBC enough.
Yeah, could you make it more Radio 4?
Yeah.
Actually, this is a product of 3 weeks training, this voice.
Where did they do that training?
It's a sound studio that's just for the elite and for the North London media type.
Oh, yeah.
Good, yeah. Anyway, that's a very swift way into this week's show. I suffered sort of whiplash this weekend because I was at a very, very pleasant comedy festival called the Slapstick Festival in Bristol.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Celebrating the timeless humour of Laurel and Hardy and Harold Lloyd and their ilk. At no point as custard pies were being thrown in faces on celluloid was I thinking, this will be an interesting metaphor to use for... It was just pure, jolly, funny silliness. And then I came back on the Monday to this horrendous howl of politics. And I found it almost like too much to process.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. I completely understand that.
Yes.
I mean, there's something traumatic about trying to write comedy about the news at the moment because you can't ignore it. You have to follow it, and a lot of people are shutting down.
Yeah.
When I'm writing my columns for The Nerve every week, I mean, I woke up at 2:30 this morning just because that's when the American news cycle starts.
Oh, that's
so I wake up in the middle of the night, to see what stupid thing he sent out overnight or what country they're going to invade. And I live in a perpetual state of nervousness about it. Not least of all because all the work I've done could just fall apart in an instant. And I've got this, show on at the moment, and you worry that one of the little building blocks of the plot of Stewart Lee versus the Man Wolf will collapse overnight due to some huge shift in geopolitics or whatever. So it's awful.
But knowing you, if that happens, you then substitute it with the sort of monologue you've just done.
Exactly.
Explain why it doesn't work.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And people prefer that.
Yeah. Before we go to psychodrama, and I'm determined as much as possible to postpone our discussion of the political events of this week as
By
much
doing
as
slapstick.
possible.
You want to do some slapstick?
Slapstick. I've done the silent stuff. That doesn't work in a podcast.
Yeah.
But I want to do some updates on various episodes that you particularly have been on.
Oh, okay, great.
Words and phrases we've used and responses from some listeners. We got into discussion about fonts a few weeks back. Marco Rubio taking down Calibri and insisting everyone used, Times New Roman font. Somebody called Slow Down Arthur, that's probably not his real name, got in touch with me saying, appalling misuse of a political word in a podcast about the misuse of words in politics. Neither Calibri nor Times New Roman are fonts. They are typefaces. Calibri bold italic or Times New Roman condensed, specific cuts from a typeface family, are fonts, and the family name is the typeface.
Well, I'm really pleased to find that out.
In sort of a kind of rehearsal for what's been happening this week, I then replied saying, I can only apologise.
Yeah.
This is not who I am. And he replied, good, I expected better.
Do you know, I apologised to a Tory once. I forget who it was. It was when the same-sex marriage bill was going through, and he'd gone online and had put a cartoon out of a load of people going, backs to the wall, lads, or something. Yeah. And I sent an email to his office saying, what the hell are you doing? It's, I did swear in it. Yeah. I went, it's like whatever year it was, you know, what, and then immediately, a minute later, I thought, oh, that's bad. So I wrote again. I went, sorry, my temper got the better of me there. I don't agree with what you've done, but I'm sorry I used such strong language.
Oh, right.
And he replied, it is right that you should apologise. It is completely inappropriate for someone in your position to talk like that, and I expected better of you. What an ungracious man. You have to go, oh, thanks, don't worry about it, don't you? Yeah. That's what you do. You don't double down on it when someone's obviously... I couldn't believe it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't particularly want to get into the nitty-gritty of what's been happening this week, but that what you've been doing fundamentally is a dress rehearsal for the publication of everyone's texts and WhatsApps.
Yeah.
Right. Second response to something we discussed, we talked about when we were discussing how can politicians think of two contradictory things at once, and you mentioned the Wittgenstein rabbit duck image. David Collard wrote in, that probably is his real name, saying, I showed my son, then age 6, the Wittgenstein rabbit duck image and asked him whether it was a duck or a rabbit. And he said, yes, it's a duck or a rabbit.
That's great.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
We should get some kids on, really, actually, shouldn't we?
See through all the nonsense.
That's right.
The clarity. We've just done a Don't Kids Say the Funniest Things bit, like normal radio.
I know, like elderly men now that we are. So, psychodrama. They say we don't want a psychodrama. We're trying to avoid a psychodrama, but it appears we do. I mean, what we're going through this week is another one of those. It's the pace by which it accelerates. I think that's it. It's things happen. We talked about maximalizing language a few weeks back, about how everything is like the worst in history.
Yeah.
But it's also now everything's as faster than ever before. It's a foot wrong and you have to be out by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or he's turned it around.
Yeah. For the time being. That happened in the course of about 4 hours over a morning for Starmer. At breakfast time, he was going.
Yeah.
Then head of Scottish Labour came out, overplayed his hand.
Yes.
And by lunchtime, everyone was backing him again. And actually, and the public being interviewed, even on the BBC, didn't seem to consider it a massive problem that he was too removed from Epstein.
From Epstein, yes.
Yeah.
Talking about Anasawa, my favourite quote I found was someone describing him in the fact that he did this big speech and then assuming that others would follow and say that Starmer had to go, and then no one did. And some anonymous Labour MP was quoted saying about Anasawa, he's Brutus, but he just stood there with an unsheathed knife.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much kind of sums up. My other favourite one was because then it became afterwards, there then became a lot of further accusations about who was planning and plotting against whom, and Angela Rayner seems to have set up a website and then insist, no, that was a fake, and took it down. And Wes Streeting's released all his texts with Mandelson because they're going to come out anyway, so you might as well get them out.
Got ahead of the curve.
Which is a weird tactic because quite a few of them were critical of Starmer. Yeah. So as an expression of his loyalty to the leader, he put out text indicating how much he disagreed with him.
Yeah.
There were accusations that somehow Wes Streeting releasing all his texts was some part of a subtle campaign, leadership campaign, that then got found out. And my favourite quote about that is the Telegraph quotes what they describe as a left-wing MP.
Yeah, could be anyone.
Who says, everyone from the PM down to the most junior bag carrier knows who was behind this coup, and his name rhymes with Les Wheating.
And who said that?
A left-wing MP.
Funny,
and, I mean, what's the rules about this? Because I always thought, if you're going to say it rhymes with, you've got to come up with a phrase that kind of mean something. It can't just be nonsense words.
Les Wheating is a plausible Labour MP. Though.
Les Wheating, yeah.
Although I think he'd be more left-wing than Wes Streeting. Les Wheating sounds like the donkey jacket bloke who's hanging in there from the 70s. Yeah. Been on a few miners' picket lines in support.
He's still out on Saturday mornings outside supermarkets.
Yeah, Wheating. And he's the kind of bloke that would swing that big mace in Parliament.
Yes. Les Wheating. Les Wheating to see you, Prime Minister.
He's done a Wheating.
Yeah. This smacks of Les Wheating. Very Wheating-esque. And you could have said fez meeting, Yeah. It's a meeting where everyone has to wear fezzes. At least it kind of conjures up an image rather than this black, I just found it... Why could we just say Wes Streeting?
Yeah. Well, that rhymes with Wes Streeting as well.
Well, it does, yes. And they seem to have picked up Wes Streeting's texts. He's saying he wasn't that close to Peter Mandelson. Or is he still Lord Mandelson? I don't know. Lord Mandelson.
That's another thing. I don't know from day to day whose title is what.
Yes.
Like, can Andrew Mountbatten Windsor be downgraded any further in the light?
Yes.
Can he have the Mountbatten bit taken out of his name and just be a Windsor?
He's
I mean, how
King
many...
insists he now has to be known as Andrew's liver salts.
How many bits of his name can be taken off him until he's just left with one letter or something?
Peter Mandelson, he's not Lord Mandelson, he's now Peter Mandelbatten Windsor now. And Andrew's now just called Andrex.
Yeah,
right, like a toilet roll. Yeah. That's fitting.
Oh, Andrex also sounds like a sort of evil robot from the future as well that might have carried out some of the crimes that he's been accused of. So,
And Andrew now seems to mostly live on a horse. That's what I've gathered. Is that part of the punishment?
He lives in Norfolk, right, which is similar to living on a horse. But the problem is, I don't know if you've been following the story, but lots of the servants won't work for him now.
Yes.
So he might be living in a really massive place. And if he's been in the royal family, he won't even know how to wipe his own bum or put toothpaste on a toothbrush. So he'll just be really dirty and cold in a big empty room and will have no name.
Yeah. And he's trying to order his horse around, saying, "Could you get me breakfast?"
Yeah.
And
their abilities are limited in that fashion. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a guy I know in the United Arab Emirates. Could you get him on the line for me, please? And the horse just nods and walks away.
Yeah, it's a sad image.
Yeah. There was a quote from the palace which I found really interesting, just because it's got this. It ends in a very, very sinister phrase that made me sit up. A palace spokesperson saying, "The king feels he has no other option than to provide for his brother. Every time he's tried to support himself by independent means, it has led to greater trouble. Containing him is the hope."
Because it's a disease.
It's like Chernobyl. I mean, that's how they approach that,
To be contained.
Yes.
Although, again, it must be horrible for young women to realise that the thing that seems to have pushed Andrew over the edge into being an absolute pariah is the leakage of financial secrets rather than whatever sexual crimes he's accused of.
Yeah. Just taking us back to Psychodrama, another phrase that's being used this week is, "We can't stumble from one crisis to another."
Well, it's interesting because you've talked about at pace and about how things seem to be approved of if they give the impression that they're happening at speed.
Yeah.
And stumble is sort of
pejorative.
pejorative.
And we said that at pace actually is not a speed. It's just it's a denotion of the measure of speed.
But when they talk about Starmer stumbling from one crisis to another, it seems that not only is he going from one crisis to another, but he's not doing it quickly enough.
Yes.
He's fumbling around without... If he could decide which crisis he was aiming for and move there at pace, that would be better.
If anything, stumbling is slower than walking.
It is. But
so if you're kind of worried about crises, it's better to stumble from one crisis to another than...
It's better than plunging.
Or skipping.
Yeah. Or scurrying, I thought.
Scurrying from what's going on here? Well, it's just scurrying from pogo sticking? I mean, is that better or worse?
There's loads of good words. The scampering as well, which would be it's kind of playful.
Yeah,
you can scamper from one crisis to another.
Have we done scuttle? We have done scuttle.
Well, no, I haven't done scuttle.
No.
And scuttle is a really good... Scuttling is like a crab or something, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's a furtive, isn't it? It's a slow furt. Scuttling, they have used scuttling before.
Yes, and Thatcher's biographer described her as having a gracious scuttle, I seem to remember.
Yeah. Gracious and scuttle, they kind of point in slightly opposite directions, don't they?
That is a good description, though, of how she moved thinking about it. Yeah.
She had a very kind of purposeful walk.
Yeah.
Neil Kinnock famously talked about councillors in Liverpool was it scuttling around sending P-45s out in taxis? Something like that, I think.
Oh, a verb that's fallen out of usage as well is barreling. I mean, you could barrel, which suggests that you do it bumping into loads of things in a careless way.
Yes.
But there's certainly, I mean, I think it shows a falling of journalistic standards that and at politicians' language as well. They just keep saying stumbling when there's so many ways that they could infer a slow-moving, indecisive progress between disastrous events.
A new word, perhaps.
Yeah, they could think of a new
word.
He's
stammering.
Well,
he's stammering. This will be his legacy.
He's stammering from one.
He's stammering from one crisis to another.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
And I don't know whether other prime ministers come in and then measure themselves against the rate of stammering that went on in his government.
Well, there's certainly a stammerisation process in play at the moment in terms of the movement from one disaster to another. But it'd be better if it was happening quicker. I suppose it shows that the movement from one disaster to the next is at least considered. He's not rushing headlong.
No.
They could say he's rushing headlong from one psychodrama to another, but actually stumbling at least suggests there's a degree of caution about it.
Yes. That he has like some water in between each crisis and just has a think and then goes for the next
one. An energy bar.
Yeah. West Streeting's text that he revealed, he said he wasn't close to Mandelson or Mandelbatten Winter, or whatever we're calling him. And then various newspapers have picked up, some of them ended with a kiss. Now, that's an X. And I put X's at the end of it. I mean, I do it to like Amazon delivery people when they say, have you got an alternative
That's why
place?
They won't come round anymore. They feel intimidated.
If anything, they keep turning up going, what do you want to do tonight?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, we've picked up on it. This maximalisation of the drama that's going on. Oh, there's an X on a text to Mandelson. He sent a kiss, when in fact, it's now a regular form of punctuation that you put at the end of a message. It's the sort of media looking for the bigger story and just kind of sucking in anything they see.
But also missing another story.
Yes.
For example, there's lots of people in regular government who are still held to a semblance of standards are being torn apart for being 6 degrees of separation from paedophile island. Nigel Farage, he's saying Mandelson must go. And he also said Mandelson was a brilliant appointment at the time when we knew everything about him that we know now.
And basically. He said the Liz Truss budget was the best Conservative budget since the 1980s.
So I don't understand why there's calls for Starmer to go, really. I mean, I can see it, but there are lots of people who've done much worse things that are not being criticised at all.
The most kind of incisive report I came across on all this, it was John Harris.
Oh, yeah.
In The Guardian. A couple of weeks ago visited Gorton and Denton where the by-election's happening, asking them, the voters, what they think. And he wrote, I really don't like Keir Starmer, was the refrain that he got from people. And he writes, beyond one man's claim that he hasn't done what he said he'd do, no one can specify exactly why, but that seems to fire people's loathing all the more. On this evidence, his most damaging shortcoming remains that glaring failure to define who he is.
Yeah.
And I thought, of all the kind of commentary coverage I read about it, that seemed to be the nub of it.
Yeah.
It's almost people are furious because we don't quite know what he is.
And yet, at the time that he won a landslide victory, what people wanted was a relief from four-dimensional cartoon character exaggeration politicians that shape-shifted to fit every possible space that was going to advance them. And he provided that by being essentially an absence of meaning.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is, I think, a fundamental contradiction from us, the electorate.
Yeah.
I'm including you and me as that. We're also media types. Yeah, I accept that. We want our politicians to be normal, the sort of person you can go and have a drink with. But on the other hand, they've got to be perfect.
Yeah.
So if they make a mistake with the inland revenue or accepting advice that you should really have looked into further before making the decision, if you make one mistake, you're out.
Yeah.
You're the worst thing on God's earth. It's not sustainable to want both those things all the time.
Yeah, but is that because we live in an age where everything's tracked moment to moment, where, Kennedy in America remains a sort of icon of American post-war politics, and yet years later it would all unravel that the Camelot court that he lived in, had many questionable things going on.
And you can't refer to him as President Kennedy anymore. It's got to be President Trump Kennedy.
Oh, yeah, of course. His name's been changed by default,
Yes, I think you're right, though. it's like we go to 0 to 100 in 24 hours.
Yeah.
And then it gets slightly embarrassing when we realise what we've done and we have to back down again.
That's
like
right. I think the public were a bit embarrassed on Monday because, radio phone-ins were like, Starmer's friends with the pedos and whatever. And I think they realised it was just kind of backed off by the afternoon.
Yeah.
Also, it's probably not a good time to change government, because you wouldn't do that if we were under a more obvious physical attack. But we're under propaganda attack, we're under cyber attack, we're under attacks designed to discredit our London mayor or whatever.
Well, yes, I mean, the two other kind of phrases I've been hearing is, first of all, everyone in Labour stared into the abyss and thought, no, let's not go there.
Yeah.
Which led to
the abyss stared back and didn't want them anyway.
No.
Yeah.
The abyss said, we're quite full as it is. But the other refrain I'm hearing is people saying Britain in particular has become ungovernable, not just the short-termism imposed on politicians because of the fact that we have very little money. You won't get elected if you promise to be raising taxes, so you have to make certain promises to keep that safe, which then allows you very little headway. But you get in saying, that's still possible, that's still workable, I still can improve public services without raising much money.
Yeah.
We vote for that, and then are told, oh, actually, now that we're in, we realise that's impossible, we will have to kind of raise some money. So they make demonstrably unverifiable promises that we buy. We are then disappointed when they discover that the promises they made don't stack up.
Well, another reason we're ungovernable, and if you're listening to this programme or this podcast, you're probably one of the minority of British people that still get their information from what we would call reputable sources. But a vast amount of the news information out there is just made up lies and rubbish floating around on social media and being deliberately encouraged by Russian bots and Elon Musk on X. So so the politicians don't address what people think is happening, because what people think is happening is not happening. People argue with me blind that Keir Starmer defended the Southport killer's parents in court, for example. There's all these just fake, or that it's not safe to go out of your front door in London, which is a thing being pushed deliberately by the American right to discredit this country.
On that point, it's also, if you want to look at the anti-Trump side, that's been equally prevalent this week. Have you heard about I'm sorry to bring this up, the Trump farts? No. There was a lot of discussion online.
Farts,
that it was more than farts. Was there a lot of discussion online about, oh my God, you've got to see this, you've got to hear this footage of Trump in the Oval Office soiling himself.
Yeah.
I looked at the links. I thought, well, I've got to watch this just to make sure. And the contrast between the insistence of those posting the clip going, oh my God, this is amazing, this is incredible, and the actual footage where you cannot hear a thing. I don't know there is no...
There's a footage where the press conference is abandoned. I admit I have tried to hear the flatus in that and I can't. And I think it's sad that we're both people that have won awards for our political comedy, and here we are listening out for farts. And that is what Trump has done to the world, and also the perception of Trump. It's very popular amongst teenagers. It was my kids that turned me on to the Trump farting thing, and my daughter's shown me 3 different bits of footage that appear to involve...
Were you convinced by it?
I'm not convinced by the one where the meeting is abandoned.
Yeah.
But there's one...
Is there another one? I don't know. Is this on the dark web?
The problem with Trump is that when he's in a public place, often people don't want to stand near him because they don't like him. So if he's at like a UN meeting, he's often on his own and everyone else has panned out.
I did a thing. It was when
he was looks like he's made a smell anyway.
When he was his last kind of term as president, I did post a thing when it was still Twitter saying, if you replace any photo of Trump with people and remove Trump and replace it with an emperor penguin, the look on the people around him still works.
Yeah.
It's a sort of weird bemusement and do I want to be seen next to this or should I stand further back?
I mean, there's one bit of footage where he's on a Fox News interview with 4 other people and he's sitting on a white sofa and there appears to be a brown stain leaking out underneath him, which he then puts his hands in front of his crotch to cover. But again, that could be AI'd in.
Yeah.
And also, once you've seen it, your eyes start to play tricks on you, and it does look like the other presenters have noticed it.
Right,
and,
yes.
But
the point I'm making, though, is that this thing, even though I could find no evidence, especially on the footage where actually vlogcasters and YouTubers, influencers were analysing it frame by frame.
Yeah.
Like the Zabruda tape.
The Kennedy assassination.
The Trump-Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
and turning the audio up, isolating the noise, it didn't sound anything like it. It just sounded like somebody had brushed a piece of paper against the desk. But for a while, that became just the sheer presence and proliferation of that rumour on the internet sort of made it real. So many people now, even if they haven't watched it, now think it's an established fact that he soiled himself in the Oval Office several times. It's a tough one, this one, for Trump and his legal team.
It's difficult.
Does he threaten to sue these people? But that will only just fan the flames of the rumour and give it the oxygen of publicity. Yeah. Or does he lie low?
Well,
does he hunker down?
It's interesting that he hasn't threatened to sue.
Right.
Yeah. Because normally he would, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose who would he sue? That's the thing.
Well, exactly.
It's millions of people.
The makers of The Last Thing He Ate?
Yeah, possibly. But then that would be admission of guilt.
Yeah. Well, we're on Trump. You know how we renamed the Kennedy Center in Washington, the Trump Kennedy Center, various acts are pulled out of it. He doesn't want to admit that it's been a commercial disaster. So he's using the excuse of it's needing a refurbishment. And he posted this thing. And again, it's just the odd language he uses. He truthed this.
Yeah.
I have determined the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of, and these are then capitalized, success, beauty, and grandeur, is to cease entertainment operations for an approximately 2-year period of time.
Yeah.
Entertainment operations.
Absolutely heartbreaking. This is a place, the job of it was not to be commercial.
Yeah.
The job of it was not particularly to have beauty or grandeur. The job of it is to do what the South Bank Centre does, or that big place by the River Tyne. You know, the idea is that it preserves and promotes culture because it is inherently worthwhile, irrespective of its commercial value, right? But it just seems like they can't win a culture war about where it's to do with art because they don't understand it.
Well, they call it entertainment. What was it?
Entertainment operations.
Entertainment operations.
It seems naive now.
Sounds like Ain't Half Hot Mum.
Well, it seems like it's a military division. Yeah.
It's,
this shows how much the world's changed. About 15 years ago, on my way to a festival, I think I was going to Australia or something, someone got in touch and went, we are a content provider. Do you have any content you would be able to provide us with from your appearance at whatever festival? And I honestly didn't understand what they were talking about. And it took me ages to work out what they wanted was to film a bit of my act and put it on a platform somewhere. And the language of it was so brutal and inhumane. But now, 15 years later, that is how Netflix talk about art. That is how the culture secretaries under the Tories would talk about it, where it was a branch of business. You know?
Yes.
And they don't
entertainment
operations. They don't seem to understand that things can have an inherent value. And entertainment operations sounds like some awful machine grinding out culture in bite-sized lumps. And some of the people that have pulled out from the Kennedy Trump Center, like the old 60s jazz guys who were part of a wave of people that changed society and society's attitudes to black culture and to say that's entertainment operations is just insane.
It sounds like they will replace everything by bots. The Trump Kennedy Center will have robot singers and Kid Rock.
It would be easier.
Yeah. Okay, just before we go, somebody put up a site consisting just of anagrams of Peter Mandelson.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Are there some good ones?
There's some good ones. Mean Old Serpent.
Right. Wow, really?
Lamented Person. A really good one is PM Needs to Learn. But my favourite one is Repent Sad Lemon. We just have time for a tiny doomsday. Dramatic apocalyptic headlines that you'd think that would be on the front page, buried away. I've got one here. See if you can work out where it's from. The headline is Venice invaded by cannibal jellyfish with vanishing anus.
The Church Times.
Telegraph, page 15 of the Telegraph.
15? Vanishing anus?
Yes, a strange marine creature called the warticomb jelly has invaded Venice's network of lagoons and is wreaking havoc on fish and other native species. Until now, the marine animal's main claim to fame is that it has a transient anus, an opening that only appears during the act of defecation.
Wow.
I know.
Right.
Now, there's our metaphor that we were looking for at the start of this, I think.
In regard to what?
Politics eating itself.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Stewart Lee.
Thank you for having me.
Obviously, we'll be meeting other candidates, but
another depressing week.
Thank you. I don't think we've turned it into an extremely funny week now, but I think we have kind of G'd it up.
I think we stumbled from one idea to another,
which is good. We've decided. Excellent. Thank Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week, and why not go and listen to some of our episodes from our back catalogue? I've been joined by guests like John Stewart, Marina Hyde and Emily Maitlis, and just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci. I'm joined this week once again by Stewart Lee.
Hey now!
Oh,
is that like radio? That's what they do, isn't it?
That's great.
Yes. Okay.
Just keep that up.
Yeah.
The phrase we're looking at really is U-turns and turncoats. The whole business of the many U-turns that have been talked about within government and defections from one party to another. How do politicians defend changing their mind? Do we believe them? And if not, why do they do it anyway? But first, I mean, there's so much. It's a strange... This is meant to be the kind of the light appetite.
The fun bit at the top of the show. Well, the fun bit at the top of the show
which is Greenland.
Changed since I got up 5 hours ago. It's just... So the things that I thought I was going to talk about are all in free form and may well be irrelevant by the time the public hear this.
Yes.
So anyway, press on into the void.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember like a year ago, we thought like the worst thing about the Trump government was the fact that there was someone in Doge who had the name Big Balls.
Yeah, I know.
And we thought that was the absolute... How low, if you pardon the imagery, how low can standards go in government?
Well, what we have to accept, in December, US-American security strategy seemed to me to be a declaration of war against Europe. And all those people that write for Spectator are going, oh, it doesn't mean it, he's a wind-up merchant. Well, he said that's what he was going to do. Yeah. And if anything, that's taken too long. It's not moving quickly enough. So he's just saying, I'm going to seize your territories by military force if necessary.
Pick up on this fact that the things that he says are genuinely true and what he's going to do. He said he's going to possibly use military force on Greenland because they didn't give him the Nobel... Norway didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize. So... okay, how about then we just set up another prize called something like Best Acquisition of Greenland and not give it to him? And he'll go, well, okay, well, if I'm not going to get that prize, I'm not going to acquire Greenland then. That's how you like it. Why don't we just do that?
Like when a kid goes, it didn't hurt anyway. That's like that. I don't know. I mean, he's been given loads of prizes, hasn't he? Every place he goes, he gets given a prize. When he was given the FIFA Peace Prize, which is, I don't know if you're aware of that, it's a new one, where the who's been the most peaceful is decided by football-based business interest. But anyway, he was given this. And normally...
Who manages to sort arguments out by the best football-based metaphor?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
I mean, normally, you've won a lot of awards. You've got an OBE, haven't you? Okay, did you go and pick that up in person?
I did, yes.
And did you wait to be handed to it, or did you leap forward and snatch it off the person? Who gave it to you? Who gave you the OBE?
I actually took it off someone else.
You took it off someone else?
Yeah.
Because when he was given the FIFA prize, he didn't...
He just picked it up
and
put
took it. He didn't put it on himself.
Both Charlemagne did in 800 and what Napoleon did at his coronation. He picked the crown up and put it on his head himself.
No amount of made-up peace prizes like the FIFA Peace Prize.
Yes,
the FIFA Peace Prize.
The Lego Peace Prize that you just assemble yourself.
I know,
in any shape you like.
Well, the Danes can give him that as well. They have an unlimited supply of Lego.
Oh, well, they have.
They make it.
Exactly.
They can give him...
Yes. IKEA, we'll get on to IKEA.
Yeah, they can say to him, you can have as much Lego as you want. Do you think that would... You'd have loved that if you were a kid, wouldn't you?
What, as much Lego?
Yeah.
No, I was a Meccano person. Right. I was a Meccano boy.
Who makes Meccano? What country?
Monaco.
Monaco made Meccano,
Yes.
do they? Well, they'll be all right then.
They'll be all right. Yeah. It's for tax reasons. It's not. It's British. It's from Liverpool.
It's from Liverpool, right. Well, he won't be... If he tries to invade Liverpool, they can buy him off with Meccano.
Good. That has been a nice, juicy, kind of light thing to open the programme with before we get into the deadliness of reform. I just want to drill down on because he set up this World Peace Board or Peace...
The Board of Peace.
Oh, the Board of Peace.
Board of Peace is one of the worst names for an organisation, isn't it? It's so ugly, and it also stinks of business. Mm-hmm. The board.
And also, unfortunately, sounds like one of those artifacts that the Nazis used to search for in the 30s, like the Spear of Destiny or the Hand of Glory or something.
Indiana Jones and the Board of Peace.
Except it's really boring at the same time. It's like a boring version of the Spear of Destiny.
Well, Trump described it as the greatest and most prestigious board ever assembled at any time in any place. It's got his son-in-law on it and Tony Blair.
Yeah. It isn't the most prestigious board, and I can tell you that for a fact. My dad, Graham Lee, worked as a rep for a packaging company, and he was specialised in cardboard, and he had a prestige board. Right. That past times, the high street historical-based toy shop would use prestige board for making a chess set that looked like it was Warwick Castle or something. That my dad, if he were with us, would laugh in the face of Trump for saying that the Board of Peace was a prestigious board. Because it isn't, it's objectively not.
Did that board actually have a company board called the Prestigious Board?
The board of the Prestige Board. Well, that would be better, wouldn't it? The board of Prestige would be better than
exactly. Yes. I have a friend who, whenever he's at an airport and he sees the One World Alliance, which is this, all different airlines that group together for points and stuff, he just always thinks of the Emperor in Star Wars going, the One World Alliance.
They all start to sound like that, don't they?
We will move on to the meat of the show.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, I just want to bring up one of the reported reasons that Trump is interested in Greenland is that with global warming, it will open up Arctic trade routes. But also, and this is a bit that puzzles me, he doesn't believe in global warming. He says it's a hoax. I don't quite understand how he can hold those two opposite positions in his head at once. How does that work out?
Well, I wrote a thing this week for The Nerve about how we're living in the year of the Wittgenstein duck rabbit, and so many politicians take contradictory positions about everything simultaneously.
Yes.
And that's the only way that they can move forwards with so many things. Like Rupert Lowe crowdfunded an investigation into child sexual abuse. And yet, at the same time, he wants to sue Keir Starmer should he take action against Musk for platforming child pornography. Yeah. So it's kind of, they don't see the contradictions. No. Or if they do see them, they know that if they keep moving fast enough, no one will see them. And this Greenland thing is, the Northwest Passage is open. Thousands of Scottish people struggled out from Orkney. Lord Franklin froze to death. But global warming has done it for Trump. It's made Greenland attractive because he can get all the minerals out easily now. And yet at the same time, he's saying global warming isn't happening. Sorry.
What was that? What was the Wittgenstein? The duck rabbit.
Well, Wittgenstein
you can both see the duck and the rabbit.
He had a duck in his rooms at Cambridge. Yeah. And it looked a bit like a rabbit from a certain angle.
Right, yes.
And he didn't have that, Armando. No. He had a drawing of a duck that could look like a rabbit.
No, I didn't think it was some kind of Marvel super rabbit that whose superpower was to be a duck whenever required.
What kind of a power would that be?
Very, very specific.
That's a very minor Guardians of the Galaxy character, that is, isn't it?
Yes, it didn't work. No, they did an animation and it's been cancelled.
Yeah,
the duck rabbit.
But yeah, it's a duck rabbit.
Man-bat, a bat that at night dresses up as a crime-solving man.
Yeah. And then that's how it copes with the tragic death of its parents at a young age. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, well, hold that thought, because the bulk of this week's thing is about changing your mind.
Right, okay.
You turning on policies that you once vehemently believed in and then scrapping, trying to sell the argument for both of those, or, decrying a political party that you then join and then trying to explain why things have changed. It's all about that. How do politicians operate in that weird zone where they say, firmly believe one thing and then firmly believe the opposite a week later and try and justify the difference? That's what we're going to look at. I don't know whether... Having raised the seriousness of the issue we're about to discuss, my way into it was Prime Minister's Question Time last week, where Keir Starmer and Kemi Bennett, Keir Starmer particularly, were trading more than insults. It was an attempt at jokes about... he was being criticised as for changes of policy, and he was saying, but if you look at the Conservatives, 14 years of Conservative government, you had 5 Home Secretaries, 8 housing, whatever. And then his scripted jokes came out, which included the Conservatives had more positions in 14 years than the Kama Sutra. No wonder they're knackered and they left the country screwed.
Oh, God. How many times have we heard that in Parliament as well?
Has that been used a lot in Parliament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was used by Lucy Powell in 2025, Amanda Milling in 2021, Ian Duncan Smith and William Hague used it against Blair, Nick Clegg used it about George Osborne, Vince Cable used it about Ed Balls. If I was doing that joke, I would do it like this. It's because it misrepresents the Kama Sutra. People think it's just soft porn. It isn't.
Yeah.
The Conservatives have had more positions in 14 years than the Kama Sutra, but without any of that ancient mystical text philosophical emphasis on Dharma, righteousness and moral values, Artha, prosperity, economic values, Karma, pleasure, love and psychological values, and Moshka, liberation, spiritual values and self-realisation. The chapter on sexual positions being only a small percentage of the book as a whole, whose contents have often been misrepresented. No wonder they left the country feeling emotionally bereft and without meaning. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you do it and get 5 stars in The Guardian.
And that would have been great on TikTok, all of that. That's, So that Kama Sutra analogy is so tired. It's like someone has picked up the Kama Sutra and gone, I can't do any of this. I just don't have the energy, and put it down. And then said, can I have a herbal tea?
Yeah, we all get to that stage.
We all get to that
stage in the end.
Okay.
I don't know. It's you'd think they'd be ashamed, wouldn't you? Like as a comedy producer, you'd put a red line through that. You go, don't do this again, right? And I listened to that PMQs go out live. And, they kept it moving. It was like average light entertainment, which seems brilliant by the standards of the House of Commons. But we're in an incredibly serious situation in the world right now. Yeah. And to be turning it into just stupid tit-for-tat insults, we should be on a war footing, and those politicians should be cooperating with each other to try and work out what the hell we're going to do, right? Not sitting there trying to score points off each other with jokes that they've been doing for 25 years in a slightly different phrasing.
Well, he had a new one.
Which was what?
Well, he said he went to an IKEA factory, and then he said they showed me the new prototype, the IKEA shadow cabinet. The trouble is, nobody wants to buy it. It's mainly constructed of old dead wood, and every time you lose a nut, it defects to reform.
Well, all cabinets are made of dead wood, aren't they?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. This cabinet is alive. It's a tree. You've given me a tree that's still rooted in the ground.
What country does IKEA come from? Sweden?
Sweden, yes.
Can we afford to alienate our Swedish allies at this point by mocking their main export?
Yes, IKEA would be, hang on, you're saying we sell like old wood, just nuts that drop out and stuff.
To be honest, if a knot's dropping out, it's your fault because they're self-assembly.
That's right.
Right? So it's a...
Yeah. To apologise to IKEA, he should say that the opposition are like a badly badged mock IKEA cabinet picked up from a Saturday market that doesn't share the consistent standards and quality that we identify and associate with IKEA.
Yeah.
He should have said that.
Yeah.
And that would have been 10 times funnier. Actually, in that exchange, I think Kemi Badenoch came up with a phrase that worked much better than the laboured jokes that Keir Starmer was doing, because she just said he's blowing around like a plastic bag in the wind, which works because it's memorable, it's short, and it's not trying too hard to be a joke, if you see what I mean.
Except have you ever seen a plastic bag blowing about in the wind?
Only in the film
American Beauty. Where it is used as a very powerful visual metaphor for the random sort of beauty of chance in our unpredictable lives. That's what I think of when she said that.
And there's that.
I think if only he was a bag blowing about in the wind.
Yes,
and maybe
somehow romantic. Just the process. Well, shall we look at some of the not so much the U-turns as the reasons given for the U-turns?
Yes.
For example, February 2024. Before the election, the Labour's £28 billion green investment pledge was dropped, and the reason given was it's not a U-turn but responsible reprioritisation.
It's not responsible to reprioritise a green investment pledge because, as we've seen, the melting of Greenland is about to cause World War III. So it's just nonsense.
How about... Well, I was always interested in the welfare cuts. 2025, September 25, they reversed proposed cuts to welfare. The minister said the sudden changes would create unacceptable uncertainty for certain groups, including disabled people. But when they announced the cuts in the first place, their language was very much, there's a moral responsibility we have to have people not dependent on welfare and to get people back in. They actually presented it as a moral case until they reversed it and then said, actually, the bigger moral case was that there are certain vulnerable groups that need protection. So actually, which kind of throws a light on the original use of moral, which was really there as a mask for budget efficiencies and budget cutting. Yeah, savings rather than moral guidance.
I like the one where you had from 2024 where the grooming gangs national inquiry was held back because ministers wanted to deliver a new inquiry in the right format. Right format.
Yes.
Because obviously that's what you're concerned about.
Absolutely.
The format.
And I think
A4, A3, pamphlet size.
Yeah, or is it a quiz show? Is it a kind of knockout competition?
Or a game. A video game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think they're setting up a department for formats to kind of look into that. Whereas, I mean, there's so many.
Well, this is a good one that always comes up. Income tax threshold freeze was extended in October 2025 because the Treasury said fiscal headroom was limited. I've heard you become excited about the idea of headroom before.
Really?
Yeah. What's fiscal headroom? Fiscal headroom.
Isn't that mean having a little bit back, having a little bit money left for emergencies?
Oh, yeah, but it sounds like a sort of... It sounds like a visualised space or a place, doesn't it, as well?
Yes.
Or somewhere you might go.
Yes.
The fiscal headroom.
Where is your fiscal then? And how high is it that it's close to the... presumably the ceiling or the
You've
roof.
got a robust as well, which is an old favourite of the programme from the same month.
Yes.
Bridget Phillipson saying that unfair dismissal rights had to be legally robust.
Yes. It's very funny hearing American politicians try to defend some of Trump's moves, because Scott Bessent was on one of the Sunday shows in America and asked about Greenland, saying, what is the national emergency that means that Donald Trump has to have Greenland? And his words were exactly, the national emergency is trying to avoid a national emergency.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a sort of problem with this program now. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but when you came up with the idea for this program, the idea was that politicians would use language to conceal or massage their true intentions.
Yeah.
But now we're in a situation where Trump doesn't feel the need to do that.
Yes.
Trump can say, I want Greenland, I will invade it. He doesn't use all the kind of tricks that you've spent years talking about. In a way, I look back on people talking about deliverable and legally robust things already, as of this morning, with a sense of nostalgic fondness, when they at least tried to make an effort to use language to conceal their true intentions if they knew that they were going to be unacceptable or immoral in some way. Now it's just out there. He's not going to make a strategic entry into Greenland in an attempt to provide a robust headspace. He's going to just go into it. It's done. This is irrelevant now, this program.
Or is he? I mean, they're saying now it's all part of his art of the deal.
Oh, yeah, right.
You've got to believe that he will do it so that you concede, even though in his head he might not do it.
I mean, this one from 2025, the farmers' inheritance changes were scaled back because the government listened to concerns about farm viability and food security. Viability and security are words you could imagine being used about Greenland as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're kind of those like catch-all terms.
Yes.
You don't even have to really define that.
But I would argue that I think you're right about Trump and politicians like him. Those rules don't apply to certain other politicians. Like if Starmer said something like that, we'd think he's out of his mind and needs to go. And so I think there are two types of kind of language games going on here, if you want to bring in Wittgenstein, in that one we allow the Trumps of this world to operate in, and the other a more traditional one that we expect the more traditional politicians to adhere to. So it's two different types of standards.
Yeah. Well, it's also partly that people in the centre and the left tend to tear each other apart about perceived inconsistencies. I was talking to someone last night who said their Marxist friend had fallen out with Billy Bragg in the late 80s over some issue, and I can't believe that the gulf between them was that enormous. It's just that people on the left, it's like the Judean People's Front and the People's Front of Judea. It's like, whereas the right doesn't care so much about that. It tries to consolidate its power, which is why you can have a board of peace with Putin on it.
That's right.
It's not the word peace No one in the Board of Peace is going to be arguing about what exactly do we mean by the word peace.
Exactly. They should call it the Board of Peace Prizes, because I think we all think that, don't we? Yeah.
They could all give each other... They could meet up and give each other peace prizes.
That's right, exactly.
Snatch them off each other.
Call it the Board of Peace Prizes, and every day there's a different prize to someone on the board.
Is it, as we enter this crisis moment, is it now beholden for prize holders like the opposition leader from Venezuela to give their prizes to Trump? And will you be doing that with your OBE?
I will be sending my OBE. I have a friend who's got some various judo champion and taekwondo. They're all going.
Yeah.
It's like a Blue Peter appeal, isn't it? Just send your prizes.
Yeah. I've got the Shindig magazine radio documentary of the year prize from last year. So I might send that to Trump as well.
Well, it's on its way. It's crossing the Atlantic as we speak. And if it helps in any way to alleviate the situation, let's look at people say one thing and then because in terms of the defections, when Jenrick crossed over to Reform, so Kemi Badenoch was on the television saying he tells a lot of lies and you can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth, which made me think, okay, but earlier in October of last year, Jenrick had said, my expectation is that Kemi will lead this party into the next general election. So I don't know whether that is now officially a lie. But I think more to the point, what's been picked up on is Jenrick had denied for a long time that he had thoughts about crossing to Reform, even on the morning in which he was about to be sacked, to the Conservative chief whip saying it's absolutely untrue, and then revealed it to be true. Did he, in his head, think, as he was saying it's untrue, did he think, I am lying? Or has he entered a sphere, like you were talking about, the Wittgenstein rabbit duck thing, where words don't have an actual significance until they're interpreted by someone else?
I think that's why he had to use... He told journalists he had already resolved to leave the Conservatives before being sacked. And I think the word resolved... It's another one of these synonyms for thought that politicians use, like minded.
Yes.
I am minded to do this.
Yeah.
It sounds like dissolved as well, doesn't it? It sounds like a process of sort of coagulation of thought that took place over some time as one strong position dissolved and melted away into another equally strong but opposing position.
Right.
The idea of something resolving itself suggests that he's been through a complicated thought process involving weighing up ethical positions, rather than, of course, realising that he wants to enjoy a certain standard of living and salary, and that the Tories are probably on the way out, so he might be better attaching himself to Reform.
But also resolve has a kind of air of dignity to it as well. You know, I resolve it. I don't just conclude or think, I resolve.
Yeah, he didn't change his mind. It's like something that someone from the King Arthur's Round Table would do.
Exactly. Yes.
They would resolve to go on a quest.
And therefore, because it's so noble, he shouldn't be criticised for it.
Yeah.
Whereas if he just said, I then at that point just changed my mind and thought I ought to go to Reform.
You can have a go. You're right. You don't criticise someone who's resolved to do something.
Exactly.
Because you have to respect the morality of it and the suggestion that it was a result of a long and thoughtful process.
Yeah.
Nothing is resolved quickly. It's not an impulsive thing, is it? It's really interesting. So I think resolved is going to be the new minded.
Yes.
For ages, people were saying, I am minded to do this, we are minded to do that, which
was good. Minded was useful because it didn't mean you would do it.
No.
It just meant it was one of many options in your head.
Yeah, and it also suggested that it was slightly superior to thinking you would do something.
Yes.
Because your mind was involved in it in some way. Well, it's also awful business language, like the Board of Peace as well.
Yes.
I mean,
we should just call it Hear Me Out. Or, yes. The Adventures of Lassie, that's a good board name. Just call it that. I mean, use any words. The thing of the thing. I also think when someone like Jenrick is asked, well, hang on a minute, last week you were saying Farage is an idiot and you didn't... Don't you think the viewer or the audience is thinking, well, yeah, but he couldn't... If he was in one party, there's no way he could say at the time, I really like this other party. So he had to say the party line, which is, oh no, the other party's terrible, until he leaves that party. Isn't there an understanding that actually politicians have to not be 100% accurate in what they're saying for other reasons?
Do the public have an understanding that there's a theatricality to it?
Yes.
That it's performative?
Yes.
I think they're coming to have that. And also, Starmer has had to say that. Starmer's said that the countries and politicians that have taken strong moral positions against Trump, they're kind of not playing the game. Yeah. And he's had to say that this is diplomacy. We don't say what we know to be true. We say what we think will achieve things. And that's why, the strong positions of the Scandinavian countries and of the Green guy look very attractive to people.
And also, we partly understand that he's playing the game and has to do that. But at the same time, we like politicians who speak their mind.
Yeah, well, that was always the unique selling point of Farage, which may read rather differently when he gets into power. He'll necessarily have to play the game a bit.
I'm just fascinated by this thing of we half believe politicians when they say certain things, at the same time thinking that's not true. And I want to see your Wittgensteinian analogy, duck rabbit. I want to meet you with my quantum theory of political language, which is that certain words or phrases that politicians use can be both true and false, a lie and fact at the same time, until it's interpreted by someone else. So they say it, and as they're saying it, it acquires its validity or its falsehood.
You seem to be talking
in the mind of those it's said to.
You seem to be talking about the sort of attitude that the Cathar religion had to matter, that it could that things existed in a perfect state until they became reality, at which point they were corrupt. And which was quite a profound position in Middle Ages theology, I understand. And this you seem to be saying that politicians can have these ideas that are perfect until they have to be realised. And if only they can keep them in a limbo where their meaning has not become fixed, then they can do useful political work.
They're not perfect before they're said. I think they're just they have a superposition of interpretations and meanings. So they can mean one thing and also the opposite thing simultaneously until they're said. And then it's down to...
And they die on contact with air.
Yeah. There we are.
Yeah.
Well, that's been fun.
Well, that's the problem with coming on these, is that I've never heard it articulated quite so well, this idea that that we're involved in a kind of a theatrical game with politicians where we know that they can't say what they mean because we're playing a game, and that we're also involved in a game of pretending to trust them. I've never heard it articulated quite so well. And I will leave here feeling even worse than I did 2 hours ago when I sat down and read the papers, and how everything's even worse than it was last night.
Well, that's all from In Our Time for this week. Next week, we'll be ranking the Bronte sisters.
What about the Bronte brother? He never gets
Actually, we can't leave it there. Before we go, I've got a word from the week. Here it is. Izanami.
Oh, right. What's that?
Well, the billionaire Larry Ellison, big in tech, Oracle, so he had a giant yacht that he named Izanami after a Shinto deity, but then had to rename it after it was pointed out to him by many people that Izanami is I'm a Nazi backwards. So there's that. Should we do Tiny Doomsdays? Tiny Doomsdays is a brand new regular feature that we've been. I think we introduced it 2 weeks ago.
Has it got a jingle?
No, this isn't that sort of show.
Oh, okay.
This show is so packed for ideas, there isn't time for kind of like musical idents to regular formats. Even though my having to defend the lack of jingles has taken up the amount of time that a jingle would have done. Some Tiny Doomsdays. See if you can guess where this apocalyptic headline came from and what page of the journal it was in. Which we go. Exploiting Venezuela's crude oil reserves could consume 1/10 of global carbon budget.
I don't even think that would get a look in a lot of the right-leaning press, so I think it's probably The Guardian. I think it would be on page 20.
You're nearly there. Yeah, Guardian page 90. I'll try one more.
Really? Was that right?
Yeah.
This is a great game.
Okay, try this one then. Yeah. Bots accused of anti-Semitism after spreading offensive stereotypes.
I think that might be in the Daily Telegraph.
Wow.
But I think it'd be about page 14.
Wow, you're hot. It was the Telegraph.
Was it?
It was page 17 of the Telegraph.
Really?
And it was underneath a far larger item headed, "Grandparents are becoming addicted to boomer slop."
They are.
They are.
I went to see a friend of mine down in near Hastings the other day, who's a grandfather, and he was addicted to boomer slop. And he said it's got worse in the last... It's not as good as it used to be. Wow, amazing.
Imagine thinking that slop was once good. Well, that's covered everything.
We're not going to talk about the trade bazooka.
Oh, go on then.
The trade bazooka is the anti-coercion instrument of the EU. The EU, bringing sanctions to bear in the trade bazooka. The problem is, in the current climate, you also think there could be an actual trade bazooka, don't you? And so,
which is sending to Greenland just as a message.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Where metaphors also sound like real things that may have been in development that you are now terrified of.
France is sending 12 metaphors.
Yeah,
to North Greenland. Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week, joined by Natalie Haynes. And why not go and listen to some of our other episodes from our back catalogue? We've got episodes on Hurty Words, Delivering for Ordinary People, and the Island of Strangers. Just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci and I'm joined once again this week by Stewart Lee, or if you're listening to the Spotify transcript of this programme, Stewart Heath.
Is it?
Yes.
What a boring name.
I know.
I tell you what, I wouldn't be the world's second most critically acclaimed stand-up comedian if I'd been called Stewart Heath, would I? Just no way.
You'd been top dollar, would you? Or?
I'd be working in a sort of flower shop, I think, or on a moor.
Yeah, maybe. You might have your own kind of lunchtime show on Radio 5 Live or something.
I'll be on. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be.
Yeah, phone in. Stewart Heath is this kind of phone-in kind of guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
We're on the Heath.
On the Heath. That's what it'd be called, yeah. Great.
Right, glad we've got that sorted. As it's New Year, we're going to tackle some of your emails, and at Stewart Heath's request, several weeks ago, we've actually printed these out and put them into an actual bag, because we said it would be a mail bag.
Yeah.
It's an email bag. We've got it here. It says Merry Christmas on it, so it's already out of date.
But also, with this being the BBC, you can't lie. Right?
No.
I mean, you can't go, I've got a mailbag. Let's look at the listener's mailbag, and you've just got a load of stuff printed out.
And just put some sound
I'm just
effects
trying to keep you out of trouble.
Okay.
And if Donald Trump sees you talking about a mailbag and you just haven't even got a bag,
at
least meet the people that have no faith left in this organisation halfway. Put the letters in a bag, okay?
That's what
Put the letters
done.
in a bag.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're living a lie.
God, is the rest of the year going to be like this?
Yes, it is.
And we cannot edit anything Donald Trump says.
No.
Or anything. We cannot edit anything.
No, everything has to go out in real time. Yeah. And if you're using a metaphor about a thing, you have to have the actual thing.
It has to be a thing.
There.
Yes. Right,
you can't go, we're in a bit of a pickle today.
Yeah.
You have to be in a big jar of pickle.
Yeah. It's been your emails. We've printed them off. And at the Trump administration's request, brackets, we're making this up, so this is actually technically a lie.
Okay.
Close brackets. The font we're using is Times New Roman. Those of you who don't get the references, because a couple of weeks ago, all the websites in the US State Department has gone back from being in Calibri, a sans serif font used for its accessibility and readability on computer screens, is gone back to being Times New Roman, because Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, described the change to Calibri as a wasteful diversity and inclusion initiative.
Are you telling me that Calibri was a woke font?
It was a woke font, yes. Yeah. If you read Calibri, you're being indulged.
Oh, right.
Whereas if you're reading Times New Roman, you're getting solid fact. Everything is absolutely true. There's nothing underhand in it.
Wow.
Yeah. What would it? Yes. I was trying to follow. I was trying to follow an idea there, but it went nowhere. So that'll be cut.
About woke fonts.
About woke fonts.
Well, the beauty is you can edit this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you leave this bit in, and let them know that it's been edited. You can go back and put in. If you can
we can't edit this. Not anymore. We're not allowed to edit anymore. Right. So all that rather kind of lame minute that we've just gone through, it will go out.
Yeah. If I had 30 seconds, I could think of a good joke about a woke font.
Oh, right.
But I don't have that time, because we've got to go in real time now.
Okay. I think all that will be cut out, actually.
Yeah, well, maybe.
It kind of better be.
But if you're listening to this, it hasn't been.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But if you don't hear this bit, make sure you write in to complain about the fact that it was cut.
Yeah. I think we ought to maybe put on social media what was cut.
Yeah.
And that way we're kind of covering both,
Right, listeners' emails. This is great. This is like, it's New Year's Day and it's like doing a proper old school radio show. Isn't it?
I've never seen you look so happy.
I'm really delighted. Nice to be out.
Yeah. Bad apples. This is headline, right. It says, Dear Armando, so not to you. I've heard Nathan Gill. Nathan Gill was the former head of Reform UK in Wales.
Yeah, who took Russian money.
Yeah. I've heard Nathan Gill described as just one bad apple. This phrase is maddening in its current usage because it is used to suggest someone as an aberration rather than its original intent. One bad apple spoils the basket. It's meant to mean you should look deeper, not just move on. That's from Lewis.
Oh, yeah, well, he's made a good point there, Lewis. Because actually, if you say that, if you use one bad apple in its original meaning, it means that the whole apple basket, namely Reform UK, has been spoiled by the bad apple of Nathan Gill.
Yeah. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we went through the whole Farage methodology of excuses. Yeah. Saying someone is a bad apple, that's just the way people talk. That's what happens in politics, you know. You've just got to put up with it, rough and tumble. But on the Nathan Gill thing, he also said something like, which is, it's going beyond the one bad apple. Like, we all know one bad apple. There's always the black sheep of the family. He actually said, tell me a human being that hasn't at some point in their lives been surrounded by someone that betrayed them and let them down.
Christ.
Which is very, very specific, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know, is it true? I'm trying to think if I've been surrounded by someone in my life that's betrayed them.
Have you been surrounded by betrayers? Have you?
Well, there was one person, surrounded by someone that betrayed them.
Surrounded by one person?
Yes.
Like Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four.
Yes.
He could come stretch
whose
all around
superpower is both to be able to stretch to a kind of an inordinate length and let someone down in the doing of it.
He's not a bad apple, is he? That's the problem.
No,
I mean, in a way, I don't know the point. Okay, there's an apple tree that overhangs my garden.
And this is true.
Yes. It is. And in the interests of balance, there are other trees that overhang other areas of it, right?
Exactly.
Now, the apples fall down and they rot, and I consider them to be bad apples. I'm an urban person. I don't bother with them. I let them rot down. Foxes eat them, insects go in them. But my sister lives in the countryside, and her boyfriend is a gardener, and he takes the apples that I would consider to be bad. Yeah. He takes them from the city out to rural Norfolk where they're made into pies and things. Yeah. So with Nathan Gill, maybe it was just the context. Maybe he seemed like a bad apple in Wales.
But if he took him to Norfolk,
he might have flourished.
Yeah,
or been some use for him.
Or be the ingredients of a pie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, the problem was that he was receiving Russian money. Now that's bad in Wales, but if he'd been, say, a bank manager in Russia and was receiving Russian money, that would cast it in a very different light, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So I think you have to, think an apple's not necessarily intrinsically bad. It depends about the context for the apple.
So I'm kind of being prejudiced in reading Farage's use of bad apple in a very kind of technical, narrow sense, which is implying that some one person is not like everyone else in the party.
Yeah.
I'm actually misreading him. What he's saying is that there are at least 100 interpretations
of the word bad apple.
Of the phrase bad apple.
Yeah.
And I am being lazy in just assuming he actually is saying that Nathan Gill was bad.
Yeah, he may have been saying it was good to have a bad apple.
Yeah.
If you're making a pie from leftovers, or if you're trying to tempt a creature that is attracted to rotten fruit.
Yeah, right. There's a green light flashing saying move on to the next one. Okay. I've got to say all this because we can't edit now. When the green light goes, the instruction we'll be given is please move on.
All right.
Okay, shall we do the next one?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to rustle my bit of paper.
Oh, right, yeah.
Read this one, please.
Me? Okay, yeah.
I'm
going to rustle this bit of paper.
I'm
going to rustle this bit of paper because it will sound like you're going in the bag.
Okay, well, don't do it yet because I'm handing you the bag. You've got to pull one out.
Well, I'll rustle the actual letters then. Okay, this is really
you do
great.
It close up to the mic.
Okay, this is good. At pace.
Oh, at pace,
Paul
right.
Hagen has written in.
Mm-hmm.
I feel this must have been mentioned on the show at some point already, but the political nonsense of at pace, in inverted commas, usually combined with delivery or delivering, makes my eyeballs itch with discomfort. The intended interpretation is presumably that something is being done, aka delivered, quickly, whereas pace can describe something that may be fast, slow, or anything in between. If I was holding the microphone when someone insisted they were delivering at pace, I would immediately ask them, at the pace of what? A startled meerkat? A one-legged pigeon? What? Please take this phrase round the back of the metaphor tree and put it out of its misery, says Paul Hagen. Things are being delivered at pace. Well, it's one of those great bits of political language that you love, where it's used as a kind of space filler to suggest it allows the possibility that something is being done quickly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually mean that, because it could be happening at a slow pace.
Pace is not the speed, it's the measure of the speed.
It's happening at a speed.
Yes.
And most things are.
Yeah.
Even things that appear to be still are moving in time and space. Yeah. So everything is moving at pace. The key element that's missing is, as Paul says, at the pace of what?
What, exactly.
That rail line is being delivered at pace. Yeah.
But at the pace of a horse.
yeah, exactly.
That's the problem. Yes. So they should specify what the pace is. So rather than saying, 400 new hospitals will be built at pace, they will be built at a canter.
At a canter?
At a gallop.
Lovely to use words drawn from the world of horses.
That's right, yeah. So, for something where you don't want to, we're taking our time over this, an inquiry into, safety in buildings and so on, we're going to take that at a prance.
Yeah, or improvements to NHS waiting list times will stampede.
Yeah, well, at least people will prick up their ears and pay attention to that.
Like a horse.
Like a horse would. Yeah. And here, but we're still using horse as a metaphor. I just need to insist for the literalists who are joining us, there's no actual horse has been involved in the conversation we've been having about pace.
But what you're saying is you would like to see a standardised metaphor throughout government, throughout all politics, for the use of at pace.
Yes,
and that each unit of it should be drawn from a description of the speed at which horses move.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
And who's going to be in charge of this? Who's going to be in charge of this?
You'd have to kind of do maybe culture and the treasury.
Right.
Because the culture would be words and the treasury would be financing and time.
Yeah.
And they could draw up a chart. And I think actually there's votes to be had if a prime minister came out and declared this, that, as you say, waiting lists will be stampeded, houses will be done at a prance, the justice system will be overhauled, but at a trot.
Yeah, dealing with a migrant crisis will be done at the pace of being shot and melted down into glue.
There we go, you see. That's fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other day I was asked to go into Parliament to chair a meeting about finally trying to get people...
Has someone lost their mind?
No, I know. Look, I know why I was there, right? It was about fox hunting, right? They're basically trying to get this loophole closed whereby if you say you're doing trail hunting, you just carry on doing it, blocking up the dens and everything. So I went in to do that and I realised that it was good. I'm glad I did it, but I was being used as a celebrity because apparently I'm very popular with Lib Dem MPs, and so a number of them attended a meeting who otherwise may not have done. And the man from the North London Fox Hunting Saboteurs organisation said to me, I don't know how you'll feel about this, but there's a lot more Lib Dems coming because you're here. Right? Anyway, I realised going into Portcullis House in Westminster on Monday that I've grown up a lot in the last 20 years. Yeah. Because the last time I was there was an MP offered to help me and Richard Thomas from Jerry Springer the Opera look like we were going to be prosecuted for blasphemy.
Right.
And he had me in, and I was shown into this room to wait for him, and there was a flip chart on the thing, right? And I was on my own. So I turned about 40 pages in and I drew a massive cartoon of a penis ejaculating on it, and then put the thing back down, right? And then I knew that at some point some MP would be
from that day,
would be going through it, and they go, where's that come from? But I didn't do that this time. I just talked really sensibly about fox hunting.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to leave that in, do you think, on New Year's Day?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm just thinking of the idea of that kind of that page, but only being uncovered like 3 or 4 years later.
Yeah,
or something. And somebody going, Gavin Williamson's resigned. Is there any... We don't know. We've no idea. Apparently, he was just told to go.
To be fair, I partly did it with a sense of irony because I knew it was quite a pathetic thing to do. It amused me. I don't think anyone's done that in Portcullis House before.
No.
What famous horse person is going to get your horse metaphor? Who's going to sell it to the public? Who do we associate with horses?
Let us go. No. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Who knows about horses? Horse guards? Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor.
Yes, he's looking for a job. Yeah.
Something to do.
He can be the ambassador of units of pace. That can be his new title.
Yeah, unpaid.
Yeah, unpaid. Yeah. Got it.
Right, good.
Wrong
Thank
to pay
you.
him.
That's a good one. Right, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Hypothetical questions. Now, this is from somebody called Jack Jug. I'm not sure that is his real name, but anyway. Hypothetical questions. Hello. My most hated political phrase is, I won't answer a hypothetical question. How is this seen as a valid response? Politics is pretty much just that. What are manifestos if not a glossy brochure of ifs? We're not allowed to refuse hypotheticals in other jobs. Imagine a builder with the same mental block. You would say, look, I've paid a lot of money for this new roof. If it rains, will it leak? They would presumably respond, well, I'm afraid I can't answer a hypothetical question. It has not rained. Once the rains have come, I can confirm the leakiness for you. Yeah. These emails they're kind of turning into sort of slight fan parodies of us.
Yes, I know. That's what happens in the end.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you respond to that and become a parody of yourself. But actually, I think that's how marriages work as well.
Yes.
So what's interesting here is what he seems to identify when a politician says, I won't answer a hypothetical question. Yeah. It's actually a denial of all thought process, not just in politics. We have to speculate to achieve an idea. Yeah. It's like we have to imagine something that it doesn't exist to bring it into being. Yeah. Whether that's something in our personal lives or an invention or just thinking about what we might have for dinner or do tomorrow requires a degree of hypothetical speculation. Yes. And he's right, Jack Jug, to have noticed that if politicians are doing that, it's quite worrying about how do they live in their everyday lives if they refuse to speculate.
And also, if you want to get very practical about it, much of the economy exists on forecasts, doesn't it? Treasury forecasts, Office of Budget Responsibility forecasts, which are basically their hypothecating of the economy.
I mean, if I refuse to speculate how I'm going to get home from here, I have to stay here.
You have to stay here until all the facts are in.
Yes.
That's it. That's the other thing. I mean, I see this as one of a kind of fan of delaying tactics at a question, which is, I'm not going to answer hypothetical questions. It would be inappropriate for me to comment until all the facts are in. Yeah. There's an ongoing investigation.
It's also about the way they say it, isn't it? They go, I'm not going to answer a hypothetical question. As if it's the most outrageous thing in the world. But hypothetical questions that's what a question is. It's a hypothesis.
But then, in response to that, a reporter will then say, okay, well, let's talk about something you have done. Do you have any comment on the way the budget was handled? Look, we've been through this many times before. Right. So there's that.
So it's a denial of both the proven past and the possible future. Yeah. So basically, like a goldfish, a politician can only exist in the moment.
Yes, exactly.
What are you doing right now? What are you thinking at this moment?
I'm thinking that you cannot ask me about the past or the future. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yes.
Well, it makes things simpler.
I did once see the turning of a question about the past into a question about the future as a way of avoiding the question, which was Tony Blair, during an election campaign where he was asked, will you be supporting the rolling out of more nuclear energy? And his answer was, well, that's for the next parliament to decide. Now, were it not for the fact that there was a general election campaign in which you were being asked to vote for candidates and parties to govern for the next 4 or 5 years, it was an odd thing to say because that's what an election is for. But he was shutting that debate down by saying that's for the next parliament.
He must have known that's what an election was for with all his years of political experience.
You'd think, really, unless he doesn't think about it or he didn't think about it. He was so focused on the present moment.
Yeah, took him by surprise. Yeah, it'd be like that Talking Heads song, wouldn't it? Now, how did I get there? How did we wake up, was in government, and wonder what process of events had led to him being there? Baffled.
Well, thank you, Jack Jug. It was Jack Jug, wasn't it?
That was good.
Excellent. Right, I think it's your turn again.
Okay. I love this. This is really good fun. Honestly, people that do local radio, they don't know they're born. They have really good fun, all pulling things out of bags and stuff.
Do you think we should set this up as an experience?
Yeah,
kind of like a big...
Oh, all right. Okay, here we go. Thank you for your leadership, this is about.
Oh,
hello, Armando. No, not you. As a regular listener to your podcast, says Tom Ingham, I hope I haven't missed you dealing with this phrase, thank you for your leadership, which I find pops up at regular intervals when groups of politicians are gathered together, usually in the presence of their boss. Thank you for your leadership on this seems to me to be used for one or two purposes by the speaker. They're either saying, I think you're an amazing boss, please promote me / don't sack me, or they're signalling to the rest of us that I was just following orders, none of this is my fault. I find it cringeworthy and wondered what you think. And he also thanks you for the weekly sanity check, of course, because in your spare time you work as a consultant in psychotherapy. Yeah. So I think it's
unpaid.
It's sort of language that comes from business, isn't it? It's from the world of business.
Yes.
Thank you for your leadership on this. And I remember years ago, I'm talking 35 years ago, I worked on a corporate video with Richard Herring about the language of business, and we managed to find the language of business very offensive because it was about appearing to listen and defer to people. So you'd say, I understand what you were saying there, but what I think is this.
Oh, yes.
Then you have to, like, when closing someone down, you have to do it in such a way that appears to credit them. So I think it's partly about, thank you for your leadership on this, but don't ever do any of that again.
Yeah.
Or thank you for your leadership on this. Yeah. It wasn't my idea, but we're going to have to go along with it. There's loads of ways of interpreting it. None of them are good.
No, it's part of that ploy. The other thing is, like, we hear you. I mean, we hear, which implies you're doing something good by just listening to what someone else has to say, even though you're going to then not go with their idea.
Yeah. And in fact, is there any circumstances under which you would say, thank you for your leadership on this, if you actually did want to thank someone for their leadership?
Well, there's also thank you for your service.
Yeah. That's a bad one.
I mean, if you bought a pie, maybe you should say, as the pie is handed over, thank you for your leadership on this, and thank you for the service. As just a way of acknowledging that
I'm going to say that
you
next time I buy a
appreciate
pie.
the service that's been provided.
Yeah.
But there's something about, and we've talked before about how politicians are in awe of business language, business speak. They think that by calling yourself business friendly, or in your past you were a businessman or a business person or ran a business, it somehow gives you an aura of knowledge and wisdom that no one outside business can get.
Yeah, that phrase as well. It also does that thing that makes the boardroom or the office where the politicians are having a meeting. It makes it sound like it's part of some exciting, dramatic world.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for your leadership on this, Jeff.
Yes.
And what's it about? Bin collections or something? But
it's just two people in the room. It's just Jeff and you.
Yeah. Thank you for your leadership on it. Leadership sounds like such a. Yeah. It's self-aggrandizing and macho.
Yes. So it is part of a trend, I think, isn't it, of it's trying to be critical without sounding critical, isn't it? It's trying to make the other person feel good, even though you're actually reducing them in your eyes.
Yeah. Thank you for your leadership on this. It can sound nothing but sarcastic.
So to say, thank you very much for your co-presenting duties that you've performed today.
I punch you in the face. It sounds awful, doesn't it? It sounds like it's the next sentence is, but don't come back.
Yes.
Actually, it reminds me when I was temping in the building where you ended up filming the thick of it. On the roundabout there. And I don't know what we were doing.
You should have come over.
No, it was before you. It was not in 1989.
Yeah.
I had a job.
That will explain all the kind of, because it was a disused set of offices, but there were lots of flip charts up with pictures of penises drawn on them.
We sat in a room for 2 months, me and some other people, writing down barcodes from shopping. Right. And one guy used to talk a lot. And on the Friday night of about week 5, the bloke came over and he went, "Thank you for all the work you've done, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to let you go." Yeah. That's how you say that, isn't it?
That's how you say that.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that irks me again and again and again is, like, if you get an email from someone saying, "I know you're very busy, but I wondered if we could just hop on a Zoom this evening." I'm always tempted to go, you've just said at the start of that sentence, "You know I'm very busy." So just by saying it doesn't excuse you from the implications of that. Acknowledging it doesn't deny it.
Did you hop on the Zoom?
No. I got back and said, as you've pointed out, I am very busy, so I can't do it.
Also, people say hop on a Zoom, don't they? I find it the most difficult thing to get everything to work.
Exactly.
It always takes ages.
It implies, yes.
Not easy.
So it's that... but it's the way anyone does of,
Thank you for your leadership on this, Armando.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I'll take that as an insult.
Yeah.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah, you choose the next one. Make sure you rustle it into the mic so that Donald Trump knows we're actually picking letters out of the bag.
There are fewer, rustling will be less because there's fewer and fewer items in the bag now.
Well, but again...
We should have implied we had millions of emails.
That proves it's real, doesn't it?
Right, here we go. Fighting age males. It says, "Hello, Armando and guest," to start with.
Yeah.
"I wonder if you might like to explore the rise in the usage among right-wing journalists, politicians and patriotic hotel shouters of the phrase fighting age males to describe asylum seekers and small boat mariners. It always strikes me partridge-esque when coming from someone who doesn't actually serve in the military. It's jargon masquerading as insight. It tells us nothing about men in dinghies or hotels, but it reveals something about the thinking of the people using the phrase. Love the show. Keep it up. Also, I maintain that despite his love of Bond and Moore, Who Dares Wins is Alan Partridge's favourite film.
Let's come back to
Sincerely,
that.
John Clark. You are a Who Dares Wins fan.
I am, yeah. But I mean, obviously, what's going on with the phrase fighting age males?
Yes.
It's about two things. The suggestion is they're a danger to us because they're of an age where they can fight. And the other suggestion is that if they're from some, what Donald Trump would call a shithole country, where there's violence and political unrest, why aren't they staying there to fight, to sort it out? Why have they run away? So it's about why are we having them when they should be at home fighting, and also they could be a danger to us fighting here. But it's kind of irrelevant because it's about being over 18, isn't it? And there's loads of things you're only allowed to do. And male, over 18. Like, for example, you can buy fireworks over the age of 18. So they could
Lots of firework buying age men are coming into this country.
Yeah, you can buy spray paint. Lots of spray paint buying men. You can open a savings bank account over the 18.
Well, exactly.
A savings bank account.
It need to be negative. I mean,
man.
Technically, they're also tax-paying aged males.
Yeah.
Cooking.
You can skydive. You can skydive.
Skydiving aged men are coming into this country.
You can.
They should go back up to the sky.
Yeah, you can drive a lorry between 3,500 and 7,500 kilograms with the appropriate license. That's probably too complicated.
Medium-sized licensed lorry-aged men are driving into this country with the appropriate license.
Yeah, it's kind of meaningless, isn't it?
I know.
Meaningless. So
why do they say a nursing-aged individual? You know, that sounds good.
Yeah. A working in the NHS age individual.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. No, I agree. It's a very, very specific use of a term to denote.
It has worked.
The part for the whole.
Yeah. Absolutely. When do you ever hear this being discussed now without people talking about fighting age men as if fighting age men were a thing? And no one pushes back at it and it rolls over.
And here's another thing. When do you stop being a fighting age man? Because, you know, I've seen some 60-year-olds.
I know, really having a go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like that bloke that shouted Millwall when those guys attacked Borough Market. He must have been in his 60s. Okay. He was a fighting age man. A lot of the people on the patriotic marches in central London are fighting age men, aren't they? And urinating in the street on cocaine age men as well. Yes. In the interests of balance, there have probably been events where people on the left, like the Glastonbury Festival, have urinated in public as well.
Yeah. Okay.
What was he said about Who Dares Wins? Who Dares Wins is Alan Partridge's favourite. Have you seen Who Dares Wins?
No, I haven't seen Who Dares Wins.
I love Who Dares Wins. In fact, I watched it alone on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
It's a 1982 thriller about the SAS in Britain, in which Lewis Collins plays the main guy. It was written by the bloke, weirdly, that wrote 12 Angry Men, who went on to write loads of just terrible political thrillers.
Not Andy McNab.
No, not Andy McNab. No.
And the film.
And I actually got to screen it a few years ago at the BFI as part of a series of the worst films ever made. Different people could choose them, but it's not. But there's a very particular thing to the great worst films. They can't be like that Ice Cube version of War of the Worlds, which is unwatchably bad. They have to be good fun.
When we had lockdown,
it
coincided with the movie Cats coming up.
Oh yeah, did you watch it?
And we got through a very entertaining. Yes, I'll tell you what we did. For the first month of lockdown, I would, with my wife and my daughter, we would watch 5 minutes of Cats, and then I would then spend the next half an hour going through those 5 minutes, more or less frame by frame, explaining how bad it was in every respect.
Yeah.
And it just became a kind of tradition for the first month of lockdown.
Thing.
Yeah.
So it got you through lockdown.
Yeah.
It got you through lockdown. Yeah. Well, Who Dares Wins is really a ace film because Lewis Collins goes undercover and infiltrates what's basically CND by having sex with all the women in it.
All right.
And it's viewed as a heroic thing for him to do.
Yeah. Take one for the team.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it, but he has to.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like it because he's unfaithful to his wife, but he gives it a good old go.
Yeah.
He gives it a good old go. He does it as convincingly as possible.
He's a hero.
Through gritted teeth. He does it through gritted teeth.
Yeah. Hang on. This is like the listener's mailbag.
Yeah.
It's now turned into you doing film 69
I just
or
want
whatever.
people to watch
Who
it.
Dares Win.
It's got Fairport Convention in it, but they play a sort of punk band, right, in the Union Chapel where a liberal bishop is having an event. And so Fairport Convention, who were great as an English folk rock band, have tried to write what they think sounds like a punk CND song. It's hilariously wrong. There's loads of good things about it. But let's move on.
No. If you're going to take that amount of time talking about Who Dares Wins, I want to go back to Cats.
Yeah,
because I did an HBO show called Avenue 5, which was about a big space tourist thing.
Yeah.
Lots of special effects were involved. Series 1 of it got held up in the post-production side of it in the 3 weeks leading up to Christmas because all the graphics companies and warehouses in London had to do emergency work on cats to remove the anuses from the cats.
Really?
So we couldn't get in to finish our special effects.
Right. Well, but the cats do have anuses, though.
Yes, but you don't want to see Judi Dench with an anus.
With a cat's anus?
Yes, you don't want to see that.
In other
you don't
words,
want to see Idris Elba. You don't want to see Idris Elba with a cat's anus.
The cats in Cats, the film, those cats could not exist because, like those little tiny things that live in your eyebrows, that explode. There's things that live in your eyebrows. Do you know this?
Oh God!
And they eat and eat and eat and eat, and then they explode.
Yeah,
because they've got no anuses. And a jazz saxophonist that I know had
the same thing.
He didn't. He had a lot of these. He had a lot of these.
I mean, it was an amazing sound. It was the best sound he ever made. But
he had a lot of these things living in his eyebrows,
right?
And it looked like he'd got some skin disorder.
Okay.
But in fact, the no anus mites were exploding onto his face, and the
thing was, these cats, of course, they didn't exist because it was fiction. It was all fiction, and so the fictional cat with the face of Judi Dench and the other one with the face of Idris Elba and on all the others, they'd gone to the trouble of giving them anuses to make them lifelike for some reason, but it was just putting everyone off.
Yeah.
So there was an emergency anus removal campaign that just took all of London out of the graphics system.
Do you think that when
weeks.
she went to the premiere, Judi Dench watched that and went, "Oh, my anus has disappeared"?
Oh, remember I was talking about my anus? Well, they've taken it out. That was the best bit.
Does that mean that somewhere there's a version of that film knocking about which you can see Judi Dench's cat
or
anus?
like in Cinema Paradiso, some graphics warehouse is just a collection of all the ani
of the cats.
Is
that the correct
continuous loop? Yes,
of animated. It's a very specific thing for someone to want to seek out, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
removed footage of animated cats.
Well, it was frightening the children.
Yeah. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Yeah.
This was happening while the movie was in the cinemas, so they were actually going in to change some of the special effects and then retransmitting the new version to the cinema digitally.
My only film credit is as the voice of an elf in that film that Peter Bainham and Sarah Smith made, Arthur's Christmas. What happened there was loads of the elves were given Hispanic accents at the suggestion of the whatever American company backed it.
Oh, right, yes.
And then when they played it, it just obviously didn't work.
Yes.
So every single person in London was being sent in to revoice it. And I don't know, I can't hear that I'm in that film. But every now and again, someone will ring me up and go, "You're credited as an elf in Arthur's Christmas." I have only one film credit, and for it to be that. A few years ago, I was offered a part in another film, in a biopic of Alan McGee from Creation Records, where they wanted me to come in naked into a room in a dream sequence and have sex with Alan McGee from the rear and then go out without having said anything. I said, I can't really do that because I can't have only two film credits. And one is to be an elf in Arthur's Christmas and the other is to be an unnamed, silent, naked man who comes in and has sex with Alan McGee.
The Alan McGee one, that wasn't a scam, was it? I mean, you didn't check it.
A Dennis Pennis bloke ended up doing it. So I hope he knows that. I hope that hasn't ruined it for him. He probably thinks he was the first choice. He'll be disappointed. We all do. I
think we'll have to call this to a halt soon. Robust. This is from Neil Roberts. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Hello. In 2026, I would be delighted if all politicians stop misusing the word robust, as in we are taking robust action, or my government has put in place a robust policy. He made a robust denial. At best, it means just doing what needs doing or should have been done already. At worst, it signals concealing a response that is the opposite of robust, feeble and ineffective. Rant over. I'm off for robust. Lie down. Neil Roberts. Point in Cheshire. So...
yeah, Neil's nailed that. That is a terrible, pointless word.
But again, I put this alongside this other word that was used a lot and then has stopped now, which is turbocharge. And it was used a lot when there were many, many, many Tory leadership contests over the last 10 years. And the candidates would set up their stall and would talk about, my policy number one, I'm going to turbocharge the economy. And again, it's like pace. Yeah. Turbocharging, you've got to outline how you would do it. Just saying you will turbocharge it tells us nothing.
Yeah.
It tells us an intent, a kind of wishful thinking, a kind of an ideal situation, which is, I want to wake up with the economy turbocharged. but you have to explain how you interpret. And I think robust is one of those catch-all words that are used to get people out of...
Except you
can't provide the detail.
Well, you can apply it to pretty much almost anything. I mean, I was trying to think of things that aren't robust. What is not robust? Frank Spencer was not robust. I kind of thought, if you'd asked me 6 months ago, I'd have said Alan Carr is, for all his strengths, is not robust. But he was extremely robust on Celebrity Traitors.
Yes.
So Liz Truss probably isn't robust.
No.
Although she is robust in her failure to be robust. You know, she's got a robust non-robustness about her.
She has, what's the equivalent of, she's thick-skinned.
Yeah. She's thick-skinned.
She's thick-skinned, so she's robust-skinned.
Yeah.
Yes. The robust-skinned Liz Truss has started her new show. Would you like to watch it?
Yeah, it also, if someone's saying something's robust, then it basically suggests that they know it's flimsy. They're having to say it's robust before you get in and say, this isn't very robust, is it? And you go, it is robust. I just said it was.
Yeah. It is that. It is a kind of. It's wanting things to be better, but not having the specific detail or policies to hand to explain how you would do it. So short circuiting all that.
That's kind of what loads of these have been about, isn't it? They've been about people trying to find ways of saying that things are better without lying.
Yes.
Without lying. So they're like trying to talk something up in a non-specific
Luke,
way. Yeah.
Robust.
At pace.
At pace. You know. Let's not go into hypotheticals because they are not robust, are they?
No.
They're flimsy. Yeah. They're kind of gnarly. They're kind of nebulous, aren't they?
I'm going to turbocharge this into a robust state at pace.
Yes.
You could say that sentence would mean absolutely nothing at all.
That should be on all our flags.
Yeah.
We're going to end a very, very quick one. This is from Jamie C68, not his real name, on Blue Sky, who skeeted, don't look it up on Google, that word, skeeted me, to say, can you explain the prevalence of people pluralising individual entities? Take your Man Uniteds or your Liverpools. It drives me demented.
I love it.
Do you like
I absolutely love it.
The Stuart Lees love it.
My gran used to do it all the time. She'd go, look, old Tony Blair's is on the television. Look at what John Majors is doing now. To the point where I think John Major is called John Majors. I've kind of forgotten the reason. She always used to pluralise the names of celebrities and of places, and I love it. It's such an awkward turn of phrase. I do it by choice often. If I'm pretending to not understand something, I think I really like it. It's a kind of quirk of language that but that it's inadvertently hilarious, I think.
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week. Meantime, why not go and listen to some of our other episodes from our back catalogue? We've got episodes on tough decisions, spooking the markets, the battle for the soul of the country. There's 50 of them, can you imagine? So just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci and I'm joined again this week by Stewart Lee.
Hello.
And given it's Christmas coming up, we thought we'd look at the phrase civilisational erasure.
That's festive, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yes. So we'll dig into that. That was a phrase used in the United States' new national security strategy about Europe. Going to be wiped out. Our civilization is in danger of being erased.
You know what? It's really great because people treat Trump's statements like sort of tea leaves, don't they? They're kind of they sort of think, well, what does he actually mean? And he said this and he's done that, but he doesn't really mean that. He's made it explicit statement.
Yes.
So there's no need to now try to interpret.
Our job here is done. We don't have to kind of investigate and look at forensically the kind of hidden meaning behind those words. But we're going to do that anyway. Before we go on to civilizational collapse or whatever, I ought to remind you that over the Christmas period, we're going to be responding to your emails. If you've got any suggestions on phrases we should look at or any comments on phrases we have looked at, then send all your suggestions in to strongmessage@bbc.co.uk. And we'll be doing a listener's mailbag episode in a few weeks' time, possibly with you, Stuart.
How do you feel about that? I've been in showbiz 36 years, and I've always wanted to be on a listener's mailbag edition of a show. Or it's great, so I'm really pleased about that.
Well, there we go. And you can wear your Christmas jumper.
I know, but when you say mailbag, presumably no one's going to be writing you letters anymore.
No, it's an email bag.
An email bag,
which is disappointing.
Will will you print the emails out and put them in a little bag?
If you want.
I think you should for Christmas.
But we mustn't use licence payers' money on the paper that we're wasting.
Okay.
Right, okay? I think before we go into Civilisational Erasure, something light. Liz Truss launched a new show called The Liz Truss Show on YouTube.
It's incredible. There are unhappy men living in their mother's cellars, making racist diatribes on single camera whilst coughing and spluttering that have more charisma and seem more professional than Liz Truss.
Well, it had a kind of like dramatic opening title sequence, which was a montage, including clips of her becoming Prime Minister and shaking hands with the Queen. But nowhere in that montage did it also feature clips of her resigning or the Queen dying the next day.
Yeah, or going into a cupboard. It's hard to imagine who would watch it other than out of morbid curiosity.
Right. Or just her extended family, just to see how she's doing.
But that said, they'll probably do really well. It's kind of she's parroting lines that are popular in the States.
Yeah, she said something in her opening monologue. She said you have to be watching the fake news BBC to not know that Britain is going to hell in a handcart.
Yeah.
And then she said the reason we're not being told this is because the media, with its Gales bakeries and gated residences, failed to tell the truth. She's picked up on weird demographics.
It's a shame to target Gales Bakery, because Gales Bakery, although probably patronised by the liberal elite for its very expensive tiny gherkin rolls, is Gales Bakery. Luke Johnson, who co-founded it, was famously a huge donor to the Leave campaign. So he must be really upset to be getting a kicking from the right.
But it's that thing that they do, which is they paint a portrait of Britain that is like bad or elitist.
Yeah.
Suella Braverman talked about when she was Home Secretary, North London taking its taxis and eating tofu. North London is a million people at least.
Yeah, and it's got poverty and wealth alongside each other in a disturbing way. I mean, it has got Gales, but the Gales on the Camden Parkway is not far from a fried chicken shop. Everything's living alongside each other.
Also, in the same week that she launched her show, she launched a campaign to fund an elite members club called the Leconfield in Mayfair. And it describes, if you go on the website for the Leconfield, it's described as Britain's premier networking destination. And Liz Truss is asking individual investments of £500,000. Yeah. So having talked about...
At the same time as complaining about elites and gated communities, she's essentially creating one.
Because I imagine in Leconfield members club, the pastries are not going to be from Greg's.
No.
And there will be massive security at the door.
Yeah. So it's interesting that there's so many things about the whole of her programme that she's made that are contradictory in that way.
Yeah, it's funny
it's like no one's gone through it either. No one's gone through it and checked it before it's made.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yes. In many ways, it kind of resembles a hostage video, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
But this time, there's no one else in the room telling her she's got to say this.
No, but if you were told that she was literally being held hostage by some Tufton Street-funded think tank that had given her a speech to say, and there's a concealed gun, she has the sort of fear and panic and a blankness of a traumatised person who's being made to do something against their will.
And then they turn on their own, which is hence the kind of derogatory remarks about Gales Bakeries. Yeah. It's an interesting psychodrama, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Liz Truss can afford to make an enemy of Gales Bakery when she's so, such an isolated figure.
Yes, and if she is being held hostage by herself, one must presume, at some point the food will run out, and she will then be launching appeals for any kind of edible substance.
For the bit that they have left at the end of the day that they normally take to the homeless shelter.
That's right, yeah. So Gales, I think, will be... top of her agenda. I think.
You have a vision of Liz Truss in a private members club with no members being fed Gales Bakery food through the letterbox.
Yes. Or, hear me out on this, getting enough Gales Bakery pastries that she can then fashion out of the stuff she doesn't eat members who she will then dot around the club.
Yeah.
And convince herself that it's now a success.
Maybe she should have a bit of Gales Bakery stuff on the table next to her and kind of throw to it for comment.
Yeah. And in a bid to outdo Liz Truss, Keir Starmer's launched a TikTok channel, a TikTok account, which at the moment just features Keir Starmer walking out a door.
Okay, I don't really do social media, right?
Right,
I've never looked at TikTok.
Neither does
I've never
he,
looked at
clearly.
TikTok, right? So the only TikTok I've ever seen, the only one I've ever seen is the one you told me to look at for this program, which is him coming out of a door and looking at a tree.
Yeah.
So is that the kind of thing that's on TikTok?
That is TikTok. If you don't know, you got to understand TikTok is this amazing thing. It's very popular among the young.
Yeah.
It's mostly people coming out of doors looking at trees.
Right. Okay. So has he cracked it then?
Yeah, I mean, it's had something like 14,000 views, so I think that's quite big for TikTok,
it good?
Isn't it? I think
Why
so.
Why does he feel necessary to do TikTok?
I think money. I think, you know, because if you do really big on TikTok, you get lots of money. You can monetize it.
Right. The irony is that, as I understand it, that the government don't allow the use of TikTok internally in Westminster.
That's right. So, so he's sort of walked out of a building to talk to a tree in vain, really, because it's not going to have any effect on his backbenchers.
Yeah.
Or his kind of inner team.
Right, and if backbenchers want to see it, they won't be able to look at it in Westminster.
No.
So it's something they would do at home.
Yes.
To relax at the end of the day.
That's right.
They can go home and look at...
They can put it on a loop so that he's coming in and out of...
What, like when you have your TV shows a picture of a fire?
Yeah.
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 A sort of festive thing.
Yeah.
You can have a loop of him walking out and looking at a tree all Christmas going in your house.
Yes. Does he speak in it? I don't know.
I don't think...
I
gestures.
I couldn't get the sound to work.
Yeah.
I mean, is this the thing then that to become a popular politician, you have to be good at presenting. You have to understand social media. It's part of your kind of box of tricks that you carry around with you. Some would say you should have a strategic vision of what you want to set out over the next 5 years. Other would say you've got to have a TikTok account.
So I think in politics, you're supposed to be, people seem to like a character. They like a character, right?
Yeah.
And Nigel Farage is called a character. Of course, the dictionary definition of a character is something that gives the impression of being a person. So it's not ideal. But people like a character. He's a character. He's a character. He's a character. And to be honest, if Starmer wants to compete on the being a character playing field, when he's got Farage, who's such a master of it, he's going to have to do better than walk out of a door and point at a tree.
How do you feel about the fact that we do very well on TikTok?
Do we?
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, because you're not on TikTok.
No, I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah,
no.
neither am I, but I'm told we do.
Right, okay.
And on Instagram.
What, is it clips of this?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I mean, that character thing's great. Because it's a continuous, like 1.5 minutes. It's perfect for TikTok.
Right, and has it picked up in this?
Pointed at the cameras.
Right, okay,
yeah.
And then they go into like portrait like that.
Yeah.
So I would have worn better clothes if I'd known. I didn't even know this was going on.
Because you're not a character.
No,
you don't understand.
I'm not a character.
You don't understand.
I've worn the same jumper every week, I think, on this. I thought.
That's useful, actually, because it means we can cut in and out of different episodes and slide you about. Anyway. Okay, right. Civilisational erasure. That's the phrase that came from a new US national security strategy document. It's 33 pages long, and it basically said, among other things, that Europe was in decline. It says that European greatness is on decline. It's going to be eclipsed by the real most stark prospect of civilizational erasure. Europe will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. It's more than plausible and certain NATO members will become majority non-European. When it says non-European, it's basically saying it will be flooded by people from outside.
This is the start of the end.
I mean, for me, it reads like, if this had been a Russian document, you'd have said, well, that makes sense because Russia is a hostile country.
Yeah, it's a declaration that the American strategy will be to destabilise and depose democratically elected liberal governments if they don't agree with America's vision. It's about, maintaining a mythical idea of the Christian Europe.
That's right, because the frightening passage for me was when it said, our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. That will involve cultivating resistance within European nations.
Yeah, they got a bloke on Newsnight from the Heritage Foundation.
Yes.
Which
feeds a lot of Trump's ideas.
Which feeds a lot of Trump's ideas. And he couldn't really make this sound acceptable on Newsnight. He couldn't really. He knew he was on a sticky wicket. Really.
Did he look ashen, or was he kind of bubbly?
Tried to talk about other things. It's terrifying, and they control our nuclear missiles. They control. They have all the parts. They're. And I want, mind you, maybe if Starmer gets Trump to have breakfast with the king again maybe this will swing it.
Yeah.
And he gives him an invitation to Buckingham Palace. It's absolutely insane. All this stuff everyone's been pussyfooting around. Oh, if we do this, you have to handle him. You have to flatter him. Oh,
maybe Starmer should send him a specially recorded TikTok of Starmer coming out of a house holding an invite to breakfast with King Charles, and just going, Donald, this is for you.
Yeah, it makes you realise that when Vance came over early in Starmer's premiership, and said that we had censorship and no freedom of speech, and tried to talk about getting the American social media platforms more access to the UK and whatever. Starmer brushed it away and said, we have freedom of speech here, and people tried to make out that Vance didn't really understand, and it was new. They were laying the ground.
That's
for
right.
This. They were laying the ground for this. And the stories that they plant of people not being allowed to pray silently in their own heads near abortion clinics, all those things that have gained traction. It's all part of trying to make this happen.
And there's also the irony of, in the document, that the United States paints a picture of Europe being overrun by hostile foreign forces and rampant with restrictions to freedom of speech, ignoring the fact that America is itself, to us and to Europe, a foreign country, which is telling us what to do and what we can and cannot say. And it said it will do its utmost to impose its will on us.
Well, we need to see what Farage says about this, because, of course, when Obama commented entirely reasonably that trade deals would be difficult to get after Brexit, and we'd be at the back of the queue, he accused this loathsome creature of interfering in the politics of a foreign country. So we need to see the condemnation for Trump, who we've been trying to read him. We've been trying to read him. Oh, what does he mean? What does he mean? He said what he means. What he means is he is going to use social media across Europe to try to get rid of liberal democracies.
I remember at the time when he got in, and he was talking about trade deals and so on, people kept going, he's playing three-dimensional chess. Yeah. He's a master. Forgetting that most chess is three-dimensional.
It is. Most things are.
Yeah. So there's no great gift to that.
Yeah, and most reality is virtual.
Yeah, and his version of chess is just to kind of pick the pieces up and throw them away, I don't like this. Can it just all be kings?
Yeah. No, the assumption seems to be that the things he often says are so blunt and unsubtle and offensive and on the nose. The idea is that he actually wants something else, and he said them to cause confusion. But no, he's just saying what he wants.
And a lot of this, specifically on Europe and migration, so is fed by his junior chief of staff, Stephen Miller, who is hardline on this, is behind all the deportation campaigns and the strategy, has often called immigration an invasion. I remember Stephen Miller spoke at a memorial for Charlie Kirk, and it was gobsmacking. He said, "We are the storm, and our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome." He also went on to say, "To those trying to foment hatred against us, you have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness. You are jealousy. You are envy. You are hatred. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing." He went on to say, "The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength, and the warrior whispers back, I am the storm." And then he said, "People rise up and storm break loose," except that last sentence was my mistake. It was Goebbels. It wasn't Stephen Miller. It was Goebbels, that last one. But the one before that was Stephen Miller.
Yeah, they're very similar to a lot of the speeches from Barry Cryer's funeral. Well, the point you're making, which is hard to laugh at because it's so chilling, is that the Miller speeches and Goebbels speeches are interchangeable in their tone.
There was a comment from the Kremlin which said it corresponds in many ways with our vision.
Yeah.
So just to balance it, there is some liking for the policy from our country, kind of in Europe. Well, moving into Europe. Yes, with plans to move further into Europe.
Okay, the problem is, right, and I'm not an international political strategist yet. I'm a stand-up comedian, but I think I understand this better. This is what's happened in the last 24 hours since civilisational erasure was put on the table by America. The notion that Europe is facing civilisational erasure corresponds with Russia's vision and motivation. The Americans are saying that they'll withdraw funding for Ukraine. If we use all the seized assets of Russians to agree in Europe to use all those seized assets to help pay Ukraine to fight against Russia, then we will become targets. We'll become targets for Russian disinformation even more than we already are. Our internet cables will be cut. Drones will be flown over our airports. Our infrastructure will start to collapse. And a lot of people are going to get poisoned in cathedral towns by people that apparently came to visit to have a look at the cathedral, right? And we're basically moving into World War III.
Right.
But it's going to be a series of
just keep it light.
It's Christmas. It's going to be a series, and we're not going to be able to look to America for help because they'd like to stand by and let it happen to collapse. What do they want? What do they want Europe for? To be a massive battery for AI? Because once they've taken over Europe, they won't need as much AI and social media because a lot of it's being used to generate.
We will be rounded up and used as bots, won't we?
Yeah.
Human bots.
Yeah.
Not fact checkers.
No.
That's gone.
Well, he's not letting fact checkers into the States. That's another good story.
That's right. This week, an internal memo from the US State Department urging staff to reject visa applications from anyone, quote, responsible for or complicit in censorship or attempted censorship of protected expression in the United States. And this definition includes, quote, activities including combating misinformation, disinformation or false narratives, fact-checking, content moderation, compliance, and trust and safety. So if you're involved in any of those fields, you will be prevented from getting in. Are they just banning facts now?
Well, it would be
America?
simpler to ban facts.
Yes.
And if there was some way of stopping facts at the border.
Yes.
Like a fact net.
Turning facts back. Stop the facts.
Yeah, stop the facts. If facts could be turned back at the border. It's absolutely terrifying, the idea that the fact checker is considered
it's subversive.
Yeah.
Would there be a kind of black market trade in smuggling in facts?
Yeah, or a place where you have to go down into a cellar, knock at a door, look through a little slit, and then you're let into a decadent world full of facts. Well, women in chiffon negligees hand you trays of facts.
For like $4,000, you can get information about breeds of butterflies and things like that otherwise you would not be privy to.
It's happened really quickly, hasn't it? That we thought it's going this way, and it's gone.
Yes.
It's gone. The country's banning fact checkers.
My kind of golden rule now about everything is whatever you're worried about, it's 10 times as worse.
Yeah.
I think that just has to be my go-to now.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get into complacent of, well, we can turn this around in 2 or 3 years. By then it'll be too late. There's talk of, the Democrats might get in the midterm elections. But if your approach is, let's just see what happens, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's my view now.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, Trump this week also handed out awards at the Kennedy Center. Basically,
I can only imagine a Trump award ceremony, one in which he gives lots of awards to himself.
Well, no, he gives them to the celebrities that will tolerate him. Right. I mean, he's basically done the equivalent of taking over the Royal Festival Hall or the South Bank Centre or that big place in Newcastle. It looks like a beetle upside down. Put himself in charge of it, and then he has an awards ceremony where he gives awards to Sylvester Stallone and Kiss and people that
Michael Crawford. Don't forget
Michael Crawford. Yeah,
a Broadway legend.
Yeah. Oh, Betty.
I can't imagine Trump in his daily routine of watching CNN and Fox and wherever, also then watching some others do have them. Since we're in the heady subject of 1970s BBC comedy, Farage this week has doubled down on his denials of the allegations about what he may or may not have said at school. And he had a go at the BBC saying it should apologise for the Black and White Minstrel Show, and an ITV should apologise for Bernard Manning, which first of all assumes then that whatever Bernard Manning and the Black and White Minstrels Show represented is something that should be apologised for.
Yeah. Logically, he should be praising the BBC and ITV for showing the Black and White Minstrel Show and Bernard Manning because it was all in good fun.
All in good fun, and it's freedom of expression. Free, people say things that other people might not like.
Yeah.
But one should be free to say. No, the Black and White Minstrel Show was taken off air.
Yeah.
The Black and White Minstrel Show was taken off air in 1978.
Still touring until 1989, no, live. Its last performance ever was in Barry Island in South Wales, if anyone's interested.
Why do you know so much about the Black and White Minstrel Show?
Nothing, I'm not racist. I'm interested. I mean, I think about comedy a lot, obviously, and it falls apart, right? Whether you like Bernard Manning or not, Bernard Manning is operating on a stage, right? And when he's on a stage or in a comedy club, there's an understanding of convention, right? There's some understanding of the idea that what happens in there is happening in a kind of protected circle, right? right. You may not like it. The problem you have with a lot of comedy now is things happen in the protected circle, but then a tiny clip of it gets taken out of context and put on social media, and all the work of set and setting that was done to legitimise that appalling thing that was said is stripped away. So Bernard Manning is different. It's not Bernard Manning saying there was this fella right, doing all that in a club to loads of isn't the same as Farage.
Back in time
it's not the same as Farage going up to a Jewish kid when he was 18 and saying gas the Jews and hissing at them, or telling an 11-year-old black kid to go back to Africa, because Farage wasn't doing it on a stage as a form of entertainment in front of an audience. The context does alter it.
Yes,
it does change it.
Just to make absolutely crystal clear,
they're alleged
Farage
denies saying that. Also, the difference is that, as far as we know, the members of the Black and White Minstrels, either individually or collectively, didn't go on to form a party with a hard line against immigration. We don't know because they were in disguise.
They were all in makeup.
We don't know. We can't be. I mean, maybe that they did. Yeah. But we don't know. Yeah. But that's the problem, is that you add those comments to what he's ended up doing. You need some clarification on that.
That's right. And also, I think, for me, it's less what he did and said at school. It's more what has his attitude to racism or racist language been over the last 10 or 15 years. Because in that time, there have been various stories of UKIP and then Brexit Party and then Reform Party, Reform UK candidates or councillors or members of staff who have said or uttered or posted on social media things that were controversial that Farage has had a habit of defending in a kind of let's go through the timeline. Going back to June 24, defending an election candidate's racist comments about Muslims, he said, people chuck stuff around on Facebook and they like comments. On a candidate who said the UK should have been neutral on Hitler and women should be denied healthcare, he said, people like these who post these comments, they are ordinary people. That's how people out there speak. In 2014, in response to a UKIP candidate having to stand down for racist comments, he described that candidate as a rough diamond who talks in a way people from that background do, using language that Del Boy would use. I'd be interested to hear what the writers of Only Fools and Horses say about that. More up to date on 2025, on a reform activist depicting female cabinet ministers as cows to be slaughtered. He said, all sorts of appalling things get said and done by people fighting in elections at a local and national level. We get it done to us, and if one or two of our people do it to them, maybe they think it's funny. It probably isn't very funny. I can't pretend we're perfect. If there is the odd lapse in taste, I regret it, but it's called politics. So there's just a general pattern there of saying, yes, things like these get said, but you've got to take it as part of the rough and tumble of politics.
In the interests of full disclosure, I need to say that it was different times, but I was in one of the very last public performances of Agatha Christie's 10 Little Indians when it was performed under a different name.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, in 1982. It was my school play in a school that had black kids in it. Nobody stopped to think that's probably not a good idea. Yeah. And I think the last time it was performed under that name was a year later. Certainly the last time it was performed by children, I would imagine, was 1982. And for rock trivia fans, I played the butler, and the fisherman who comes in at the end was played by the guitarist from the original lineup of Napalm Death. So they are now part of the problem as well, of 80s casual racism.
Do you want to make an apology now?
I will apologise. I apologise for having appeared in Agatha Christie's 10 Little N-Words in 1982. I remember thinking at the time, this is a bit odd, isn't it, to do this now? But the teachers had put it on. Yeah. It wasn't my idea to put it on. I was basically a non-speaking role. And also the play, if you've seen it, it's an island-based murder mystery. It doesn't...
so it's like Knives Out or something?
Yeah, it doesn't endorse racism explicitly.
Before we go, I can't remember what...
Already? You know what? Yeah. I was hoping we'd get to a fun bit.
You want fun? I'll give you fun. I've got something fun to end on. You want fun? We talked about your party last week.
Yeah.
And the confusion of... And I was struck by something that someone who was chairing a debate at your party said. The speaker for the debate was being bowed. It was about whether your party members could also be members of other organisations. And someone was being bowed. And whoever was chairing it said, no booing conference. If you behave badly and are unkind, there will be consequences. which reminded me of many years ago being invited along to a BBC Arts brainstorming session where we had to spend the day in a room, not at the BBC, so we were away from our kind of comfort zone, and a professional brainstorming company came in, and they started off by saying, now today's all about letting your hair down, feeling free, spontaneous. You're here to have fun. All right. That's what today's about. You know, thinking outside the box. You're here to have fun. If there's anyone here who's not prepared to have fun, get out now.
Armando, isn't that the episode of The Thick of It where they go outside to get a phone signal on the slide?
That's right.
You basically got it from that, didn't you?
I got it from that, yes. And I did get out, actually. After about 2 hours of it, I left.
I realised there's just one thing I need to point out before we go, which is that, in case anyone can see, I've got the word ears written on my hands, okay? That's because I wake up every day and I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I had to go to a hearing specialist on the way here. That's why I've got ears written on my hands.
Is it to remind you have ears?
So it's to remind me to go and get them checked out. I know that it'd be like, just thinking someone watching this on social media might think, why has he got ears written on his hands? Because that's his hands.
I know.
Why hasn't he got everything written on his ears, if anything?
I'm facing Stewart, and I can see on his ears I've written the words hands. Well, thanks very much for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week with Natalie Haynes, and we'll be looking at Words of the Year. Why not go and listen to some of our episodes from our back catalogue? We've got loads. Episodes on tough decisions, spooking the markets, and the battle for the soul of the country. Just search for Strong Message here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci, and I'm joined once more this week by Stewart Lee.
Hello.
Hello. And this week we're going to look at the word hallucinations, in particular in reference to AI. That's not me. I know my initials are AI, but please don't, when we discuss AI in this episode, please do not think we're talking about me, okay? What could possibly go wrong? Which is why we're going to be joined by this week's guest, public policy expert and author of Careless People, A Cautionary Tale of Power, Greed and Lost Idealism, a fantastic book about the inner workings of Meta, Sarah Wynn Williams.
Hooray.
Welcome. And I ought to explain, in a programme where it's all about discussing language, we actually have someone whose language has been taken away from them, and that Sarah is not allowed to say anything negative about Meta, the company. And for that reason, we'll not be speaking about Meta directly in this. That's true, isn't it? That's right. I've got that accurate. She's nodding. Yeah. You are our first gagged guest, I think.
Yes, I'm going to be the most quiet guest you've ever had on the podcast.
Very early on when the show first started, I was singing the praises of the book. You're not allowed to sing the praises of your book, are you?
Not.
You're
you
not.
You can't mention your own book.
No, but we can.
Wow.
You're not allowed to publicise it. But I'd
Correct.
say it's a tremendous Christmas gift idea for anyone who's into paranoia and confirmation that everything's as bad as you thought it might be.
Right, but you're not allowed to say anything about it.
I mean, maybe I could say don't buy it.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you a source of frustration to your publicist?
I think I just make everybody's job very difficult.
Yeah, or easy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
either way.
Yeah. Because when you say don't buy it, I'm hearing buy it.
No. You're hearing don't buy it.
Okay, right. Are you restricted in what you can say about Meta?
Right. I have a gag order, so...
Have you been booked by mistake?
It's basically going to be a conversation between you two with me just...
No.
You know, vibes, adding vibes.
No, we booked you for the irony of the fact
some of it's being picked up on little cameras. Are you able to make a disapproving face?
No, my face, I have a neutral poker face.
Right, okay, wow.
There is no face.
Right.
I'm making no expression.
That's how you make your living now, is it? Poker?
I'm communicating nothing.
Okay, great. No, we booked you for the delicious irony that an industry that promotes free speech is also one that...
Do you remember the Iceman who used to melt ice? Do you remember him?
Sorry?
The Iceman who used to melt ice.
What?
It was a cabaret act.
Oh, right, yes,
in the old days on the circuit, he used to melt ice live. I booked him for Resonance Radio once, and we melted ice on the radio, which is really, really good. That's a bit what this is like.
And how many listeners did you get?
7 or 8.
Yes. Yeah. Before we go into all that, I think we have to just tie up some of the loose knots from... We talked about the budget last week.
Yep.
Various things about the budget. We said that nobody understands anything. It's all based on forecasts that are at best educated guesses rather than clear, defined principles and calculations.
Yeah, although Rachel Reeves is now in trouble, isn't she, for trying to manipulate those educated guesses, which is really interesting.
Yes. Yeah. It says something about how bad Labour's communications machine is, that Starmer and Reeves are in trouble for not telling everyone that the finances were actually better than everyone expected.
Yeah, yeah.
If a Chancellor said, I admit it, we're doing rather well, I have to resign.
And that they're being recommended to the ethics committee by a man who used to make hissing sounds at Jewish people.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Guy
of course,
Farage,
yes.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Sorry, I forgot we have to say that. Yeah.
Well, he would say, whether it was hissing, I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it wasn't with intent.
No.
We all agreed. Yeah.
But do you feel you got the measure of the budget in advance of it then, last week?
Well, I'm even more confused now than I was then. There's somebody, when this whole dilemma over what the OBR said about changing its forecasts and when it had told the government came out, one minister was quoted saying, I don't understand what has gone on. I genuinely don't. And that's a minister. And I think there is something weird about the fact that Rachel Reeves is being held to account by a department, the OBR, as we've discussed, can only recommend certain guesswork rather than issue very, very direct and literal estimations. Because part of the problem was it downgraded its expectations of growth and then upgraded it. So she's being lambasted for not paying full attention to a department or an organisation that keeps changing its mind.
Yeah, it's an impossible situation. When you ask, how did they manage to get a good financial outlook and still end up in a comms disaster?
Yeah.
Because 80% of the press have it in for them anyway.
Yes. I mean, my argument is it also reflects badly on the government's comms operation in that this is where they've found themselves.
Yeah.
You know, that how can that happen? When you're sitting on really good figures,
yeah,
it still ends up that you're in trouble and it's your fault. I don't know if ever you have been present on when we've ever added anything to the Keir Starmer metaphor tree.
No, but I'm really excited about
I think, with Advent starting, this is quite a good time to add something to the Keir Starmer metaphor tree. We're going to hang on this metaphor, which he said in a speech earlier this week, talking up the budget. He told his audience he was confident the UK had walked through the narrowest part of the tunnel on the cost of living. And I thought, do tunnels get narrow?
No, it's an incredibly badly designed tunnel, because the problem with that is you drive in with your 6 foot wide vehicle and it would narrow and you'd be trapped in the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, Starmer's gone into the wrong tunnel. It's not, it's like, he's gone if the tunnel is narrowing, it's not a tunnel he should have entered in the first place.
I think was he not thinking of an esophagus? Should he have said that?
He said,
because that's clearer, isn't it? We've swallowed the bitter medicine. It's stuck in our gullet at the moment, but
you can't walk through an esophagus. So you have to say, I have crawled through the narrowest part of the esophagus. He should have said that. He should have said that. That's a good statement.
Yes. And once these figures are squeezed through and enter the stomach and are digested, in 2 years' time, I promise, we will be excreting a happier, rosier outlook.
Actually, if he drew all of his metaphors from digestion, that would be really good.
OK, well, I'm glad we've sorted that one. Another thing that was being resolved this week was the name of the party, Your Party.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at some point in this series, we will look at Your Party, Greens, Lib Dems, the other parties who are now almost on an equal footing in terms of the polls with the main parties. From the point of view of language, I was just thinking, is it going to be confusing calling Your Party Your Party?
Yes, it is, because as soon as they're in Parliament, if suppose they were to become the opposition,
yes,
they would have to say something like, across the benches, they'd have to go, and the problem with your party is that you've done this about, and they go, what, do you mean your party, our party, or your party?
Yeah.
It's such a total non-starter.
Yeah.
It's idiotic. It's also, in the interests of balance, it's really great to be able to have a go at the left about something, because it's normally...
Because we've been accused of being a very right-wing show.
I know, yeah. in the interest of balance, it's. You'd think people on the left would be ashamed to be squabbling about a name after it's been so brilliantly satirised by Python years ago with the People's Front of Judea and the Judean problems. It's a typical thing of the left that its factionalism tears it apart. Meanwhile, when the Tory party is supposed to go that way, a quiet man from the 1922 committee emerges, slaps a few people around, and they go quiet again and present a united front. And it's just to be arguing about whether it's called your party, our party, Popular Alliance, and for the many is such a bad start.
I know.
And your party is the worst possible name they could have chosen.
Well, yes,
for the exact reason that you've just pointed out. It will make any dialogue about the other party involved will collapse immediately under its own semantic weight.
And also, for example, the Labour Party is shortened to Labour.
Yeah.
Conservative Party shortened to Conservative. So is your party going to be shortened to your?
Yeah. It's a shambles, yeah.
I can see questions on television like, what's the your party stance on unfair dismissal legislation? Or if someone's in trouble, is it really your party anymore?
Yeah. Or if they're asking another party, they'll go, what is your position on this?
Yes.
And they'll go, do you mean my position?
Or the
position of your?
Yes. Yes. And it would be hell. I mean, I tell you what would be the perfect storm if it was led by Midge-Ure. Right,
that's never too late.
Right, these are the light amuse bushes before we get into the heady mix of AI. Sarah Wynn Williams, hello. We've established there are certain things you can and cannot say.
Correct.
You are now working in AI. You worked for a long time at Meta, as we now call it in international policy. You left. You're saying nothing. I'll carry on.
I'll keep practicing saying nothing.
And now you're working primarily in AI. What's your take on that?
One of the things that I've been doing since leaving is working on negotiations between the US and China on integration of AI into weapons and whether there should be rules about that.
Right.
So just something relaxing.
Yes. I mean, when you said whether there should be rules on that, that's the thing I pricked my ears up at, because is it not assumed that there should be rules on that?
I mean, that is a subject for negotiation and has been a long negotiation because both countries can see the advantage in not having any rules.
Right.
But there's rules about chemical weapons and attacks on civilians and what counts as legitimate targets. So why have they been so slow on thinking about applying that same logic to the use of AI in weaponry?
I mean, I think the challenge is actually that the development of AI has been so fast.
Okay, right.
And so that's just outpaced. And at the same time, there have been a few issues between the US and China. So getting those rules agreed has become increasingly difficult.
I hadn't given that any thought until you mentioned on the way in that you were dealing with it, and I feel so depressed about that.
Let's not bring up nuclear weapons.
Okay. Well, part of the reason I wanted to discuss it was this very week. There was an interview with Jared Kaplan, who's the chief scientist and co-owner of Anthropic, which was one of the major AI companies, who was talking about, what will happen when AI gets to the state where it can improve itself. And he says, this is in some ways the ultimate risk because it's kind of like letting AI kind of go. And we're going to have to make a decision about what we do. Now, first of all, I mean, the kind of the informality of kind of, as in kind of a big decision. But also, why is that a decision? Why is it seen as a decision that has to be made by us, whether to allow AI to improve itself? Should it just not happen?
I mean, it's like so much of the stuff we could just decide not to.
Yeah.
And yet there seems to be a real reluctance to even have that conversation.
Yeah.
Or to discuss any kind of boundary or limit.
But what's the headline on that article?
Oh, well, the headline, which would be his headline, would be The Guardian's headline, is AI pioneer warns of dangers of humans losing control.
And what page is that on? 19,
Stuart. Page 19.
I think that would be nearer the front, wouldn't you, of the paper?
No, I think it's probably something about puffins or something, I don't know, making a comeback. Yes,
is there no legislation happening, Sarah, because there's too much money involved? Here, for example, the Labour government seem to think that making Britain into an enormous battery for all the machines that need to run AI is the answer to our economic problems. And there was a Labour Minister for Business on talking about AI growth zones, and he was very excited about that. There were going to be 4 or 5 AI growth zones in the UK, and he came on and said how he loved Chat. I always get it wrong. The Chat. What's it? app, and that he'd used it that morning to write the speech that he'd had to give about the AI growth zones, which I thought was awful. So that they kind of think it's the answer. I mean, they kind of daren't legislate against it.
I think that is the thing about AI. It's projected as the solution to everything.
Yeah.
And in fact, even those at the top of the companies don't really know whether that's going to be the case. Or am I being over paranoid here?
I mean, I think they're explicitly putting that in the nation's newspapers.
It is a whole series of top AI executives saying we've got to be careful with what we're doing, while expanding their company and asking for more investment in the company.
But I think to some extent it serves their purpose, right? Like, we've got to be careful. This is so powerful. This is so important. The more that you hype it up, the more that people feel. So that it's dressed up as a warning, but it's also talking up their own book.
Right. And is that because they need to keep growing?
I mean, it's, growth underpins all of these technology companies. That is the beating heart of technology is more.
So what you're saying is talking about the danger of it is a form of marketing as well, because it makes it look like an exciting and powerful thing.
Look, if something feels dangerous and like it shouldn't be happening, people want to know more. I say that as someone who's not allowed to say more, but that does feel like the surest way to make someone want to know and be part of something is to say, "Oh, it's a bit dangerous."
You've talked about the kind of the Minister for Business, the Minister for Technology, and so on, and how we discussed this last week, how politicians are bamboozled by technology and by business, and are far happy to just allow companies that deal with very complex systems to hand over a contract to them with freedom to do what they want.
It's insane. And Peter Thiel, who purportedly thinks that Greta Thunberg is actually the Antichrist, and who, when pressed, doesn't sound entirely convinced that he thinks the human race should endure, his company, Palantir, which he has chosen to name after an evil orb owned by bad wizards in The Lord of the Rings, that company has been given all our NHS data to manage. So all our NHS data has been handed over to a man who, when questioned about whether he feels humanity should continue, is not quick to answer in the affirmative.
That's right.
Very long pause.
Yeah.
Yes, I think for the sake of transparency, I ought to read out what it.
You don't want to misrepresent. You don't want to misrepresent Peter Thiel's position on the necessity of the continuing existence of humanity.
So it was in an interview, New York Times. The reporter says, "Do you think people are raising money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about?" Thiel, yeah. Reporter, "I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?" Thiel, Reporter, "You're hesitating." Thiel, "Well, I don't know. I would. Reporter, "This is a long hesitation." Thiel, "There's so many questions implicit in this." Reporter, "Should the human race survive?" Thiel, "Yes."
I mean, it's such a low ball of a question, right? Do you think humanity should endure? I try to think of a softer question, and the answer is,
yeah.
Don't know. If you wanted to have a soft interview, I don't know how you could be softer.
Yes. Reporters are often accused of being unfairly asking their interviewees
leading questions
or oversimplistic yes or no questions. But if ever that was a yes or no question, do you want humanity to endure? There should only be one answer to that.
What's in it for me, or what are the hours, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. This very week, there was reports that a company called Fulutoy, who make this bear called Kuma, that was linked up to OpenAI, that when prompted, Kuma would respond to questions about kink, suggesting bondage, and role plays as ways to enhance a relationship, and also the easiest place to find knives. So this was a consumer organization testing what Kuma would say in front of children if certain questions were put to it. So the company, of course, withdrew it, did an audit, and then put out a statement saying Fulutoy remains committed to building safe, age-appropriate AI companions for children.
I'm quite a good person to talk about this because I'm only just starting to get to grips with this. I don't use ChatGPT or any of those kind of things, and I suppose all it's doing is it's just taking in the information, isn't it, and regurgitating it. And it's not. I mean, there was a band I liked in the 80s called the Wild Poppies, and they had an album out in the 80s that was one disc, and I knew that in 2014 a 2-disc version came out. I saw that it was on Amazon, but it wasn't clear which one it was, and you can't ask anyone anything on Amazon because it's all gone to AI. So I said to the Amazon AI, "Is this the 1-disc version?" And it said yes. I thought, I'll just check that. So I said, is it the 2-disc version? And it said yes.
Yes.
Because it's found evidence of a 2-disc version. So in this most simple binary form, what AI does, isn't it, is runs with the leading question, which is why Musk has had fun with people asking it, is Elon Musk better than Christ or whatever? Yeah. And it will go, yes. But if you ask him, is he worse? It might put up a bit of a fight before agreeing. But it's going to go with the leading question.
Yes, you talked about weapons. The other thing about AI is, as we've discovered, it's not infallible, it's not foolproof. Is that acceptance of its fallibility ever factored into how these companies are expanding or how they're selling contracts to governments?
I mean, I don't think anyone's solved the hallucination issue with AI, and to me that seems like a very big issue that is yet to be solved. And there are tremendous possibilities from the technology. It's not all like, how do we, get teddy bears to recommend knives to children? Like there are a lot of very...
Oh, yeah.
But to really fulfill them, you have to address the hallucination issue. You have to be able to have information that is reliable, which there isn't a good answer as to how you're going to address hallucination. And the other thing
hallucination, again, is that is a word that you in your industry use to describe the fact that if there's enough wrong information on the internet, then when the AI transposes it all together, it's just going to come up with wrong information itself.
Right, and it's a really good point, because what you're implicitly saying there is like it's far nicer to say hallucination, which sounds like kind of a almost pleasant thing to do, than to say wrong information or lies.
It's tripping rather than it's incorrect.
Right, and again, that might be the West Coast positive spin.
That's a great thing. That's what it is, isn't it? Oh, it's hallucinating. Oh, that's nice.
Right.
But actually, no, it's lying. It's lying about everything.
And that's a very different thing.
And my concern is, like, a lot of these companies, for example, Musk with his rockets, when they blow up, he says, it's all about trying it out, expecting to fail because we learn from a failure. Whenever it blows up, we get so much data and information on why it blew up so that we can improve it. So it's all about test it to destruction, and from that, the information gleaned will then keep improving our model, our service, or whatever. That's fine. But you don't want something that could go wrong, theoretically, applied to weapon systems. Presumably, you want something that's been absolutely guaranteed 100% accurate, open to inspection. So is that the worrying thing, that weapon systems now
that's part of what it
have an inbuilt errancy?
Well, that's part of what attracted is exactly the wrong word, but part of the reason that I was drawn to that work is like, it's one thing, technology is incredibly buggy, right?
Yeah.
And the solutions are often just as brutal as like turn it off and turn it on again, even when you're working with the most sophisticated engineers who've come out of the best universities around the world. And a lot of times they don't even understand why the technology is doing things it shouldn't be doing. And that's one thing if it's, playing, games or some, that's a very, very different thing if it's second strike capability in the South China Sea or, a drone loaded that can autonomously kill humans, right? Like, I do think that there are distinctions, and part of the reason that I wanted to work in this area is that it seemed very important to me that there were some discussion for a start, ideally some policies, even better, some rules. Can
I go back a bit on something? I'm worried that you talking to us is like a god talking to ants that have just realised something. But, you would talk about hallucinations, the idea that AI is hallucinating. But with Musk's Grok, it's not just that it's hallucinating, it's that algorithms are skewing it towards certain... I mean, if you ask Grok about me, it says... Stewart Lee is a British comedian renowned for his surreal, verbose stand-up. Humour thrives on a shared worldview, and his doesn't align with Trump's America. He has limited mainstream appeal, with past tours here hardly packing arenas. I've never been to America. Few outside niche circles.
Then you're not packing their arenas.
Yeah.
So that's true.
That's true.
That's not a hallucination.
You're not packing American arenas.
His pledges amplify his ego. He joins a long line of entertainers who signal virtue while ignoring broader audiences. I mean, it's really glossed. I mean, all those things are true, but it's very politically glossed, isn't it?
Yes.
Whereas if you ask ChatGPT to do a parody of me, it doesn't skew right, but it does conclude with the sentence, blah, blah, blah. I mean, what is a comedian if not an algorithm trained on resentment and Radio 4? It's pretty funny, given
that
I'm on Radio 4 now resenting things. Yes. But But, you know, as soon as you put in something you know about to Grok, it's terrifying.
I had to run in with Grok because it said, somebody asked it about a still from a film. And it said it was from my film, The Death of Stalin.
Yeah.
And I said, no, it's not. And it started engaging with me saying, so which scene in your film is it in? And I said, no, it's not in my film. Okay, so it must, what is it in? Was it a deleted scene then? And I said, no. And then I lied to it and said it was a deleted scene. It was from a dream sequence. It was a musical dream sequence. It didn't fit the tone of the rest of the movie. And they went, right, great to hear it from you. I said, no, I'm lying to you. It's not in my film. And they went, so where in your film is it then? It just couldn't accept that I was right and it was wrong.
Right.
I don't know what that says other than...
Well, what it says is that you know the actual fact and you can't correct it, the machine. Yeah.
But is Grok an outlier for those reasons that Stewart has indicated?
Sycophancy has been an issue across a bunch of different AI models. Mm-hmm. And, you know, OpenAI came out and said that they were toning down the sycophancy.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of concern around, like, actually, is that going to impact growth and usage? Because are people who are using AI for things like therapy, are they going to use it less if they're not hearing such nice things and they don't have this compliant sycophantic? And I think some of the stuff with Grok, like the sycophancy around Musk, got very extreme, sort of saying he was fitter than LeBron James, and you know,
it's actually said this thing this week about who is funnier, Elon Musk or Jerry Seinfeld, and Grok says Elon Musk takes the crown for funnier because his tweets blend sharp absurdity with world-altering stakes. Seinfeld masters precise observational comedy about life's quirks. Yet Elon's chaotic, meme-driven style lands broader, unexpected punches. Humour evolves, but Musk's wit disrupts norms in ways Seinfeld's stand-up entertains without upending them. It's interesting that he's done that thing that all the tech people talk about, disrupting norms.
Yes.
And he thinks the purpose of comedy is to disrupt norms in the way that he would talk about doing it to business. It's really interesting.
What's that phrase near the start about world changing or something?
World-altering stakes.
World-altering stakes. See, it's kind of defining... It's assuming that comedy is, as well as making people laugh, is about world-altering stakes.
Yeah.
When Tommy Cooper comes on and does... He's dead now, obviously.
He died on stage.
He died on stage.
Yeah.
But he didn't sort of go, you know, he's kind of, is it there? You see that?
It wasn't meant to confront our assumptions about society.
No.
It wasn't meme-driven, certainly.
No, certainly not.
Yeah. It took Jesus 3 days to rise from the dead. Would Elon Musk have figured out a way to do it faster? What do you reckon? And Grok says, Elon optimizes timelines relentlessly. Jesus didn't do that, did he? He didn't optimize timelines relentlessly.
Well,
so Elon would likely engineer a neural backup and rapid revival pod to cut it to hours. But resurrection's a divine hack beyond physics. Jesus nailed the miracle without venture capital. 3 days sets the bar high. Faster might have sparked theological debates on overclocking eternity. I mean, it's quite funny by its technical language. Yeah.
Can we just go back to the kind of the language used?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we quoted Peter Thiel saying, you're having to think about whether humanity was worth saving. Do they understand how human beings work? Are you not allowed to comment on that?
They understand how humans work in as much as they know how to keep us online.
Yes.
Like by drip feeding you exciting little bits of information. And then
so they understand our addictive side or dopamine hit-driven side. But that's not all of our nature, is it? It's a specific aspect of our nature.
Yeah. I think if you basically know that humanity's biggest value is to be farmed for data, then maybe you have to stop thinking about people as people and just think about them as farmable machines.
I quoted before, but it's worth quoting again Alex Karp's statement to his shareholders several years ago, who's one of the bosses at Palantir, to his shareholders saying, Palantir is here to disrupt and make our institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. We hope you are in favour of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner. That was to his share. It's that kind of, there could be there is every opportunity there to say, whether or not you agree with Palantir and what it does, there is every opportunity to say, in conflict situations, it's messy, people get hurt, but we're out to protect our national interests or something. You know, you can see the language there, whether you agree with that or not. But the kind of the coldness in which
do you think,
killing becomes
but you're sort of
part of your metric.
I mean, do you think that there's a kind of bloke? I mean, that was the nerd at school that becomes powerful in this tech industry, that enjoys naming his company after an evil orb from Lord of the Rings, and enjoys saying they have to be killed for joke. Is it kind of ironic almost that do they like taking on these? Is that not something? No, okay, you can't talk about that. Is it?
I think what is of concern to people is that a lot of these companies, when they expand exponentially, become so major, they're more powerful or more valuable than major economies. And therefore, a lot of power and influence is invested in one or two individuals. So it's therefore natural that we try to work out what these individuals are like. You know, is the question of legislation, regulation, morality and ethics, are these annoyances to them, or are they something that they're prepared to work with?
That is the response of citizens. Is policy and the problem is it's not sexy or funny but it does matter. And I think part of what we do when we think of technology companies as like the Death Star or Darth Vader is that we make it seem impossible. We make it seem like it can't be done, and that nothing, it's all too big, it's all too far away, it's all too, and it's not.
And how about legislators? Do you find do they fully understand what it is they're grappling with?
I mean, a lot of the time, no, but that's perfectly understandable, right? Like
I didn't understand lots until I came in here today. Now I'm
part of the purpose of this
really
show,
frightened. I'm
not here to frighten you.
This is normally really funny, but it's like a horrible, it's like a chill wind has blown through.
I'm sorry.
No, don't.
I'll go back to being
really
quiet. I'll go back to being quiet.
I'm really grateful.
But I it's meant to be the other way, which is like the stuff is literally in your hands. You literally hold the technology, and you can decide how you use it. You know, I think we've sort of got into this perspective of it feeling too overpowered, and it's not.
Okay, but how do we, I mean, you said a lot of politicians don't understand. How do we get to that point where they do, and therefore know what they need to do to make it work?
Yeah, so I think that is, you talked before about, data centers and politicians being like, okay, we'll just turn, this country into a giant data center. And I have to believe that they've never actually been in a data center, because there is no way, if you have been in a data center, that you think it's going to be a huge generator of jobs. It's a silent warehouse, right? Yeah. So again, it's going to, I hate the answer, but it comes back to us, right? Asking the questions, making sure, like, it's all about having that sort of accountability and responsibility pushed up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, on a practical level, I tell my children not to use a chat GPT or AI for anything, right? And they're doing pretty well. Because I can show them that it told my friend, the film director Bernard Mann, was coming over here. And he thought, I wonder what Stu's up to. And he looked me up on ChatGPT and it said I was dead, right? So I can show them that, and so I can say, don't use it for your essays. It says I'm dead, right? But I don't have any control over my nieces and nephews or over my sisters.
Are you a hallucination?
I am. Yeah, I am a hallucination. I'm trying to say to people, you've got to fact check. Don't rely, But they just think you're like some stupid old fart now. It's gone. It's done. And when the Labour minister came on, the business guy, and said that he'd written some of the questions, he'd written his speech using ChatGPT this morning, I thought, what do we pay you for? We pay you you've got that job to use your own brain and your own thoughts, not to defer it to what essentially is going to be data harvested by someone with its own business interests as well. Yeah.
I think that's it. It's politicians who sound impressive because they say they have a keen interest in business. But that doesn't mean to say that they have been in business and understand the business of AI and the business of tech. My favourite quote it was Peter Kyle, who was, I think, the science and technology minister, but he's now moved on. But my favourite quote about him was from Marina Hyde, who described Peter Kyle as someone who always comes off as a man playing a businessman in a play about business, which is that thing of there are certain politicians who like to display themselves as the people who do understand what's going on. And those are the ones that I don't know if you've met them. Are you convinced they really do understand the ins and outs of AI and where it's going?
The optimistic take on what both of you are saying is that eventually there's going to be a premium placed on people who are not relying on this technology.
Like and real ale.
Right. Like you're eventually the value.
Vinyl.
The value of the human is going to exponentially increase. I mean, that's what you have to hope
I
for.
believe that is true.
Yes, I believe that's true, right? Like there is a logic to it, and it should, if anything, make us feel a lot better.
My daughter last night showed me an AI-generated American rock song about what a great bloke Charlie Kirk was. Because obviously probably no musician's going to write that, but it sounded like a sort of soulful power ballad about that. And, but I think you can tell. I think you can tell with music, and I prefer to see models in films that have been handcrafted than CGI, because I like to see the human element at work. But I wonder whether the premium will have the same premium as sort of organic food does, and whether 90% of the population will be eating the chicken nuggets of AI-generated content, whereas the elite will go and listen to someone playing an acoustic guitar beautifully. Is it going to be, and it will cost 10 times more? Is that what's going to happen? Will there be an economic premium placed on human-generated content?
I guess really sorry to interrupt, but we're going to need to wrap it up in a moment.
Oh, right, we are, yes.
But we can't wrap it. I don't know the answers. I'm still frightened.
I mean, I think
we can't stop until
I think we can't leave from
here.
We've
got to sort everything out.
I think we have to come up with our own ecosystem. And
Can I quote this? Right,
which is,
I think we like to think there's good people involved in all this technology and bad people, but they're all so interconnected. This AI company's not so bad. Okay, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, met his husband in Peter Thiel's hot tub at 3 a.m. Small world.
And that's all real, you see.
Yeah.
That's the value of human contact.
That's where you should wrap it up, because you've managed to make it sound optimistic in some way.
Okay, before we go, we're going to be doing a listener's mailbag episode over the new year, so we want your most hated political phrases or any thoughts on things that we should cover or indeed have covered. Please send your emails to strongmessagehere@bbc.co.uk. Thanks for listening to Strong Message Here. I'll be back next week, and why not go and listen to some of our episodes from our back catalogue? We've got episodes on the climate, the tepid bath of managed decline, and even weird Turkish barbershops. Just search for Strong Message Here and subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message Here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci, or if you're listening to the Spotify transcript of this programme, I'm our manager, Ucci. And I'm joined this week by two returning members to this verbal hellscape that is Strong Message Here, Natalie Haynes and Stewart Lee.
Thanks for having us.
We're going to look in a bit at the phrase, "Don't spook the markets." Yeah. I think we all know why. But prior to that, I just want to drill down on Nigel Farage's extremely clear and fulsome apology. Not really apology, but explanation. In response.
I mean, not really clear or fulsome either, to be fair.
Not even an explanation. Really.
Okay,
it was just a response to people asking him about these reports of racist language.
Yeah.
Well, we can explore what it was. Yeah. His answer to questions about reports of him allegedly at school in Dulwich College 40 whatever years ago making persistent racist remarks. When asked directly if he'd ever racially abused anyone, he said no, not with intent. When the reporter said, "I don't know what with intent means," he replied, "No, you wouldn't."
I mean, that's a curious turn of phrase, isn't it?
Yes.
So the problem is the interviewer who wouldn't understand the nuance that he's using when he says that he didn't, with intent, racially abuse people.
It implies there are two modes of speaking there, where you say things without intent.
Yes.
And you say things with intent, but I don't know how you're meant to recognise.
So you say things without intent because they're just
noise.
Words? Okay, right, yeah.
I think what Farage is trying to say to get out of it is that it wasn't his intent to be racist.
Yes.
Right? Even though he used racist words and made hissing noises like a gas chamber and sang a George Formby song which he had adapted to be racist.
It is reported and alleged.
Okay, it was reported by 20 witnesses going back decades. So he is saying that it was just fun and it wasn't meant to be racist, even though all the content was about race and the people it was directed to were specific racial minorities.
Yes.
Right? It's not impossible to think that could, we've all been in situations where amongst your friends of different racial minorities, they will use that language or allow you to use it in fun. If you trust someone and know them, you can discuss those things and use those words. Some people are even able to do it with an audience. Frank Skinner doesn't, but Frank Skinner is a very good example of someone who takes an audience into his trust and is able to say anything.
In his reply to the reporter, he did push the banter button, which is, look, first of all, I can't remember what I said 49 years ago.
Very long time ago.
But I am certain it wasn't intentionally racist.
Yeah, but you know what I hate about the word banter? Is it flashes me back to the mid-90s when the Stephen Lawrence killers being caught on video using those words, and then Martin Bashir saying to them, so why did you say all those things? And they said, banter, Martin, harmless banter. I remember that phrase, and of course all of those people went on to have been...
But it's
associated with a race crime.
Yeah, but it is a catch-all word that is now used more and more by people as a get-out for something that cannot be
it's really
explained
otherwise. Isn't it? Because it means that you're part of an in-group.
Yes.
The in-group is the group that has banter, and it has its own special language often. And so it's a way of othering everybody else who's not in your special in-group, who therefore won't understand the nuance with which you use language that if somebody else was using it might be offensive, but when you do it, it's somehow different. It's so grimy.
It's almost like it's a kind of crime-free zone when you apply banter. The banter area where you can go in and you can hurl abuse at anyone and anything.
I think the idea of it being legitimate is dying away, though. I mean, my kids are teenagers and they do a parody of banter. They'll do something awful. They go, just banter, it's just banter, mate, just bantering. Right, they do that, right? But also, what a lot of listeners won't know is Natalie was a great stand-up before she became a respected classicist, and at the very least, the tallest comedian on the circuit at one point. But what they talk about
since
now,
been superseded by like Greg Davis.
What they talk about now, they go, you're young comics. They're going, I've been working on my bantering skills. I think, don't do that because it will just create awful viral moments where you're arguing with someone in the front row about how fat they are or something. I hate the whole idea of banter.
Well, I'm always suspicious when banter is raised as a reason, not just as a reason that J.D. Vance, remember about 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was a whole WhatsApp group of Republican Nazi slogans, I love Hitler and all that, which J.D. Vance said, the reality is that kids do stupid things, especially young boys. They tell edgy, offensive jokes. That's what kids do. But these were guys in their 20s and early 30s in jobs rather than from a distant past where people said that and thought it was fine.
Yeah.
But that's weird too, isn't it? Infantilizing adults to that degree is a really strange thing to do.
Well, that's when the original and the first Trump campaign, when the tapes of him with talking about, grab him by the pussy, they said, that was banter. That was locker room talk. That's right.
Yeah. Locker room talk is the sex banter.
It's sex banter.
Yes. Just to clarify.
There's a Venn diagram overlap.
So banter is non-sexual, but there's then sex banter.
Yeah, but there's some banter that can be locker room talk, and there's also locker room talk that can be banter.
Right.
But they overlap.
But they're not the same.
They're not the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I saw a clip the other day of Elon Musk on Joe Rogan's podcast, which is a place you
this isn't going to end well, is it?
No, I know. This
it seems so promising. I don't understand.
What Elon Musk is showing off to Joe Rogan that he's invented a kind of bantering machine, right?
Oh, right.
Please stop talking.
No, seriously. He was showing off to Joe Rogan
your dystopian
that he's got an AI thing going that can, if you walk into a party, this AI will look at your face, right? And then it will start doing a vulgar roast of you. That's what Musk kept saying. He'll do the vulgar roast of you. And then, because it'll work out what you like from looking at your face. And the machine will do a vulgar roast of you. And you can turn the setting up so the roast is even more vulgar. It's going to be amazing. He's basically creating a banter program. So you'll go go into a place and Elon Musk's AI banter machine will go, "You fucking bold twat," or something at you like that, and then it will like.
So how many rainforests are being felled?
I know
to feed this
in order to
weird
replicate
banter
a
machine.
bad compare from 1993.
I know, it was awful.
I don't understand.
It was a terrible thing to see because obviously that's what Rogan thinks is funny anyway.
Okay.
And also Elon Musk, it was sad because you realise that behind the destruction of social media, he's just someone that wants attention and wants to be liked. And he thinks if he invents a funny robot that can be rude to people, everyone will want to be his friend.
I mean, there is something desperate about somebody who wishes they were funny but isn't.
But can't.
And it does kind of...
Does the jokes like when kids first learn about humour but can't get it right?
Yeah.
So they say, you know, what's big and in a car purple? You know, it doesn't make any sense, but it has the rhythm of a joke. But well, Elon Musk does that.
Yeah, he does.
Or he just calls you an idiot and laughs.
Or a paedophile.
Or whatever, and then laughs.
It's harmless banter.
It's harmless.
It's harmless banter. I mean, I think that's something we've got to look out for. We need to in politics, banter has already ruined comedy. Yeah. We can't have it ruining politics.
If people knew earlier than now that banter was a great get out for things that they were otherwise convicted of saying and that were criminal, be people like...
The Nuremberg trials would have been shorter, wouldn't they?
All banter. Yeah, the Goebbels diaries. Goebbels saying, look, you've just got to be loud to get heard.
Yeah.
Talking of the Nuremberg trials, this isn't relevant, but it's absolutely fascinating. You know, the musical act Wilson, Keppel and Betty did an Egyptian dance around a woman dressed as a princess. That woman was a main reporter at the Nuremberg trials.
That is a tremendous fact.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But resisting the urge to do the dance. Because tonally, it's not banter, it's a sort of, it's play, it's tomfoolery.
Yeah, tomfoolery. Tomfoolery's physical banter.
Yes.
You need to add this to your Venn diagram now.
You have locker room tomfoolery.
I don't know, I hope not.
If Guy Fawkes had said it was just tomfoolery, I don't know what the problem is.
I mean,
flammable tomfoolery.
Well, but would banter extend to cover the Tory councillor's wife who said that the migrants should be burnt in the hotels? Is that not banter because it's not funny enough?
I don't know if it's is it digital banter?
Digibanter. Digibanter. That's the kind of thing you like. New words. Digibanter.
Okay, talking of new words then. I think we've settled. We've clarified the farage.
We're against banter. That's what we've discovered.
New words here, because we're going to look at the budget now. To explain, we are recording this the day before the budget. You are hearing this the day after the budget. I personally feel as if I've heard the contents of the budget for the last 6 months. Because they've been, and we're told that there's not going to be a big major tax thing. There's going to be lots of small taxes. So it's going to be a smorgasbord budget. A smorgasbord budget.
Yeah.
That's the new word I propose. Smorgasbord budget.
That's 2 words already.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or 1 if you're not listening to the podcast version. Because the bit we've just done won't make this bit.
But we went for the phrase of the week, spooking the markets, because the budget will rise or fall by how convinced the markets are that the economy is sound. And I keep hearing this phrase, spook the markets. I keep asking myself, it never used to be like this. It never used to be that every plus and minus in the economy was determined by how the markets would react. It's become the central defining aspect of what chancellors can do now.
Yeah, and it's so opaque and mysterious because, I mean, I'm probably the most ignorant person here of this, but I don't even understand really what the market is.
Notice how neither one of us, Natalie, said, "No, you're not."
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Right.
But you don't understand how No, I do not understand. I don't think anyone knows how the markets work because they aren't.
They don't exist.
Because it used to be the stock market, right?
Yeah.
And we all knew what that meant. That meant that people owned a share in a company, and then you were like, "But now there are bond markets," and you go, "Oh, okay, what is that?"
What's that?
And the whole thing has gone kind of tumbleweedy. And then it turns out that is investing in the government, right? So the government is basically saying, hey, investors, bet on the future of the UK, and then you'll get some return for your money.
How the government budgets its finances is therefore dependent on something that is almost by definition erratic and unpredictable.
Right. Because otherwise there wouldn't be stock market crashes.
Yes.
Right? It's because everybody panics.
Exactly. I've never been impressed by the markets in that, for example, earlier this year, if you remember, there was a point where Rachel Reeves was seen being tearful in the House of Commons. There was a rumour going around it's because she had been sacked. So the markets did a nosedive.
Yeah.
And then it turned out it was to do with personal family reasons or something personal. So the markets rallied on the case of a space of about an hour.
So it might have been like a cat was ill, and that
caused
a massive...
So why are we pinning everything on a group of, let's face it, really frightened men?
Yeah, really, really irrational people with a kind of herd mentality of craziness.
Yeah.
Because you're right, we've been hearing stories about the budget. It might be this, it might be that, it might be this, it might be that for months now. And the thing it is most like this year is the endless, it might be this, it might be that. I think the professional term is clowning about the Taylor Swift album.
What?
Do you know what I mean? In which, as we're waiting for it to come out, there are just loads of teenage girls going, there's a clue here. She's left a secret message here. She wore this colour on stage 2 years ago in this place, and therefore it means this.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're watching. It's like Rachel Reeves has had a slightly difficult day with her perhaps imaginary cat. And therefore, it means this. Does it though?
Yeah.
Does it?
But that is modern though, because when my kids were younger, I had that experience as well. If they when a new album came out when I was young, you knew nothing about it. You might have heard the single.
It was a mystery. Yeah, there'd been a single, and then that gave you half of an idea
and then
about what it was going to be.
And then when it came out, it was really exciting and you couldn't believe it, And it was the same with films, everything. You didn't know what they were going to be. There weren't teaser campaigns.
Yeah, you'd seen a trailer if you'd gone to a film 3 months earlier.
Yeah, but like with that Taylor Swift, I mean, my kids were into, when they were young, into a band called 21 Pilots, and when one of the albums came out, we had to drive around East London photographing posters that had codes on that would get them into this sort of online adventure game that gave you a preview of the record. And that is what this budget's been like, isn't it?
But less fun.
Less fun. Yeah.
Whereas if Rachel Reeves had put clues all around the UK...
Yeah. Budget of a showgirl, come on, bring it.
Yeah, that would have been good fun.
It would have been fun because we would have arrived at what the budget is without having to wait for the actual speech in the House of Commons.
But when you look back at all like political announcements when we were young, I mean, I was watching the BBC archive of the election 1972 or whatever.
Oh, I remember.
People just kind of turn up in a.
It's hilarious.
They turn up in like a mini of some guy gets out of a minivan with a long coat on, and the results are in like a plastic bag or something.
I saw one. I can't remember I think it was like in the 1960s, and it said, and Bob here is with his team of brain boxes, and it turned to lots of Oxford or Cambridge students in their 20s, but looking like 45-year-old men with bow ties, perched on desks. There were about 5 of them, and they were the ones who were going to kind of in their head calculate the percentages and swings and so on.
Yeah,
it was like a gentleman's club.
Yeah, like a gentleman's club. Yeah, or like when all we knew about the budget was that it was in a little case.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's a bit like the results of a tombola are being read out, wasn't it? It has the feel of a teaser campaign for a major film.
Yeah, well, like Pulp Fiction with the mysterious case that has a thing in it, but we can't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, because it used to be that these things were secret. In fact, there was one chancellor, Hugh Dalton, in 1947, Labour chancellor in 1947, was sacked for leaking key lines of his budget to a reporter.
Yeah.
That was regarded as a sackable. Whereas the last 6 months have been, we're hearing that there might be tax rises on such and such. We're hearing
because everything's done like a sort of focus group. Like you leak your plan, you see how it goes down, then you change your mind if the papers don't like it.
But there's no sense, is there, that there's an actual kind of guiding principle to any of it. It's just like, is everyone cross with me? I'd better not do it.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't.
Who's loudest in denouncing me? Then I shouldn't do that.
It doesn't feel ideological or financial. It feels like just responsive to things.
And there was a kind of a loop in the last couple of weeks when it was rumoured that Rachel Reeves was going to put up income tax. I think the markets quite liked that because it sounded like, she was guaranteeing a certain level of income. Then, because she was told by the Office for Budget Responsibility that the finances were slightly better than they had originally said, the rumour then went round that she wasn't going to put up income tax. So the bond market started going down, which added to the cost of interest repayments on government loans, which meant there was more pressure to put up income tax. So it was this kind of self-perpetuating loop where everything reacts to the last person who said something, everyone reacts to whatever the last person said to them.
Yeah. The problem is that we can't visualise the markets either. Like when I think of a market, I think of the bullring market in the 70s.
Nice. Yeah, great.
Right? Crombie coats for sale and things that only sell tapes of Aled Jones and popular Irish singers and stuff, right?
Wait, am I going to be able to get a pair of second-hand para boots?
Exactly,
Thank you,
but
good.
Not in these markets, you can't, because they're just about ideas. And the whole of the world of finance seems like that to me. It seems like a mysterious, ungraspable, ineffable sort of thing. My son became, when he was a precocious teenager, he used to go and photograph the city of London. He liked the weird buildings and stuff. And he'd go into the foyers of these buildings, and he didn't know whether they were open to the public or whether they were private or whatever. It's really hard to even understand what loads of them are. And they've got names like the Guild of whatever, and you can't really figure it out. He went into one of the finance buildings and asked the bloke what it was. And the security guard said, "Come and see this." And he took him into a room where there was a massive fish tank with a strange, like jelly-like egg in it, like a shark's egg or something. Yeah. And he let him hold the egg. And the creature that lives in that egg decides on the interest rate. But that's what it's like.
That is what it's there.
But you say that in jest.
Yeah.
But it's actually true.
I was reading in Tim Shipman, who was on a couple of weeks ago, and his book out about the last 10 years. When it comes to his reporting on the Liz Truss mini budget that caused all the trouble. Apparently, what was the key factor in them having to decide, we've got to junk what we've just said in the mini budget, sack the Chancellor, do a complete U-turn, was that Britain's pensions industry was on the verge of collapse because of something called liability-driven investments, which apparently is to do with how pension funds invest on risk. And the mini budget was talking about spending so much money without guaranteeing any income or any cuts to make up for it, that it was on the verge of collapse. And the frightening thing was, according to Tim Shipman, no one knew how these things worked. So it was all coming as a surprise to them. So one senior civil servant was quoted in the book saying, nobody, including the governor or anyone at a senior level, had ever heard of these things. And Liz Truss was quoted as saying, I literally don't know anything about it. Literally nothing. So the first they were hearing about it was when the Bank of England said, there are these things called liability-driven investments, and they could crash our pensions industry tomorrow. That's how uncertain everything is. Yeah. And that's why it isn't an exact science, in that people are sort of, it's a sort of weird, it's not quite a fiction. It's a system of guesswork and predictions. It's a way of measuring confidence in something rather than in measuring the thing itself.
But only if you allow for the fact that everybody involved in it is basically experiencing the same mass hysteria.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Which I don't find reassuring.
Yeah.
But when you said it's a way of measuring, the markets are a way of measuring confidence in something, that's the first time I've understood really anything anyone said about this whole thing.
Shall we just leave it at that?
Yeah. A way of measuring confidence in something that's necessary for everyone to just believe, isn't it? It just almost comes down to that.
Yeah, but only if you allow for the fact that everybody involved in it is basically experiencing the same mass hysteria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I don't find reassuring.
Yeah. On that thing about the mass hysteria and panic, would it be better if instead of calling it the markets, we called it the children? So as in, the budget obviously went down well here, but we're still waiting for the reaction from the children. Yeah.
The histrionic children.
The histrionic children. Yeah. The worried children. Yeah. We'll be hearing about the children in Southeast Asia this evening. And then tomorrow morning, the children in America will be waking up. And that's when we'll hear from them. Will that explain it more? Yeah. We'll explain it better.
It would be. Did that. Especially if small hysterical children were sent out to explain the market's response. That would work really well. Yeah, with like jam all over them and stuff.
Running around screaming because they've had too much sugar. Yeah. That's basically the vibe.
I can't remember what it was I said that kind of explained everything. Measure of confidence in something.
I think that's a real breakthrough. That is. I think you've actually achieved something.
Thank you.
I never understood it before.
No, what I should do then is take out some kind of patent or copyright on that.
On that phrase.
Right?
Yeah.
and then ask people if they want to buy into my ownership of that phrase.
Good idea.
Yeah? And then once enough people have bought into it...
You'll be a market.
I'll be a market, and then I can
then you can run around screaming.
I can go public and sell... What I don't know what I'm selling. Am I selling my understanding? I'm selling my understanding of how markets work.
Yeah.
I'm selling that.
Yeah.
And then when that reaches a certain critical high, I can sell my shares in it at a profit.
Yeah.
And then watch.
You can watch as other people degrade confidence in the second-hand idea of Armando Iannucci understanding the market.
Right.
Are you talking Armando down?
Because the last thing you want to do is spook me.
Yeah, that's another word that gets bounced around. It's spook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you were an elite racehorse, and at any minute you might suddenly shy.
Or just
from a difficult fence.
Or just scarper off in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The markets are sort of, they're jittery, aren't they?
Yeah.
The jittery markets.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only thing I know about racehorses, because obviously, like Stewart, I grew up in Birmingham and it's not a big thing there, is from The Adventure of Silver Blaze. So all I'm thinking is we just need to like paint one of your legs and then we can pass you off as a different person, a different satirist. And it'll all be fine.
Okay. Do I have a handicap?
I was going to say, you've just agreed to that really easily. I thought it was going to take more persuasion. We're just going to paint one of your legs. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Great. I'm glad this has gone well.
I'm glad we're right. So, Andy Burnham was actually criticised for saying, we shouldn't be in hock to the bond markets. And I don't think he was saying, just ignore what happens. I think he was trying to argue that this is a strange position we've found ourselves in, where we're having to adjust or influence our economic decisions on the day-by-day noise that comes from the markets.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether this is something, even though we've compared the markets to screaming, frightened children, is there not part of us that are also unintentionally impressed by someone if they say they're from business?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No,
I don't think so. Because I always hear the word business whenever, and honestly, this even happens in my head when I have to log on to my business account. Just cost me not to do it then. I always hear the word in the voice of Sam the American Eagle from the Muppets. Business! Like that every single time. So whenever anyone says it, I'm going, business! Every single... It does make it really hard to respect them.
I think of my gran saying that a dog has done his business in the garden.
Also good.
That's what I always think of when I think of business.
But I think politicians, when they hear the word business, or someone is from business, they feel they have to sit up and take notice.
You're right. They think if they can get the approval of business, then it sort of legitimises something. And of course, one of the things that turned everyone against Boris was when he said "fuck business," wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you have to bleep that out, but he said "f business" when business was worried about Brexit.
So we've established it's quite complicated. And
although you've got nearer to,
I've got nearer to. I have that special, and we'll put the link up. Online if you want to buy into my understanding of the markets. But in tandem with that, politicians then try and use a language that as an attempt to simplify what they are doing. So they talk about the broadest shoulders are going to have to bear the burden here. The pound in your pocket, there's a real Labour budget with Labour values, whatever that means now. That attempt to kind of encapsulate it in a phrase that sounds understandable, sounds familiar.
Yes.
But
it's not super familiar, is it? That sense of those with the broadest shoulders have to carry it. And you go, well, where is that? Are you referencing Atlas carrying the weight of the heavens on his shoulder? Okay, fine. And then like Hercules comes along and holds them for a while. So, okay, that's two people now then I can think of who are going to pay taxes. Who else has unusually broad shoulders?
Cockney spivs.
Okay, yeah. So people in the 80s.
People in the 80s
with
those power suits,
great big shoulder pads.
I have very broad shoulders, actually.
Okay, so Stewart is volunteering to pay tax alongside Atlas and Hercules.
They put an electric charge through me for some medical reason, and I had I've got much more bone than the average person. And it's much heavier than the average person. I know that's an excuse that fat people make, but I've got massive, like dinosaur-like shoulders.
You are genuinely big boned.
Yeah, and I've got my skull has got about twice as much bone as anyone else's in it.
Right.
It's all like, there you are.
Well, this is useful.
I'll do it.
This will keep you safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you can shoulder this burden, literally and metaphorically.
Millennia from now, when the aliens arrive and start excavating our burnt out radioactive world.
Yeah.
And they come across a big-boned, big-skulled fossil.
Yeah.
They'll know
that it was me. They'll listen to this.
This is what a stand-up comedian looked like.
It's not a reference to Marxist economic theory, I think, but they have to be careful quoting that.
Yeah.
That's too recent for me. I can't help you. Yeah. I just don't know. Have the Romans left Britain? Then I don't know.
All right.
It was very Roman in the classical era. People who wanted to become emperor or who mounted a code started putting coins out with their face on them.
Put your face on a coin.
Yeah, that was seen as a way of making yourself legitimate.
Definitely, and it gets you round the issues of not having enough money as well. So Rachel Reeves could try this. You just essentially... you adulterate the metal of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
So when Mark Antony needs to pay his troops and he doesn't have any money, he just puts out coins with less silver in, and everybody is getting paid it, and you can still trade it. I'm not saying this is guaranteed financial advice from me. I'm not trained.
Just bring out coins.
You know what I like about that, though? In a world of abstractions, you're talking about
actual physical coins.
Now people talk about cryptocurrency. I've got no idea what that is. What's a non-fungible token?
It's a token that can't funge, or that has no funge. I think has no funge.
Or hasn't been funged.
Or hasn't been funged. It lacks
funge deficient.
Yeah.
Let's call it that, a funge deficient token. Then it would make more sense. I miss funge. There used to be loads of it, didn't there? You never see it anymore, do you? Like white dog shit and
it's all gone. It's part of the 70s, showing your age.
The summer of funge.
Kids today don't know what funge is. They think you're making it up when you tell them about it.
Alas, that is what's happening. Things are being made up and we're all falling for it.
I mean, I don't really understand what some kinds of money are now or how they are generated.
I mean, crypto for me sums up what I've always felt about the markets, which is it is this nebulous thing that you cannot touch.
Yeah.
Isn't it just a confirmation of that?
Yeah.
It is faith,
it's
isn't it?
Faith
I promise to
distilled
pay.
into an obscure place.
Yeah, but there's so's a pound. No, I promised to pay the bearer the sum of. That's what it said. So even what we understood as physical money was a contrick, wasn't it? It was just a symbol of money.
I guess I find it easier to comprehend like one level of abstraction. So I used to have, a silver coin, and then somebody replaces it with paper, which says this is worth the equivalent of this silver coin.
Yeah.
That I can understand. The bit where there are a bunch of people somewhere, but I don't know where,
it's that thing
doing something that I don't fully understand, but I know it creates loads of carbon emissions to create mysterious kind of meta currency, which changes in value relative to regular currency, but I don't know how or from what cause. And then that's suddenly a thing that you can talk about as though it were real.
I'd love to tell you, but you would have to pay me.
I'd have to invest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's for anyone listening to that. If you want to sign up to my currency Substack.
Yeah, I'd like to buy myself a cryptarm.
A cryptarm.
If that's possible. I'd like to invest in one cryptarm.
Cryptocurrency sounds like a word that you would have made, made up.
Yeah.
But it's pointing at me.
I know, but it's a real word.
It is a real word. Just looking at budgets past, everything tends to fall on where the press or the media can identify certain taxes and give them a label that sticks. So as well as, the petrol tax. There was at one point the pasty tax.
Pasty tax,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, very hard on the touring comedian, of course.
It was, yeah. That was complicated,
sustained
wasn't it?
By Greggs, aren't we?
There's something about with the temperature of the pasty, didn't it come down to that?
Yeah.
It was whether you could eat it cold or I can't remember.
So you were taxed wherever...
Yeah.
Degree, temperature...
Yeah, per degree.
Yeah.
Per degree.
Yeah.
Any things that should be taxed?
Well, I think you should tax nostalgia at the moment. I think if people were encouraged not to be nostalgic, a lot of our immediate problems would be wiped out.
Right.
I don't know how you quantify nostalgia, but then that doesn't seem... Maybe the people that are involved in the markets could do it, so they seem to be good at quantifying abstraction.
Yes. I mean, they will come up with a scheme, come what may.
Yeah.
I think speculation should be taxed.
All right.
Because not only that, but I think it should be used to supply energy.
Yes.
I think.
Okay. I would tax noise because of where I live. I think if you have a car or a motorbike that makes us over a certain decibel level, you should have to pay per decibel over that. And then all the tax should be put aside and used to buy earplugs for people like me.
Or to make felt roads.
Yes.
So that
yours is a better idea. Felt roads.
Felt roads.
I will march under this placard.
Reducing the noise problem at one fell swoop.
And leaf blowers are illegal. Did I mention that? They are illegal now.
All right.
In my budget that I'm making. Yeah.
Yeah. A budget is just about money. It's
Details.
not about all law. So if someone's found blowing leaves, they are arrested.
If they are using their physical body to blow on a leaf, that's all right.
Well,
if they use anything mechanised, they're banded.
Thank you for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week. All of our previous episodes are available in our feed, so make sure you're subscribed on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I'm Armando Iannucci, or if you're listening to the Spotify transcript of this programme, I'm Amanda Iannucci, and I'm joined again by Stewart Lee. And this week we're going to talk about, quote, the deep disillusionment in this country, unquote. Words from Wes Streeting, who's actually in the government. Why did the Health Secretary feel the need to say that?
He wants someone to do something about it.
Yes. He's having a stiff word with himself. But before we dig deeper into disillusionment, immersive. A lot of things are... This is a word I'm seeing more and more on posters.
Yeah.
The word immersive.
It makes you think the thing is going to be better because it's going to be immersive.
Yeah, but it's an artificial... I mean, basically, I've seen it, the Lego immersive experience. Yeah. And then there was one about a volcano, Vesuvius, the immersive. Then the reason I bring it up is I've now seen one that says the Titanic, an immersive experience.
That's wrong. You shouldn't go on that.
No.
That'll end really badly.
If there's one fact we all remember about the Titanic, it was fully immersed.
Well, two things on that. Not everything has to be immersive.
No.
There's a vogue at the moment for taking artworks that were painstakingly created by the greatest artists of all time to be seen in 2 dimensions and making them into 3-dimensional immersive experiences that you walk through, therefore defeating the entire point of what Monet was trying to achieve with the water lilies.
Yes.
He was trying to make you use your imagination to feel like you're in an immersive experience. And if he had had the opportunity, he wouldn't necessarily have created one using 3D technology.
That's right, because if you want to turn that into a 3D thing, then you might as well go to the place that he was trying to...
Yes, just go to the place.
Trying to turn into art.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah. Life is immersive if you choose to view it as such. I mean, if you wander around, look at things, smell things, get into random conversations with strangers, touch stuff, you can have a really great immersive experience all the time.
I've always thought when tells you how old we both are, when the phrase virtual reality first became a thing, I thought, the clues in the word virtual is nearly reality. Yeah. Do you know? It's almost reality.
But you know what is reality?
What?
Reality is.
Yes.
And you can just have that anyway.
I know.
Look at that. That's really good fun touching that.
You've just, for the listeners, he's just fondled the microphone.
That is an interesting thing to touch. This is the way you have to approach the world.
But this is a thing on this, it's been going for a while now, this noises close up to, what's that called? Not ADHD. It's something like that. ASMR, I think. ASMR.
What's that?
It stands for Armando Strokes Microphone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
So I thought, actually, the one thing, if I would go and see a buoyant experience of the Titanic, not an immersive one.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, the people on the Titanic themselves were desperately trying to avoid that immersive experience.
Yeah. And sadly, no longer with us.
No.
Good, that's cheered everyone up. Just in time to talk about deep disillusionment in this country, which was something Wes Streeting said at the weekend.
It was immersive disappointment, immersive disillusionment.
Well, yeah. So the UK at the moment is, if you're into like a broken country, you should go to the immersive UK experience at the moment, where... You can chant at a Travelodge. You can chant terrible things at a Travelodge. You can be Home Secretary for the day,
That's a really funny phrase. Chanting at a Travelodge is really... we look back on, people will look back on this era and go, it was the era of chanting at the Travelodge.
Yeah, the summer of. Summer of Travelodge chants.
That sounds much better, because when I talk about the summer of flags, I find that slightly intimidating. Such of chanting at Travelodge. Yeah. It's kind of a beautiful idea.
Great, we've turned it around. We should actually be advisors to Wes Streeting, who went on to say there is a growing sense of despair about whether anyone is capable of turning this country round.
Well, he'd know, wouldn't he? Because he's right at the centre of the organisation whose job is to turn it around.
That's right. And of course, Farage has said, Britain is broken. All this, I think, reached a head when the prisoner, Hadush Kabatu, was mistakenly released on Friday instead of being taken to be deported and then arrested on Sunday. That's when Farage said Britain is broken. But I also thought there's an unrealistic expectation from all of us that everything should be working in perfect order by those who have been in power for just over 1 year. Or, for example, the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, who's been in charge for 6 weeks. And yet the response to what happened was Chris Philp, which I think is a Dickensian name, Philp, the shadow Justice Secretary, said that he was shocked that this inept Labour government let him out in the first place. Yeah. As if David Lammy came up with the keys and went, are you for going or are you for staying? I think just go over to the train station over
Here's
there.
£65.
Here's £65.
Well, so many things about that. First of all, Chris Philp is a very useful person for the opposition, because he's kind of like a dog with a firework tied to it. You can send him off into a situation. The things he will say will be contradictory. It will not be able to maintain a consistent position, and they won't make sense. But what he's guaranteed to do, like a dog with a firework tied to it in a crowd of people, is just create confusion that then distracts from whatever the problems are or whatever faults there are in his own party. He's really, really useful character. I think that's why he's still there. The thing about Chris Philps is that as well as being like a dog with a firework tied to him, his name just sounds wrong, which is why whenever he's talked about, people call him by a variety of different names.
That's right, yes.
Philps, Phip, Flips, Flips.
The reason I said he sounds Dickensian, because it's in Old Curiosity Shop. There is a character called Quilp.
Oh, right.
So every time I see Chris Philp, I think of... I think of the villain in the Old Curiosity Shop.
I think he should change his name to Frisk Kilp, and then because that's what you nearly say all the time. Secondly, they should never have allowed the prisoner's release. Like you said, they clearly didn't do that. Right? Yes. It's some kind of error at the grassroots level. And to his credit, I mean, I don't like sex offenders any more than the next person. He didn't run. He came back. There's a lorry driver who was waiting to drop something off, who described seeing him go back 4 or 5 times in a very confused state, only to be turned away by prison staff and directed to the railway station.
Yes, we're talking here about Kabatu, not Chris Philp.
Yeah. Chris Philps could equally well have been in.
The other interesting thing about Chris Philps was he was put through a bit of a racist mangle this week, in that there was a Reform MP, Sarah Pochin, who talked about overrepresentation of black and Asian faces in advertising, saying...
it drives me mad when I see adverts full of black people, full of Asian people.
Yes,
that's what she said.
She then apologised for that and said that she misspoke.
Yeah.
I'll get on to Nigel Farage's response to what she said, but Chris Philp didn't want to say that those remarks by Sarah Pochin were racist. And then later on, he then did say it was racist, I think after having had a word from Kemi Badenoch. So he then got into another sticky mess and tried to explain how what Sarah Pochin said was entirely different to what Robert Jenrick said about the lack of white faces. And in the end, it just struck me that we're kind of slightly getting diverted here. It all becomes a debate about whether you label something racist or not, rather than what are the actual views and opinions you're expressing here?
Yeah.
What's caused you the upset?
Yeah.
And is this normal, or is this something slightly suspicious about how you're framing this?
Yeah, well, they didn't get to the nub of either situation. Like, advertising agencies are driven by profit. Companies are driven by profit. So on some level, it must be working for them, putting too many black people in adverts, right? It must be working for them. Maybe black people buy a disproportionately large amount of stuff. Who knows? But the advertising companies wouldn't be doing it unless it worked.
Well,
so they need to ask a question. And we've seen, as soon as Trump said scrap DEI, all the companies in America scrapped it. So they're not driven by ethics or anything.
No. Funny enough, it was in the Guardian on Tuesday, quoting a large global advertising study done in 2024, saying that ad campaigns that were more inclusive actually had a positive impact on profits.
Right.
392 brands analysed across 58 countries claimed there was almost a 16% increase in the long-term use of those brands when they used inclusive advertising.
Okay, well, we can't afford the economic hit that removing black people from adverts would do.
That's right.
That we can't lose another 16% of some industry.
Yeah.
If the black people being in the adverts is helping to sell stuff, let's put more in. That's what I say. And every white person that is in an advert is a drain on the economy. So let's see no white people in adverts. Let's try and maximise whatever effect that is having.
For economic growth.
Yeah.
I want to pick up on how Nigel Farage dealt with Sarah Pochin's remarks. Just to remind you, she said, "It drives me mad when I see adverts full of black people, full of Asian people." Farage said, "Her words were without doubt ugly and taken in their own could be very unpleasant indeed. However, it was in the broader context of DEI madness in the advertising industry, which anyone with half a brain can recognise has been going on, so I take her point." So I just want to look at those two quotes again. So Pochin said, "It drives me mad when I see adverts full of black people, full of Asian people." Farage said, that's fine because what she's doing is in the broader context of DEI madness in the advertising industry. But if you analyse what DEI madness in the advertising industry means, it means it's mad that there are more black and Asian faces in adverts, which is exactly the point that Sarah Pochin was making.
Yeah.
And yet somehow, by him technically describing what she did, it somehow justifies it.
Okay, he rephrases the issue and then agrees with the rephrasing,
That's right.
but not with the original part of it. That's what and he's been doing that for years and years, and it just goes on and on and on.
Because what is then quoted is his rephrasing, and he does it confidently. That's the thing. So it sounds like he's really thought about it.
Yeah.
And we're kind of impressed by the confidence with which it reminds me. There were people in the entertainment industry in America who I just remember the tone they adopted when they were caught out about something was quite persuasive. So you actually started to doubt yourself.
Yeah.
So if I said, I don't know, why weren't we told they didn't want any more documentaries? They would say, yeah, I did not know that. I'm going to find out about that. And I remember thinking the way they said, I did not know that. It doesn't sound like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds like, oh, you're at fault. But if you go, I did not know that, that implies that the bit of information didn't reach them for someone else's fault.
Failed.
Yeah, someone else has failed.
Yeah,
I did not know that. And I think once I remembered that, I thought that's what Farage does. He does. He does a kind of. There was a quote he did about council spending, making cuts in councils.
Yes.
He said, "Can we give council taxpayers better value for money? Yes. How big a chunk of percentage that will be? I don't know the answer to that."
Yeah.
So,
which means the first part is essentially no.
Yes.
In that case, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He says it in that kind of.
He's another person that uses something which I think we were going to talk about differently. But while you're on the subject of him, you know, when he was saying that migrants were eating swans, and the Royal Park said there had been no swans eaten, he said maybe they are eating swans, maybe they aren't. We don't know. Well, we do know, but he'll try to leave the suggestion there because the speculation gets him onto the thing he wants to say, but he can't get to the thing he wants to say without the false piece of speculation.
Right. I think he said something like, we don't know if it happened.
Yeah, we don't know that they aren't eating swans.
But we don't know that it didn't happen. That's right.
Yeah, we don't know that it didn't happen.
But which you could say about anything. You could say about flying saucers.
You could say it about anything. You can say we don't know that didn't happen about anything, and that can get you into the bit of the argument you want to be in. Yeah, it's kind of caving in of language, and the speculation. Yeah. The speculation is now a technique. You speculate. And then you get from the speculation into the into the fact. The guy from a new made up thing, concerned alumni of the Oxford Union, James Price. He's from the Tufton Street think tank Centre for Policy Studies. He was saying there may have been donations withdrawn from the Oxford Union because the bloke criticised Charlie Kirk. There may not be, but if there have been, blah, 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 blah,
and then that's what sticks.
and then you're into that. And we need a new name for this, and I would like to call it fabulo speculation.
Fabulous speculation.
Fabulo speculation, yeah, where you can speculate about something that you have no evidence for, because the fabulo speculation gets you to the insubstantiated point that you want to make.
Yes, and if that insubstantiated point then becomes real for a lot of people because it sounds real, so I would suggest factual speculation.
Facto speculation.
Or factual fabulous speculation.
Facto speculation is the result of fabulous speculation.
That's right. So we're approaching it, we're coming up with a whole new grammar here to get through political language.
But it's too late.
Yes.
It's too late because the lying has become normalised.
Yeah. We talked, last time you and I were talking about this, we talked about how the entire country, we give a lot of credence to basic people who are basically just failed apprentice candidates.
Yeah.
It's that confidence in which they can say.
Yeah.
So, if they say, there's an awful lot gone wrong with this country is in decline, what are the solutions? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't have a clue how to fix this. Okay? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay? People will say,
whoa, he knows what he's talking about.
How much will it cost? They'll say, how much, Well, I've got to say to you, in all honesty, any figure I give you will be plucked out of thin air. Thank you. If you just do it with that kind of emphasis and certainty, it's a certainty, I think, that we are. But why are we?
But it's interesting because that language and that way of thinking is at odds with academia. It's sort of at odds with the left as well, which tends to interrogate itself and dismantle itself. Scientists and academics that people look to for facts will always say we can't be certain about. This is the problem with the climate change debate. Is scientists are going, it's 99% certain, or it would appear that. And so, whereas the people being paid by lobbying groups to discredit them talk in that kind of certainty. So there was a clash between the certainty of language of those kinds of people and the professional caution of academics. And guess what? This week, we know the safe climate change limit has gone. And partly why it went and was never is because of those two worlds of language rubbing up against each other.
That's right. I encountered some more, now that we've got this new word.
Fabulous speculation.
Fabulous speculation, and then facto-fabulous speculation. There was an example of it, just to show this balance in the show, Wes Streeting himself, because in his round of Sunday interviews, he mentioned Brexit and the strain it's been putting on the economy. And he said, I'm glad that Brexit is a problem whose name we now dare speak. Implying that there's been a sudden revelation this week that Brexit has been a strain. But rather than the fact that he and his government and his party have for a long time been wary of blaming Brexit for fear of losing voters to reform.
Yeah, he's just explained that they know it was a disaster, but they didn't want to risk alienating those people, so they wouldn't say it. They've lost those people anyway, because they've all gone to vote. They'll all be voting for reform. So now someone's thought, maybe if we can win back some of the voters, we're losing to the Green Party or the Lib Dems. That's what's happened. So it just shows truth is entirely mutable to them. And it's only true in as much as what value does it have for winning voters back? They've gone. The Brexit people have gone. You're not going to get them by not mentioning it. You might as well mention it and go, oh, Brexit was awful, wasn't it? Everything's gone wrong. That's now policy.
I do remember some weeks ago, an ex-Treasury official being quoted on Keir Starmer saying he's the first Prime Minister I know who thinks his politics is a private matter. It's that sense of... But this is the issue. I mean, we talked about speculation. We tend to be living in a news agenda now that's driven not so much by reporting what's factually happening, but speculating on what will then happen, as if, it feels like the starter pistol has already been fired on the next general election. And over the weekend, there was lots of speculation about what might be in the budget. But not only that, what business might make of what might be in the budget. So there's several, layers of potential being lined up there. And you get less of a sense of what's actually going on in the real world and more in the immersive world.
The immersive world of fabulous speculation.
Yes, exactly, which already sounds like a massively successful London tourist attraction. Just outside Windsor or something.
Part of the problem with why speculation is exciting for news is because news increasingly is about just holding people's attention. This is the difference. Is we grew up in a time where the BBC and the broadsheets were supposed to be fact, right? And fact wasn't generated to hold your attention. It was there to inform you. Whereas now, I've noticed in an online message board that discusses me, has suddenly got AI-generated content that is there to hold people's attention, right? So they click on adverts and stay there. So there's AI-generated sentences about me that start discussions off.
What does AI make of you?
Yeah, what gave it away to me is things like this phrase: "It's wild how Lee's managed to evolve without losing that strange rhythm and bite that makes him so unique." Just people that like me don't say it's wild. No one that comes to see me thinks anything is wild. So I know that's a fake.
What word would they use instead to describe? How can you tell it's an authentic fan?
An authentic fan would say it is a predictable element of the evolution of his approach. Nothing's wild. It pulls these things together, and it's not a real discussion. It's about holding the attention of the people. And so this is why so much of the information that's on the internet of news is wrong, and this is why you have to fight it, right? When you do this, you're treated as if you're some sort of old-fashioned fool faffing about. So there was in 2019 when the Conservatives were faking news sites.
So this was during, I think, the leaders' debate.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, they set up Fact Check UK, and if you look closely, you could see it was actually from the Conservative website.
That's right.
The things people said about that are amazing, because people complained about it, not unreasonably, because during the election, the Conservative Party HQ faked a news site.
Yes,
right?
and I think afterwards they said it was just a bit of fun.
Dominic Raab actually said, this is exactly what he said. He was interviewed on the news the next one. He said, no one gives a toss about social media. And he had a little think before he said toss. And that's your fault because of the thick of it. It is. They think they've got to swear now. And so he had to think. He wanted to say no one gives a F.
Yeah.
But it was too early in the day. But then Lord Frost, the Brexit bloke, he said, remember,
chief negotiator in the Brexit
he said,
withdrawal
he wrote an article about it in the Telegraph when everyone was complaining. He said, our new establishment, academics, quangocrats and the BBC are obsessed with misinformation and disinformation. They believe that you are too stupid to distinguish between the true and the false, and they think it's the government's job, or perhaps theirs, to do it for you instead. Well, it is someone's job, unfortunately, because we're now in a immersive hellscape.
But also, if you're calling it Fact Check UK, you are sort of saying, you are fundamentally calling it, this is the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what is he saying? Right? And of course it's the job of the BBC. Things are going to have to fact check themselves. Like, it can't just be you doing it all. Yeah. Look how tired you are.
I know, and it's still the morning when we're recording this. I mean, I take it further because...
Go on, then.
Yeah, okay. We've now reached the stage, I think, when we now doubt everything. We both believe everything and doubt everything because everything is sort of looks the same in terms of how it's produced. Somebody in, Albania coming up with a website that looks like the Washington Post, next to the Washington Post front page, delivers news stories that look as valid as what's in the Washington Post. It's difficult to tell what's false. And then you get, actually, the official sites of something like, the White House press secretary, when asked about the plans for Donald Trump to build a ballroom in the White House and would it cause any damage, she said, I quote, "Nothing will be torn down. It pays total respect to the existing building." Days later, the entire East Wing was torn down. The story at the moment is the East Wing's being torn down, but the story isn't. But they said it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Why is that not the story?
Because no one that would ask that question is now allowed into a White House press corps. The Pentagon press corps now includes the bloke that said the Sandy Hook massacre was fake. It's insane. Partly it's to do with what Cory Doctorow was called enshittification, which is a really great word that you should have thought up first. You got in there. There's a kind of thing you would have thought of.
The truth is, I did think of it, and then he came and stole it off me,
really?
And that is not a true.
Yeah. Well, it's partly because the internet is full of things that want to make money.
Yeah.
For example, there are loads of sort of ticket sites now that if you Google me, where am I playing, you come to all these like pages where you have to sign up for alerts, and they pay to be put higher up the search engine than my actual. You have to get through all those, and I don't want them to be there. There's no need for them, but there's all these barriers created to information where the process is monetized by things that are sort of not quite true. You have to just get through them.
If this what's the word again?
Fabio speculation.
Fabio speculation and facto-fabulous speculation. If it reaches a critical mass, will our news sources, even things like Fox News and BBC News, will it be full of people just reporting hunches rather than facts? The 27-year-old who looks sort of shifty, that sort of thing, said with utter confidence. The man who was kind of funny in a way, then went into the building.
But aren't we there? We're there. We're almost there. I mean, I kind of think that with something like when the Conservatives set up Fact Check UK and with all these, you're in a world where things look like news sources, but they aren't. And it reminds me of when I walk along Dalston High Road at night, I think, I wish I could have a Kentucky Fried Chicken. I have to negotiate Tennessee Fried Chicken, like Ken's Fried Chicken. You get all the ones when they've all got really similar logos, and they're just trying. But there's only one Kentucky Fried Chicken recipe, and that's the recipe of truth. And we've got to find that recipe again.
Would you like a truth bucket or?
I'd like it. You know what I'd like? A bucket of truth.
A bucket of truth. I think on that subject of we can't tell the difference now between fact and fantasy and what's false and what isn't. Barack Obama had this quote a while back of...
what a great quote.
The window we look into for our information. He says, no one tells us that window is blurred, subject to unseen distortions and subtle manipulations. All we see is a constant feed of content where useful factual information and happy diversions and cat videos flow alongside lies, conspiracy theories, junk science, quackery. That was Barack Obama, who actually we know is a lizard.
We
mustn't listen to what he says. He's a lizard.
And all of us, including our children, learn that if you want to rise above the crowd, above the din, if you want to be liked and shared, and yes, go viral, then peddling controversy, outrage, even hate often gives you an edge. That man there, Barack Obama, he's described in 3 short paragraphs what we've just spent a quarter of an hour waffling about trying to
I make my point again. He is a lizard. He is. Before we go, I just want to circle back to Wes Streeting at the start. He was really talking about Labour's loss in the Caerphilly by-election in Wales and, where the party stands. And I came across over the weekend in commentary on that some interesting takes on what Keir Starmer is up to. Apparently Starmer had been criticised about not engaging with his backbenchers, but apparently now various backbenchers just get a stray text from Starmer saying, "Can we have a beer?" Oh. Which, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, that sounds like one of those case studies of men in late middle age who've got no friends and are at risk from self-harm.
Yeah. Well, you see someone who looks kind of maybe on the bus and who's chuckling away to something that you like, and you just lean over and go, "Can you be my friend?"
Yeah. Actually, I sent a text very like that last night, actually.
Oh, did you?
Well, I was supposed to be meeting my daughter and she didn't turn up. So I sent a text to Kevin Eldon. I said, "Do you want to go to the pub?" And he said, "No, I'm in Norfolk." That's my sad Keir Starmer moment. Okay. Then I just sat in with my cats.
And then everyone was in the Labour Party, I wouldn't say energised, but they were relieved when Keir Starmer did a passionate speech at the Labour conference. He got a bit more emotional, started to lay out roughly what his priorities were. And then over the last couple of weeks, it's gone back to the robotic, we don't really get any sense of direction. And there was one MP quoted anonymously who said about this change, having managed to somehow stick his head out the hostage cell, Keir's captors have got him back inside. Which again is a sad image.
But he's very quickly become like someone that you hope won't come to a social event that you're at, because it will be embarrassing to have to talk to him.
But because he is who he is, you do have to invite him.
You have to invite him, but you kind of just, it kind of fills you with a sense of despair.
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week, and all of our previous episodes are available in our feed, so make sure you're subscribed to BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thanks for having me. See you next time.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. I am Armando Iannucci, and oh my heck, you will not believe the episode we've got for you. Not one but 2 people are here. It's me and Stewart Lee's here, and he's brutal, and he and I are going to analyse to the max in what will be the most intense, 14/30 minutes of your life, depending on whether you're listening to the Radio 4 shorter version or the longer version on BBC Sounds. It's going to be immense. Is all language now super hyped and turned up to... I can't sustain this.
No.
I don't know.
That whole thing is happening in capital letters, isn't it?
I was on...
It's like one of Trump's tweets.
Yes. Yeah. Before the mics came on and the green light came on, I turned myself into block caps and just went... But people do podcasts for 3 hours like that.
Yeah, I know. It's an amazing skill. And also the American right-wingers that do that, but at 5 times the speed you're doing
right,
it.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a steamroller with a rocket underneath it that you can't stop.
Yeah. That's Stewart Lee, by the way.
Oh, hello.
The phrase we're going to look at this week is Donald Trump saying, the end of the age of terror and death. Basically... as I said in my intro, is everything the best it's ever been and will ever be, or in contrast, the work of scum and just the worst people imaginable.
It's both simultaneously.
Yes,
isn't it?
well, we'll get into that.
It's the best of times and the worst of times, Armando.
So, but before we go, just as a way of just a light relief way into that, just so I can get time to catch my breath. Did anything strike you as interesting this week, Stuart?
I'll tell you a funny thing happened to me, and I know you've got a story like this, but mine's better, right?
Okay.
Which is, in 2002, I got called in to write a biopic of a famous poet starring a famous actor by the famous actor who wanted to do a biopic of this writer. And he said, can you write some spec scenes and a treatment? And I did, and I handed them in. Tom Morris at Battersea Arts Centre, I was working with at the time, read them and said, oh, that's great. Anyway, a week later, I got the PA of the actors arranged to meet me at Maison Virtu, a cake shop in Soho. And I thought I was going to be offered this job, right? And gradually over the course of the conversation, I realised I was being sacked. And the reason I was being sacked was because the actor thought that I'd written the script and the scenes to make fun of him and ridicule him in some way. And he was so angry that he didn't even want to meet me. He was worried there'd be trouble, right? So I was sacked off this thing. And I don't know why to this day. But last week, I got an email from a director working with the same actor inviting me to write a script for the same project. 23. I've been rehired 23 years later after being sacked, having been told that my script was an attack on the star.
Well, if we're going to go down that road, because it says here Stu talks about Riyadh Comedy Festival. But no, that's fine. We can do that another time.
No, I did say to you in the thing. Let's talk about Riyadh Comedy Festival.
No. I want to talk about institutional hypocrisy. Yeah. Like you. So I went to a Catholic school in Glasgow called St. Peter's Partick, which was the same school that Billy Connolly went to. And at the time I was there, Billy Connolly was just becoming famous in Scotland, but the teachers told us it was a sin, possibly a mortal sin, to listen to Billy Connolly because he did jokes about the crucifixion and he swore and he talked about sex and all that, until he then went on the Parkinson's show and became nationally famous and internationally famous, at which point the school invited him back to talk to us.
But that Parkinson appearance was the one where he did the joke about the man parking his bike in the crack of his dead wife's bottom.
Yes, yes, and which we were all asking him to do in front of all the kids. But I know. So I was also once sacked from a newspaper when a new editor took over, and then 5 years later, when The Thick of It went out, that same editor rang me up and asked if I wanted to write for the newspaper because, quote, you are hot.
I remember you saying that at the time, and I thought of it immediately when I was but I think a 23-year gap is
that's a good one.
is a better gap.
Yeah.
But well, while you're talking about that, where comedy does interface with ideas of ethics, and is the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I mean, it's still the row is still rumbling on about it, where lots of people. Well, Saudi Arabia had a comedy festival.
Yes.
It was financed by the king, who also was the man who organised the dismemberment of a journalist and the disposal of the body in a suitcase. I'm doing a show at the moment where I'm an American stand-up comedian, and he does a right-leaning American stand-up comedian who goes, you shouldn't be annoyed with the king of Saudi Arabia for chopping that journalist up and putting him in a suitcase. How else was he supposed to get his murdered body out of the hotel room? Am I right or am I right? I'm here all week, try the fish. That's the bottom line on it to me, is that your paymaster had a journalist dismembered. And they've all equivocated about it. What's weird is loads of the American comics that have gone are the kind of freedom of speech guys. You can't say anything these days. So you've got Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle there doing homophobic material, anti-feminist material in a country where gay people and feminists are at best prosecuted, at worst executed. So I don't see how the speaking truth to power thing works there. And it is 100 years since the birth of Lenny Bruce as well, who almost certainly...
And Margaret Thatcher.
Well, they were great friends, of course.
Yes, of course.
A lot of people don't know
in the same nursing home.
They corresponded
100 years ago.
They corresponded together. But so it's, and I think there's
they're having a right laugh up there.
Oh yeah, it'd be like when all the rock stars died and have a big jam. Yeah. But what's weird about it is people went, justified it. The festival put out loads of lies about itself. It says it's the biggest comedy festival in the world. It had 42 acts in it. The McCuntleth Comedy Festival is bigger. And I think basically it's interesting because there was a period, Lenny Bruce, kind of 100 years since his birth, created this kind of character that there's a kind of stand-up that was supposed to be a truth teller and hold power to account and whatever. And I think that's kind of fallen apart, partly because figures in public life like Trump or Boris Johnson have no ethical consistency. There's no you're kind of not expected. It's kind of old fashioned.
And they're seen as mavericks and outside the norm, and also they're their own entertainers. They're providing the entertainment.
Yeah.
So therefore, somehow the spotlight has then started shining on people like us who are comedians or comedy writers, as if somehow we're now meant to explain what it is that's going on.
Well, we're held to higher standards of account. I mean, I know this is sort of deviating.
I find that weird.
Yeah.
I remember Hugh Bonneville a couple of weeks ago at the premiere of the new Downton Abbey film, where he said, before I talk about the fluff and loveliness of a wonderful film, what's happening in Gaza is indefensible. That's the position we entertainers are now in, where we have to, promote our wares, but also have an opinion on every major political issue.
A couple of people walked out 15 minutes into my 2-hour stand-up show in Durham the other week, when I'd been talking about Keir Starmer and the rise of right-wing propaganda and ancient monuments in Britain and how we must protect them. And I found out afterwards they had thought they were coming to see the film of Downton Abbey, but they had managed a quarter of an hour before they decided this isn't it. I mean, you think it would be immediately obvious.
Yeah, when you walked on, did they not think, first of all, this isn't on celluloid or in any digital format that I'm familiar with? It's a man.
Maybe people have just lost track of what formats are now. Is this a new format of film? Maybe they thought I was going to tell the story of Downton Abbey. Don't know.
I remember ages ago, some nearly 30 years ago, taking my eldest to his first film at the cinema. And when we came out, I said, what did you think of it? He said it was really good. It was like a big video you can only watch once.
Yeah. So he basically reviewed the idea of film.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about truth and lies and basic exaggeration. That's the thing I want to look at this week. When Trump exclaimed, the prayers of millions have been answered. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East. And declared it also potentially one of the greatest days ever for civilization. It made me think that where we are now is in an environment where most political language is absolute and extreme, or if you don't want to call it extreme because that has a derogatory connotation, it is maximized.
It's maximized. What a great word. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But I think it's also assumed that tomorrow it will be forgotten.
Oh, it's instant.
It's just to keep instant sensations over and over again.
It's maximised and immediate.
Yeah, maximised and immediate. And also, no one really in the American media holds Trump to account. No one really holds Farage to account. He's allowed to say whatever he wants and then move on. And so they know this works. And Steve Bannon, who was Trump's advisor and is now advising the far right all over the world, his strategy was flood the zone with shit, right?
Yeah.
It's not just putting lies everywhere that take up lots of time to try and correct. It's also about these insane maximised statements, isn't it?
Yeah, because I was watching the coverage of the peace deal, and there was just something buzzing in my head which I couldn't quite define, which is like the disconnect between what I was watching and hearing about peace has come, this will last forever, and the images you had of a flattened land.
Yeah, and of people searching rubble for the bodies of their relatives whilst that ceremony was going on.
Yeah, and I was asking myself, Netanyahu would say, the mission was to destroy Hamas and get all the hostages free. But I was watching hostages being freed, but conversations about other hostages who were dead. And then seeing, once the Israeli forces withdrew, Hamas reappear and direct the traffic with weapons. So I thought, well, neither of those two aims have been completely achieved.
Yeah.
And yet somehow we've reached the point where, whether it's through exhaustion or actually everyone now thinking this is unbearable, unbelievable, we must stop.
Yeah.
But it was couched in terms of like historic, grand.
Yeah,
I think the future is going to be brilliant now. Literally, the future will be orange if you want to.
It had to be. It had to be allowed to be perceived as a victory.
Yeah,
and so the language was all changed around allowing that to be the way it was perceived.
Yes, but is there a danger then that what's happening is we're being groomed into accepting the language and telling our minds and brains that what we're seeing shouldn't bother us, or is there for a separate kind of chain of thought?
Okay, when you say we're being groomed into accepting the language, I mean, that's what this show is about, isn't it? It's about understanding. It's about understanding the lies of political language. And I mean, this is going off topic a bit, but really there's kind of only one story in the news at the moment, and that is how language is being used to trick and deceive us. And that is often being driven, algorithmically by social media giants. I'm jumping around a bit, but in the US, there's an anti-DEI activist called Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
It sounds like something from a Philip Dick novel, doesn't it? That's the problem. Loads of things sounds like they're from science fiction novels now. Anyway, so this Robbie Starbuck has managed through, because he had a legal case against Meta, to be put in charge of rejigging their AI so that it...
So he now works for Meta.
It works for Meta, and his job is to purge AI of what he calls woke ideals. Right now, woke is conveniently... This is another language issue. Woke's a really useful word for all these people because it's never been defined. It's just, when you were talking the other week about Elon Musk said, we must stop this. This woke is, it's all woke, People will say that traffic calming measures are woke.
Oh, yeah.
Or everything. It's everything a normal person doesn't like is woke. So he's going to purge it of wokeness.
You put up an umbrella in the rain, you're woke.
Yeah, I know.
You're unbelievably woke.
So we know that the Americans are going to de-wokeify AI. And Robbie Starbuck's justification for this is that lots of Americans voted for Trump, therefore they must want things de-wokeified. But that affects the whole world, right? Why? Because the AI technology is everyone's use. So So we're all going to not be able to find out about the history of slavery now, or whatever. It's so there kind of is only one story, and you keep coming back to it, which is how language is being controlled.
Yeah, I've always felt people have always talked about is this the end of the Roman Empire when they look at America? And I think, no, it's the end of the Roman Republic. It's the start of the Roman Empire. It's the start of the emperor who must be lauded and be declared a god and have a triumph, even if all he's done is, row over to Britain and watch some horses and then row back again. There's a quote from Witkoff, who's Trump's, I don't think he has an official title other than Special Envoy for Peace, saying, there's only one thing I wish for, that the Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realises that you, Donald Trump, are the single finest candidate since the Nobel Peace Award was ever talked about. And unfortunately, it turned out to be that title actually went to the leader of the opposition of Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably not going to give the Nobel Peace Prize to someone who threatened to invade Greenland. But I mean, there have been Nobel Peace Prize winners like Obama that have, used military force on places. It's not a cut and dried thing. But
weirdly, they gave it to him before he did it. As he became president.
Right. I've got the timeline wrong. But I mean, it would be interesting to think that if some kind of peace is brokered in the Middle East, and it's by no means a done deal, it may have been driven by the egomania of Trump wanting to get a Nobel Peace Prize just because Obama had one. I mean, it's insane.
Do you think he's just going to sue the Nobel Prize Committee?
Well, he might do, because he sues newspapers. It would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Avalon, the management company, comedy management company, one year Al Murray wasn't nominated for the Perrier, and they'd say that he should have been, and then he won it. So there's a kind of history of people.
He won the award.
He won the award. They capitulated in the face of it, and they allowed him to be considered, and then he won the award. But I think there was a technicality whereby they thought he was doing so well anyway that he wasn't. But yes, Trump could. That's the kind of thing Trump could do.
Or maybe they'll drug him and just put on a pretend Peace Prize ceremony. And he'll wake up in it. And
that's the problem with people trying to negotiate with him, is everything's driven by these random bizarre factors.
So this meeting in Egypt to discuss the peace and the ground plan. And again, I was thinking, from what we've gathered of the peace plan, it relies on Hamas completely disarming and giving up any power in Gaza. And they've not agreed to that yet, as time of recording. And further down the line, it implies the creation of a Palestinian state, which Netanyahu's said definitely won't be happening. So the fine details of this plan, I'm not saying it won't work, I'm just saying the fine details haven't really been approached yet. It's going to be a long process. But this celebration of this gold, it just reminded me, I think, of Mission Accomplished.
Yeah.
George W. Bush on that battleship.
Yeah.
A week or so after the invasion thing was all over, where it dragged on for a terrible
decades of turmoil.
Yeah. And I also wondered whether the priorities had been right at the peace meeting they had, because I was reading a thing this morning that said the Summit for Peace was a virtual who's who, I'm quoting from The Guardian, as of Tuesday, of Middle East and European politics, while attracting other unlikely power brokers in the Trump era of international diplomacy, such as the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. What was he doing there why was he there? Why is he there?
I don't know.
And is it because Gaza's now completely flat?
Might be good for football pitches. Yeah, it could be.
What does he have to say in the middle of a discussion about, I don't know, foreign aid, energy infrastructure?
I don't know. It's important that all points of view are represented, though.
Okay, right, including the football.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I'm going to tell the viewers that you forgot your right glasses today.
Oh, I know.
So Armando's struggling with his notes, but I think it gives him the impression of being a wise blind seer, like a
Homer.
prophet. Yeah, like a prophet figure who's gonna. Yeah. He can't actually. He has great vision. But he can't see the things in front of him.
It's all internal.
Yeah.
Master Lee. I came across a new word. In fact, it's an old word. But I've just never come across it before, which is dysphemism. Have you come across dysphemism?
No, not until you told me about it.
And that is the opposite of euphemism.
Right.
It's the portrayal of everything as the worst they can be.
Oh, right.
And that's the counter, I think, to the language we've been talking about, which is when politicians have achieved something, it's the greatest since records began.
Yeah.
But against their opponents, they're more than just wrong. They're scum.
Yeah.
They're sleazeballs. Or that portrayal of what their opponents have done to, America. It's American carnage. Crime is rife in cities and towns.
Yeah.
Or here, Britain's broken. Nothing works. The worst prime minister since records began. She's toast. That immediate rush, I think, to the kind of the maximum opinion about something.
Well, again, that is going hand in hand with the way information is disseminated now, isn't it? The bigger and bolder a statement is, the more hits it gets on the internet and the more it's likely to get spread. So if you can make those massive statements, they'll be rolled around and amplified by Facebook and Twitter and whatever. So but there's no point saying having a measured opinion about something, because it doesn't get any traction.
Yeah.
So every single thing has to be hyperbolically overblown like that. And then that's why you get people saying they can't come to London because you'll be stabbed in the street immediately. And everything is a hyperbole of that.
But how, if like anything that's at all considered is drowned out by the noise, does that mean that if you have a kind of a considered point to make, do you have to then, how do you make it be heard? Do you have to, is there a good shouty way of being considered?
This is what liberals have got to figure out, because they're in a no-win situation at the moment, because the people on the far right, they've no qualms about lying. It's part of the strategy. Flood the zone with shit and say a different exaggerated lie the next day.
I would argue that that's what's happening at the far end of both sides.
Right, okay.
It's you say anything I disagree with, you are, you're a scum, or you're a racist, or you're we rush to the maximum word before we have any chance to kind of explain what we disagree on.
Gavin Newsom is trying to do what you say. He's trying to do funny capital letters shouting extreme opinions, couched as a sort of parody of Trump, but he's also obviously hoping that gets the messages across.
So how is it easy? How do you do attention grabbing moderation, or
listen to this reasonable point of view.
Wow, so many good points from all sides.
Enjoy this balance.
I disagree with you, but I'm very happy for you to say your opinion. but I disagree with it.
Well, this is what this is, isn't it? This is why this is the most downloaded thing in the world or something at the moment.
That's an exaggeration.
Well, whatever it is. Because it's you talking about things in a reasonable way.
I think, on Radio 4 it's at a certain level, but for the BBC Sounds, the longer version, which is also available on all other podcast media, I think we just turn it up. Right. We really turn it up.
Well, next time I come on, let's do the whole thing shouting and see what happens.
Yeah.
That, again, is the modus operandi of the right-wing demagogue sort of influencer type figure. Is the speed? Charlie Kirk's thing was the speed at which he talked as well. The speed at which he could throw together a shouty sentence full of absolutist terms.
Yes, I think it's that thing of he's convincing only because of his behaviour, his performance. It's like a lot of these people I always equate with failed apprentice candidates, successful apprentice candidates, who are the ones who they don't know what they're talking about, but they say it in a very convincing way. There's no hesitation. So it's like, Lord Lee, I'm more than happy to take on your request to invent a cake out of brick. I don't know how it's going to be done, but 100% you've chosen the right guy who can make it happen.
Yeah.
Thank you for it. It's that. And you go, oh, that was quite confident.
Yeah.
Right? So he must actually know something about it.
You're putting forward of a vision of a world where policy and ethics are shaped by failed apprentice candidates.
Yes. Yeah. And I think, if we ever to do a kind of historical investigation, I think that would explain everything if we looked at it that way. Most people who do stuff that doesn't work the equivalent have got there because they sound like a failed apprentice candidate. But imagine now a failed apprentice candidate is running the world and you're not allowed to disagree with them.
Because you'll get sued.
Because you'll get sued or sent to prison.
Yeah.
So how do we undercut that apart from using lock caps all the time?
Well, we have a succession of podcasts where reasonable, slightly witty people try to pick apart the news. That'll stop them.
Yeah. I want to go back to, you talked about Farage, but recently, Keir Starmer's language is interesting because he went from talking about Britain being, an island of strangers to a Britain that he was proud of. People were, quote, painting the fence, running the raffle, and cutting the half-time orange. But then he went on to call Nigel Farage a racist who hates his country. And I thought you haven't shown your working there. That's going to be easy to disprove that Nigel Farage hates it. I remember doing a kind of a thing about Suella Braverman ages ago about all the things that she had criticised, like, local government, doctors, judges, the royal family, people in North London, and saying that's an awful lot of the country that she doesn't like.
Yeah.
But that's part of a kind of joke leading up to that conclusion, and you sort of buy into the joke. But to go straight to he hates his country is hard.
Well, he's hopelessly left himself open to having that dismantled there, and they have to do better. When I write funny columns for The Nerve, how can this be taken apart?
Yeah.
Right? For example, what Sarah Vine has done to me in the past is there's a Ciceronian dictate, isn't there, that a funny idea is a delicate thing indelicately put, or an indelicate thing delicately put. So there has to be some sort of traction. So what Sarah Vine does when she misquotes me is if I've got an indelicate idea delicately put, she changes the language so that it's an indelicate idea indelicately put. And then people read it and they go, that's offensive. But it wasn't when I wrote it, because I didn't say that. I deliberately had fun with how language works, right? And so I have to write thinking about how these things can be decontextualised. So I always make sure that there's something in the sentence that if you get back to the original source, it isn't what they will say it is. And I've learnt this over 25 years. What Starmer has to realise is that everything he says will be taken apart. And all they need is a little clip. What Farage was trying to manufacture during the Brexit campaign was a succession of moments where he could say his thing on television. Even if the thing was indefensible or wrong, he just needed to clip that little bit out. And then that's the bit that goes on social media.
Exactly, yes.
So they're looking to create these
And I think about
moments.
the summer when he said that, Britain is on the verge of societal collapse.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. But you kind of think it did happen.
Yeah.
Because he said it so many times. We were looking last week at if you just repeat the one thing again and again, it somehow becomes kind of true in your head or in your memory. You know, you start remembering differently.
Well, actually, the flag riots weren't as bad this summer as last year, and yet there was obviously a lot more effort put into coordinating them. So in a way, that's quite encouraging.
But it's interesting, you know, when Keir Starmer said he's a racist, Farage was then kind of implying that Keir Starmer might have blood on his hands, you know, that there will be attacks on reform representatives. Okay. In fact, there was a case of someone who was, I read a thing today, someone was assaulted. The Warwickshire police said that they're investigating an assault on a reform councillor, quote, after receiving a call at 2 a.m. on Saturday in which a man stated he had been pushed by another man in Nuneaton. And
look, I'm sure it was very distressing.
I know.
But it's really, it's very nice of that, the people involved in that incident, to put it in Nuneaton, because that's one of the sort of 20 words, isn't it? It's on the secret magical list for comedy writing of anything that happens in Nuneaton is much funnier than anywhere else.
Yeah, that was chosen by the joke police.
By the joke police, But they're not to minimise the suffering of the man who's been pushed.
But Farage is now saying that, you know, Keir Starmer has, not blood on his hands because the guy was shoved, so... hands on his hands? Yeah, Keir Starmer has hands, shoving hands on his hands.
If he was being pushed away from Nuneaton, the man may be grateful for that anyway. But what was it that Tice was saying? Because Tice said that Starmer had told people to take up arms and go against the enemy, and this was inciting violence. Now, he didn't say that at all. But also, during the Brexit campaign, Richard Tice was part of Leave.eu, and all those organisations were very good at creating short-term viral content that would disappear as soon as it had done its damage, before it could be complained about. But weirdly, they're slightly better at how to use it in a way that's not going to get them in trouble. They're not... they seem to be being advised better on how to use language that suggests violence.
And they have the kind of... I mean, more recently, during the summer gatherings outside asylum hotels and so on, Nigel Farage said something about the police are actually, Essex police are actually bussing in counter-protesters. And the police said that is not true. We did not do that. And Farage said he apologised for that. And he said he apologised if it was slightly out on accuracy, but the gist of what I was saying was right. So if you could appeal to the gist, that goes back to that fuzzy... Yeah, the sort of... it sounds like what he's saying might be true because he's saying it so confidently. So maybe the gist of it is true, even though factually I can't find any evidence.
When it comes to gist, you know, David Lammy said that Nigel Farage had flirted with the Hitler Youth.
Yeah.
Right?
And Lammy then came up with a...
said,
not so much for an apology, he sort of said...
he's denied it, and I accept that he's denied it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's resolved. I think we've done an excellent job on resolving the whole question of, is language too extreme? I think, actually, this is probably the best discussion that the internet has ever streamed.
It's no good saying it as if it's... You have to shout it.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Stuart. What a guy.
See you next time!
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week with Ria Lina. All our previous episodes are available in our feed, so make sure you're subscribed on BBC Silence. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The following programme was recorded before Nigel Farage accused migrants of stealing and eating swans. Hello, welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a guide to the use and abuse of political language. It's Armando Iannucci here, and I'm joined this week by returning guest, you're now called, Stewart Lee.
Hello, thank you.
The last time you were on, we asked you if there were any words you wanted to get rid of. You said minded, as in one of those words that nobody uses apart from politicians.
Yeah, although I'd forgotten that because when I was offered to come back on this, I said I am minded to return. So I actually have begun to use it the more I thought about it.
It's very refreshing to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've now decided to use words in new context.
Is refreshing one that they use now?
No. They use, what is it, uncosted?
Uncosted. Well, I'm going to use refreshing as much as I can.
Excellent.
So we can get it in.
Good. Well, I will be enticed to see how you get on.
You will be enticed. You'll be enticed. You'll be left feeling refreshed, I think.
Oh, I hope so. This week, we're really getting to the hub of everything we've been talking about for the past year, which is what are words for? Yeah. We're really looking at hate speech, freedom of expression, variations of that term. Before we do, we normally, for our podcast listeners who get the longer show, What have you been up to this week, Stewart?
Well, I'm on tour with my stand-up show, Stewart Lee versus the Man Wolf, which I wrote in November, December last year, about the normalisation of horrible rhetoric in entertainment and media. And it looked a little bit ahead of the curve at the time. Now it's on the nose, and it's on the risk of becoming obsolete as the situation gets rapidly worse.
Do you fear for your safety?
Do I fear for my safety? Not on a day-to-day basis, but as a comedian, I think if Farage gets in, which he may well do, and learns all the lessons that Trump has shown him, then I think it might be difficult to operate as a comedian. I mean, I'm not reliant on the patronage of broadcasters, so I'm not.
I
as
know
vulnerable
you're just
in
a
that
guest
way.
presenter.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I remember the then UKIP leader Paul Nuttall saying that. If he was in power, he wouldn't want comedians that made fun of UKIP to be allowed to appear at council-funded theatres if UKIP got in. So it's kind of you can imagine they'd begin to dismantle the infrastructure that allows you to perform.
Sarah Pascoe, who was a guest presenter the last series,
has she been back?
Not yet, but this is only programme 2 of the new one. Yeah. I told a story of her one encounter with Nigel Farage. It was during the whole Brexit debate, so it was a little while back, and she was in the side room with, I think they were both going to appear in the same event. She thought, I'll go up and say hello. She said, I know who you are. I'm Sarah Pascoe. I'm a comedian. And Nigel Farage instantly said, I don't find comedy funny.
Wow, that's an amazing sentence, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's like saying, I'm disappointed in books.
Yeah, or I don't find that food has any taste.
Yes.
Something like that, yeah. Well, you know what? You sometimes wonder, don't you, about people like that. I mean, Trump, for example, just seems emotionally tone deaf to culture. He doesn't seem to have any feel for music or, you know.
People say he doesn't read. Not only doesn't he read, but even trying to sub down topics for his perusal, he won't look at them. So basically, you've got to boil any complex issue down to one short sentence, which you say at him as he leaves the room. So it's the last thing he's heard before he goes out and speaks.
Right, yeah.
But just keeping it light to start with, I believe you have an amazing anecdote about a bus.
Well, it's not entirely irrelevant. I was in Cardiff and I had to go to Newport. Yeah. I was going to Newport to see Carlton B. Morgan, the old Welsh punk, who's got a retrospective coming out this week called Living in Treachery. I went to see him. I went to the stop at the correct time. You're supposed to be able to pay on the coach. The coach arrived just a little bit late, and by the time the bags had been loaded on, I was unable to pay to get on it because technically it had left. Right, according to the app and the company, it had gone. Yeah. And I went, but it's there and there's empty seats on it. And he went, I know, but technically it's left. I mean, technically the driver was already, he wasn't even there. According to the, you know,
he was 2 miles away.
Yeah, so I just thought, the knock-on effect of that is that I had to get a mini cab and pollute the environment and blah, blah, blah. But I just think it's kind of interesting that he and I, we knew it was ridiculous, but we were slaves to the reality of the
tyranny of machines.
Of the machines, yeah. And it's a kind of funny little thing that happened because it was silly because we could see the empty seats. Yeah. But also, you know, it has a kind of relevance, I suppose, to we're told to believe the information that's... You know, like an AI-generated entry on me, my friend sent me, that said I died in 2016. And we both knew I hadn't.
Well, clearly you're not, because you're on that bus going to Newport.
Well, that's the other thing. Maybe the dead me's on the bus that got there already. And that's the thing that when...
Were you then officially off-grid?
Yeah.
If all machines thought you were on the bus to Newport, could you have gone
I wasn't anywhere
in Cardiff and committed crimes?
I was in a limbo, or Newport, as it's known. But the more the AI generates more information, if that information is based on false information...
Yes.
But that's the information we'll be told to accept. We'll be, look, here it is.
Exactly. I always put AI down at the moment as they're very, very good bullshitters. As in, they're like candidates on The Apprentice.
Yeah.
They say things with confidence about which they have some experience, but some of it could be wrong.
Yeah.
And you just don't know which part of it is wrong.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem, because we're now kind of spending, or our governments are spending massive contracts putting AI into every aspect of our lives.
Yeah. I sometimes feel that this AI energy deal that's just been done with Trump is basically just using us as a huge experiment to see how is it possible to power the servers that AI requires. I mean, we're going to need 10 times the energy to do them.
George Orwell called Britain. Was it
Airstrip 1? Yeah.
I think actually in the future would be known as Battery 5.
Yeah, well, it does feel like that. I mean, I know I was talking to someone last night from Tucson, and they're setting up a load in the of servers in the desert. Yeah. There, and now there are underground aquifers for the water, but it will run out. So it's really weird that we would squander the last of our water resources to enable AI to generate inaccurate information saying that I'm dead. No, so great.
Well, thank you for that lovely light story about a bus. Before we go on to the really heavy stuff, I must pick up on, we mentioned, Realina and I last week were discussing at the end of the show, CRINC, which is the acronym for the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea alliance, and how feeble it sounded as a menacing force. And I'm indebted. At this point, I always feel a bit like Cyril Fletcher. Do you remember Cyril Fletcher? Yeah. Older people will remember Cyril Fletcher.
I'm indebted to Mr.
That's
Harrison
right. On That's Life, he sat in a corner and read, I'm indebted to Mr. Weatherswick from Bury for sending in this potato that looks like Gladstone. I'm indebted to Kaiser of Crisps. That's not his or her real name. On Blue Sky, who said, I thoroughly enjoyed Strong Message here, Phase 2. But as I listened, I couldn't help musing that if the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea axis, CRINC, enticed Libya and Yemen to join, the grouping would then be crinkly. I'll leave that one with you.
Yeah, it's good. It's like a very, very poor enemy in a Bond film, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Crinkly wants a weapon. But the real reason we're here is to discuss Hurty Words, a phrase used by Lucy Connolly, the recently released
political prisoner,
we now must call her, otherwise we'll be taken off air. The whole question of freedom of speech started, I think, by Vance, who came over to Europe not long after the inauguration and said...
He said a fairly inaccurate thing about anti-abortion protests. He either misunderstood or chose to misunderstand a Scottish directive that you shouldn't protest within a certain distance of an abortion clinic.
Yeah.
He chose to misunderstand that if you were praying, that was a form of protest, and that if your house was within that distance from an abortion clinic and you were praying privately in your own house, you would be arrested. It's an extremely big stretch. And this became a story that he chose to amplify to give the impression that people in Britain were being arrested for praying alone in their houses. And that's what he said in that speech. He amplified that story in that speech.
That's right. He also went on to say you cannot win a democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail, whether that's the leader of the opposition, a humble Christian praying in her own home, or a journalist trying to report the news.
Yeah, well...
But...
that has all changed, hasn't it?
6-7 months later, following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we have, first of all, there's been threats to take the licenses away from main broadcasters. Jimmy Kimmel was taken off air and subsequently reinstated after thoughtful conversations with Disney. I haven't seen the transcript of those, but I imagine
how thoughtful
well
they
dense.
were. Yeah.
But Trump has said, we have a radical left lunatics out there. We just have to beat the hell out of them.
Yeah.
And when asked by an ABC News reporter whether the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, whose threats to prosecute people who disperse hate speech, who would be those targets, Trump said she'd probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with trying to make sense of anything Trump says, it's just like a baby, isn't it, that responds to the last thing that happened to it on a whim. You know, what's more weird is Vance and these statements about freedom of speech and the press. I mean, what's absolutely bizarre is that Trump and Vance's angle about the UK is that we don't have freedom of speech. Starmer maintains that we do, and actually quite robustly stood up to them about that idea when they were trying to bully him in the White House.
Yes.
And yet, he completely cooperated this week with, led by donkeys, were projecting factually accurate information, journalism, if you like, about Trump's relationship with a paedophile onto the wall of a house where a man whose brother was also friends with the paedophile lives, Windsor Castle. And they were arrested.
What was the offence?
Malicious communication.
Malicious?
Yeah, which is communication that might upset someone. You know,
well, it might upset Andrew.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
round the other side of the quadrangle,
and then
"Oh, that's my face."
There were.
Am I back?
Yeah, and journalists that had criticised Trump before were not let into the press conference.
Yes.
And
they were told it was for operational reasons.
There was operational reasons to be affected by weather. So, we're trying to make this case that we have got freedom of speech, but for the period of Trump's visit, it was definitely suspended in a way that it isn't normally here.
And also we've had for the last 6 months how precious freedom of speech is.
Yeah.
Farage has deployed that argument, and Elon Musk has repeatedly. He's called himself a free speech absolutist. Yeah. And therefore, there's a disconnect between all of that and then what happened last week when people like Kimmel made remarks, I wouldn't say even jokes, remarks about Charlie Kirk. The concerted attack on anyone who made light of the Charlie Kirk event, whether it was the killing or the reaction to it. Employers were encouraged to report other employees who might have used remarks on their social media.
Take their jobs off them. Also Kimmel's remarks weren't really about Charlie Kirk. They were about how strange Trump's reaction to it was. It was a particular interview with Trump where he was asked to respond to the killing of Charlie Kirk, and he said one word and then started to talk about the renovations that were happening to the ballroom in the White House.
Yes, at the memorial to Charlie Kirk, he said, "I hate my opponents." He praised Charlie Kirk for saying, "You should love your opponents." He said, "I hate my opponents." And then he announced he was going to make a big announcement the next day about autism.
Yeah, well, one of the conservative commentators has said that it was the Reichstag moment. This is Matt Forney, American right-wing journalist. The Reichstag fire was used by the Nazis, who said that the communists had done it, and that meant that they could crack down on the left. So it's really weird because if he understands the actual history of the Reichstag fire, then he knows what he's saying is that we can exploit this event, cynically, to get our own way. But he's done that. He said he's doing that. You're not supposed to say that's what you're doing.
I know, because part of their critique of the left is that they have encouraged violence by portraying the right as Nazis, calling the right Nazis and fascists, and the right have been saying we're not Nazis. So it doesn't help the case when one of them says, like the Nazis, we will use this like the Nazis did the Reichstag fire. It kind of undermines the argument, which makes you think that actually this is more. Isn't this knowing? Isn't this? There's something. It's beyond cynical, I'd say. There's something kind of cold about taking all of that woke. You can't say this. You can't. That has so riled them for the last 5 or 6 years. And just using it in reverse. Well, they just rebadging it and using it.
Yeah,
back.
They want to use it in reverse, right? But they on some level, the hive mind of the far right in America America understands that there's a hypocrisy about that. So it's had to rebrand cancel culture with its own new phrase.
Yeah, which is what?
Consequence culture.
Consequence.
I think
culture.
It is. Yeah, the idea that you're not being cancelled. Yeah. That your cancellation, your loss of your job for your comments is a kind of natural inevitability, a consequence, like wind or rain, or just it's something. It's not like anyone's decision. It's just
it's not an argument that your words have consequences.
Yes.
Because, of course, that's protected by the First Amendment and the freedom of speech.
Just that consequences will happen to you if you do this, because of consequences. It's a really interesting bit of language.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting bit of language. And the battleground that allows them to do what they're trying to do will be about language, won't it? It'll be about how you rebrand fascism as consequences or...
Yeah. Well, it's labeling your opponents as not just opponents, but as criminals, as enemies. I think today Trump has signed an executive order saying Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't actually exist as a organization. No. It's a very loose assembly.
Yeah. The word terrorist is going to lose its meaning.
Yes.
And I think...
that argument was used by backbenchers like Stella Creasy, calling Palestine Action a terrorist organization, devalues the use of the word terrorism, because you then end up with teachers and vicars being arrested for saying, I support Palestine Action. And by saying I support Palestine Action, I'm not trying to get across the message that I support Palestine Action. I'm just saying that phrase, I support Palestine Action, the government is trying to suppress that phrase. Well, so it's important that we don't keep using the phrase I support.
That's why you had this great response for people wearing T-shirts saying I support Plasticine Action with a picture of Morph on them, who I always had my suspicions about, to be honest.
That guy was arrested, and then the police said later they had to unarrest him when they realised it was about Plasticine.
There's an interesting disconnect happening, isn't there, where all entertainment is ultimately owned by about 5 people now. Yeah. And those 5 people all seem to be in hock to Trump, and they're lent on to drop particular people. Disney, for example, ultimately are the paymasters of Jimmy Kimmel, aren't they? And
yes,
so
ABC,
Disney owns Marvel and Disney owns Star Wars, and the message of those films, it's always a broadly liberal one about a little person standing up to an empire or whatever. Yeah. And yet the way the companies work is opposite to that. I was doing a show recently at the Royal Festival Hall. I started improvising with the woman in the front row, and she worked for Disney. I thought, this is interesting. I said, you own Marvel Comics, don't you? And I said, yeah. I said to her, how do you think, this is why I'm not on panel shows, because I just had I said, how does it work? How does Marvel Comics work in a Trump world, right? Because Spider-Man, you're a comics, Spider-Man is the friendly neighbourhood Spider-Man. Spider-Man would be out stopping ICE. Yeah, he would be stopping ICE, arresting his Hispanic friends, of which he has many. Yeah. And that was a key part of the landscape of those stories. In the 70s, when Nixon was in, Captain America hung up the shield and stepped down for a year and called himself something else. So, if those characters were following the trajectory of the Jewish liberal self-educated intellectuals that created them in the 60s, they would be opposed to this government, absolutely, and to its actions. And yet, so you've got this kind of world where the entertainment corporations have inherited all these characters that come from a broadly liberal tradition. And yet they have to, how are they, it doesn't make sense for them to function.
Something will emerge that is not necessarily a critique of their government because it's hidden behind layers of allegory. I'm talking about Consequences Man.
Yeah.
Maybe Consequences Man will be launched. I don't know how he gets his superpowers.
Yeah. Bitten by a Vance.
Yes. And so has the ability to see what consequences might occur depending on your actions.
I think you'll have to write it and try and get it funded.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the hard bit. Yeah. I think that's a really interesting point, that once they move the whole argument onto just the meaning of words and the arrival of new words for which they can supply the meaning, you then get further and further away, taken from the facts and the evidence. So the moment Charlie Kirk was killed, there was a lot of chatter on social media about this is war, as in this must be more than one person. This is what I've been saying for the last 5 years. They're all out to stop us. Yeah. The left, the haters, the so on. There's not even a single acknowledgement that evidence is required. And that makes you think, by saying it's just obvious, I'm sure in a lot of people, part of you goes, well, they seem very definite about it. I suppose that must just be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was already too late. Before we knew anything about the shooter or his motives or his family background, Sheila Fogarty on LBC had done a 3-hour phone-in about exactly this, inviting people to express opinions on left violence. And at that point, we didn't know. And as it happens, he may have some kind of agenda to do with the trans movement. We still don't really know. Compare that to the assassination of a Labour MP that happened during the Brexit campaign. That shooter, his house was full of neo-Nazi literature and he was connected with those groups. So it's kind of... And yet he clearly also was someone with a loner with mental health issues. And really it's more likely to be... the man that shot Ronald Reagan did it because he wanted to impress Jodie Foster.
Yeah. There are other ways. Other ways.
Just flowers. Yes. Some flowers. Yes. So but at that moment was seized upon and to force the issue. And of course the political assassination of Democrat senators was never mentioned. And yet
there was a study conducted by the Department of Justice in America over political violence, and it concluded that the bulk of political violence was from the right than on the left, although from both sides. But that was taken down. That study was taken down from the Department of Justice website this week.
Yeah.
So
a lot of things were taken down from websites in America, including the name of the aircraft Enola Gay during.
That's right, because it has the word "gay."
Yeah, during Trump's initial push, because obviously the assumption there was that the Enola Gay aircraft that bombed Hiroshima was being used in some way to promote the gay community, because there's nothing they like more than the irradiated deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. So lots of
that's a fact.
Lots of weird things that missing, though. But that does seem the removal of that fact that the majority of political violence is from the right is obviously targeted.
And we talk about this as if it's far away, it's in America, but of course, more and more we're seeing how US politics has more than intruded on UK politics.
If and when Farage gets in, he's got the blueprint now for how you do all this.
Yes, although it'd be interesting, his remarks about... So Elon Musk spoke at the London anti-immigration rally, Unite the Kingdom rally, which is its official title.
But do you think you've just called it the London anti-immigration rally? It's the BBC, right? You've got to provide balance. So you have to call it a patriotic demonstration of love of Britain as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The March for Consequences.
Yeah, the March for Consequences,
So Musk said this is a message to the reasonable centre, the people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics. They're quiet, they just go about their business. My message to them, if this continues, violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here. Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. That's the truth, I think.
What does it even mean?
I know.
And what is it relevant to?
But what that's doing is taking something that before he speaks, the idea that he's about to put across to you, you would think of as being far-fetched. But he gradually makes it present by being more and more definitive about it. So he starts by saying, the people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics, that sounds reasonable. A lot of people are like that. That feels like airy-fairy, kind of a very general, nice way of describing most people. They're quiet, they go about it. My message to them, if this continues, whatever this is, right? So you just have to work out what this is. If it continues, violence is going to come to you.
Are you against this or for this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. So he's now criticising you for being, I don't want to get involved. I can't really, it's too hard. I want other people to take those decisions. No, he said, no, you have to decide. But it's not actually a decision, because he says it's a fundamental situation. That gives it a special status because it's fundamental. Whether you choose violence or not, okay, so the option is still open. Violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. So you have no options now. Violence is definite, and you have to respond with violence. And that's why he says, that's the truth, brackets, I think.
Okay, but when you analyse it like that, right, that speech does seem to build. You suggest that the deliberate ambiguity of the word this is planned because it allows all the people with their different grievances, whether it's about immigration, economics, town planning or whatever, in that crowd, it allows them all to think it's about them.
This must stop or the violence will come. Yes.
So it allows them all to think it's addressing them. You suggest that the use of the word fundamental by him is deliberate because it gives weight to the thing, and that he's proceeded in 3 sort of short paragraphs from this is for the reasonable centre to the suggestion that they must fight against something.
Yeah.
But you talk about that as if he's deliberately constructed that, and I don't know that he does.
No.
I think he just, like all of them, he just faffs about.
Exactly, but I think it's an instinctive, mode that they have of thinking, which is to declare something as absolute and present, and therefore there is no further need to explain it or to provide evidence.
There's no definite article in it. There's only this.
I can read you Farage's response to when he was asked, isn't that a bit inflammatory? Farage said, well, the context in which the words have been used left a degree of ambiguity, which is fair enough for the start of it. He added, if the fight that Musk was talking about was about standing up for our rights and free speech, it was about fighting in elections to overcome the established parties, then that absolutely is the fight that we're in. Yeah, but violence is coming to you, either fight back or you die. That's really about participation in elections.
It's about making sure that you perhaps vote in person rather than using a postal vote to make sure that it really, really counts. Look, Farage cannot know, and neither can we, because it's this. It just says this, right? So, Farage can't know what Musk means by this.
Yes.
We can't know. I don't know that Musk knows what he means by this.
Yeah.
He's probably been awake for 4 days, but so it'd be really weird if the tipping point towards violence in our country is based around a speech from Musk in which there's an indefinite article in the middle of it, the word this, which we have no idea really what the this that we were supposed to fight people about or die is.
I just see a menacing moment when, the word this is spray painted on people's houses.
I know, but it hadn't really struck me how awful and sad that is, that it's there's an assumption that there's this terrible thing happening and we all know what it is, but you're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to talk about it on the BBC. You're not allowed to talk about it anywhere. You lose your job if you talk about it. And that thing, whatever it is, that is this. And this, whatever this is, they need to sort that out. Because if they don't, it's going to be trouble.
Well, thank you for clearing that up. That, again, is very refreshing.
Well, I was enticed towards a decision there about the word "this."
Yeah, there was so much else we wanted to talk about, but we'll have to do it another day. But at least we've got to the nub of the issue, which is consequences and this are the two words to look out for. Before we go, just resuming my Cyril Fletcher pose. Lena and I last week discussed the use of the word plastic, as in Keir Starmer's complaint that Reform were plastic patriots and that the Green Party were plastic progressives. To call the Greens plastic is a really biodegradable red flag to a bull. Sorry, you were going to say, Stewart.
Well, I mean, I think perhaps the worst example of the plastic, you've got your plastic paddies, plastic greens, plastic Bertrand, of course, if you remember, which was an Assat's version of a Belgian punk. And that's where the
phrase... And do you think Starmer was basing it that on?
That's where the phrase comes from.
Because I was inundated by 3 tweets and skeets from people explaining it. Andy skeeted, plastic is a reference to Starmer's football fandom. It's what supporters call other fans who've never been near their club's matches. Ken on X, however, said, plastic reference is from Mean Girls. The Plastics are a group of popular, vacuous girls at school who make everyone's lives a misery. I'm 60, so you have no excuse. Watch the film, it's epic. And ISHBMB said, I believe it's a reference to plastic punks in the 70s. Derogatory term for people who are not real punks. So actually, no agreement on plastics other than plastics means plastics, but you say it's plastic Bertrand.
Plastic Bertrand, yeah. But I also think the plastics may relate to the flags that we see draped on the M6, because I took a load down and tried to burn them in the garden, and they just coagulated into a kind of plastic mess.
So now they're just a patriotic fatberg.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. Stuart will be back over the course of the series, whatever that means, and I'll be back next week bringing you an episode from the Labour Party conference, where Keir Starmer will be making what's billed as the speech of his life. All our previous episodes are available in our feed, so make sure you subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strong Message here from BBC Radio 4, a journalist and a comedy writer's guide to the use and abuse of political language. It's Armando Iannucci here. Helen is off for a few weeks, so we have a guest, Helen. It's a comedy writer, comedian, journalist, Stewart Lee.
I'm not really a journalist.
You're not a journalist.
Just having work published in newspapers doesn't make you a journalist. A bit like if you put a pig in a stable, it's not a horse, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we've been down this argument before, actually.
Really?
Yes, the whole stable argument.
Yeah, I know. It normally ends up in a bad place, that argument. But, yeah, I mean, it was interesting writing funny columns for newspapers because you get held to journalistic standards, which is not necessarily how we work. You know?
Well, I mean, we'll be talking about this in a moment, because the phrase of the week we're going to look at is weird Turkish barbers. We'll explain the context and why it might have happened in a moment. Normally at this point, Helen says, but before we do that, what have you been up to this week, Armando? And my answer to the imaginary Helen is, I've been reading about the Nazis. I've been reading about the rise of the Nazis in 1930s Germany. It's a book called Hitler's People by Richard J. Evans, who's been a lifelong expert on the Nazis, the rise of the Nazis, and the culture. He's very good on exploring how it was an entire nation could be taken on this weird, appalling journey.
Yeah, imagine that.
But I happened to be reading a passage at the time Donald Trump was talking about making American showers great again.
Yeah.
Signing in some legislation. I happened to be reading a passage where Hitler was talking about not just the people's car, but the people's fridge.
Whoa.
The Nazis launched the people's fridge. I've no idea what made it different from anyone else's fridge or any political party's fridge, but it struck me that there was a correlation there between politicians trying to identify with the people through household domestic appliances.
It must be really hard teaching history at the moment because whenever you look at things like that about the Nazis and the 30s, the parallels to what's happening in the States, what's happening on the far right here, what's happening in lots of bits of Europe are so obvious, right? But if you make that explicit, then it must be really hard to teach it without going, like what's happening now. It's it must be really difficult to not.
When talking about the past, I mean, some people say he did a bad thing, and because I remember when we were in Russia doing a bit of prep for the death of Stalin and asking people in their sort of 20s and 30s, what are you taught about Stalin now? And they said it's very much left to you to decide. So it's some people say, he was responsible for the death of millions. Other people say he brought the Soviet Union into the 20th century as a great industrialized nation.
You know from working for the BBC that balance is very important.
It is very important.
If something's true, it's really important to get something that isn't true to balance it out.
Which takes us to comedy, because you were talking about, the imprecision. Well, it's actually, it's a deliberate imprecision in comedy, which is you exaggerate, you extend the truth, or you undercut the truth. But being held to account by journalistic standards.
Okay, well, the example I was thinking of was, I stopped writing for The Observer about a month ago, and I realised that initially I thought, I'll operate as an independent maverick satirist and do my own things. In other words, you can't do that because you need the legal support of something like the BBC or The Observer to get you out of the messes you get in. And so one of the messes I got in last year was I'd done a bit about Mumsnet, some stuff that they'd said that had been said on Mumsnet. And they complained about it. And as it happened, the things that they'd said were broadly true. So that kind of went. But what they objected to was that I'd called it the school's advice, recipes and hate site, Mumsnet. Okay. Right. And they said, well, it's really patronising to say that because obviously there's all sorts of things you could have chosen other than school's advice, recipes and hate, right? But what's funny about that is putting trivial things next to a really serious sounding thing. And there is a lot of hate on Mumsnet. There's a lot of hate on the guest book of any website. So they said, why couldn't you have said, legal advice, things about medical things for children and that
would have been a terrible punchline.
Really, I know, really, all the really great things that are on it. And obviously it's because I'm trying to go da-da-da-da-da-da, bang, right? Yeah. It has to even rhythmically make sense, and hate has got one syllable. So, the kind of law for comedy in print and for when I have to do stand-up when it finally gets cleared by lawyers for telly, is the setups have to be accurate, but then you can exaggerate in the punchline. But where we seem to go wrong now is even the exaggerated punchline is queried as being factually inaccurate in some way.
That's right, yeah. Because I was going to say, your punchline there was an element to it of you assuming that the readers would know you are being willfully inaccurate.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because the character of the writer of me is this person who's got a grudge or whatever, So it's sort of you have to come to. I mean, you do get into some really weird rabbit holes where. I used to write really much more in a deliberately incomprehensible, mad way, almost like a stream of consciousness. When I went through a phase of writing about Andrew Neil every week, and I would try and think of different things that his hair could have been made of. Yeah. Normally forms of cereal crop or whatever. And people were, in the end, the sub-editors were going, is his hair made of that? And I was going, no.
So have you got a specific example then?
I guess they thought, did you know something? That you hadn't let on about.
Well, did a sub-editor say, Stewart, you say his hair is made of Weetabix, but have you got proof of that? Have you got a second source?
No, you haven't got a second source. So you have to, but it was really good in that way. It made you think really carefully about what you were doing, which was good. But it's a relief to not have to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're here now.
I know. Yeah, I'm here.
We're actually I mean, I want to look at this.
Did you ever get that where you were queried about something that's clearly a ludicrously exaggerated thing for comic effect?
The only time I think I have been in the thick of it, the only time I got a note from the lawyers was in the script. Malcolm says that's inevitable. It's as inevitable as what they'll find in Jimmy Savile's basement after he's died.
Yeah.
And they said, you can't say that. And we were saying, but we haven't specified what would be found. Yeah. He's a very litigious, obviously he's dead. It's a very litigious, but we haven't, it could just be concrete. It could be old vinyl records that he's forgotten about. We haven't said anything.
Yeah. That's funny. That's obviously what the thinking is behind that joke is he's this character that people thought, oh, he's a bit strange. He's the kind of bloke that'll have awful things in his cellar when he's died. Guess what? He was, right? And believe it or not, lots of people didn't know. So,
but there would still be discussions higher up about this conversation, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
For all these reasons.
Yeah. I mean, this conversation probably won't make it into the show.
Well,
and if you hear it, what I'm saying now has probably been, this is AI probably doing this.
Yes, I can confirm that I'm speaking to AI. What I cannot confirm or deny is whether this voice of mine is actually AI.
Yeah, I mean,
so there's no way of knowing whether either of us are real.
Well, we may not be. We may be AI is just talking to each other, which of course is what 90% of the internet's going to be in 2 years' time.
Absolutely.
It's funny that, like, what can you... I remember when I was in the double act with Rich, we did this little sketch where I was dressed as Richard Madeley and I had a shopping trolley, and in the shopping trolley was loads of alcohol. Because if you remember, he'd been accused of shoplifting. Yeah. Alcohol from, I think he had done by accident something, and the lawyer for the BBC went, you can't say that. And I went, well, why? And she said, well, you just can't. And I went, well, look, he did do it. And in the end, she conceded that I could be seen as Richard Madeley with a shopping trolley full of alcohol, which I didn't refer to at any point. That was part of the joke. It's just there. But then she said, well, you can do it legally, but why do you have to make fun of people? She said.
And yet, weirdly, your argument there is it is actually journalistically accurate what you're doing. It's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, but it was. She just thought it wasn't very nice. Yeah, but that's not their job, is it?
Yeah. Comedy usually isn't very nice.
Yeah. He did make me once, though, and he said he was a bit upset about that. Then he told me an anecdote. You'll have to cut this. Apropos of nothing, Richard Madeley went, "Yeah, you had a shopping."
So what Stewart, the story Stewart told me, as recounted to him by Richard Madeley, obviously has been cut. I mean, it's awful. Certainly it's not going to go out on Radio 4. I've got a little monitor up here that shows me everyone in the other side of the screen, and they've all left the room.
Right,
yeah,
that bad.
Yeah. Before I get a call from Helen saying, I go away and already you've descended into Jimmy Savile. And shall we bring it back to stuff happening this week? So, weird Turkish barbers.
Oh, yeah.
Why am I bringing this up? Okay, so Robert Jenrick did a video of him accosting people dodging fares on the tube, shouting, oh, do you think you should be doing that? Should you be doing that? It's annoying watching people do this. And he was dressed he wasn't wearing his politician's costume. He was wearing his sort of normal bloke costume. So no tie, just a shirt and, slacks. And then he put it up on TikTok and then he said, it's annoying to watch people break the law and get away with it. Bike theft, phone theft, tool theft, shoplifting, drugs in town centres, weird Turkish barbershops. It's all chipping away at society.
Well, first of all, I mean, 2020, when he was Housing Secretary, I think, he fast-tracked a housing development by Richard Desmond, who was the Express guy, the Tory donor, who used to make pornography, in order to avoid this housing levy. He got him off £45 million. There are not enough tube fares in the world. So he's absolutely not got a leg to stand on. He should be standing at the ticket barriers, giving people money to make up for what he has helped to rob out of the economy.
For penance. For penance,
yeah.
Just handing people a ticket going, shame.
Shame. Yeah. It's absolutely outrageous. We have to point out that Jenrick later reversed that decision to allow that. But the quote is, he said it was unlawful by reason of apparent bias, which is one of those absolute non-apologies, isn't it? Like when you say to your wife, I'm sorry that you are upset, as if it's their fault still. Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to discuss this week the use of the media by politicians, the use of entertainment formats by politicians. We've had Jenrick putting up his thing. Liz Truss was advertising whiskey on TikTok.
Yeah.
She was at an event in Scunthorpe.
It's a terrible risk for the whiskey industry. I mean, do they need to lose money for some reason? Is it like the producers?
Well, it was a new brand of whiskey.
Yeah, it's a brand that's been invented as a tax loss, right?
Do you think
and they thought, how are we going to make sure this fails? We'll get Liz Truss to endorse it.
It was a new whiskey brand founded by a bare-knuckle fighter months after he was released from prison.
Right.
Douglas Joyce. And he's standing next to Liz Truss at an event in Scunthorpe, saying, just remember, Dougie Joyce loves you. And Liz Truss says Liz Truss loves you as well.
It's difficult. I mean, people must say this to you all the time, and I'm going to say it to you now again. But it's like something out of the thick of it, isn't it? Liz Truss is standing next to a bare-knuckle fighter who's just been released from prison, who's invented a whiskey brand. In the thick of it, the focus group of the Spads would be trying to work out whether this was a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, she's actually replied, because she came under a lot of stick. Right. She says, it's understood Miss Truss was not paid to attend the event. Liz attended the Scunthorpe event to support the people working to regenerate the town and Scunthorpe FC. I thought the government believed in the rehabilitation of offenders.
Yeah.
Which shows a terrific self-awareness on her part. Normally, the media was seen as the observer and the reporter of politics, but now that distinction is worn down. We have politicians being media savvy and also becoming TV presenters. They have their own channel, GB News, which a lot of MPs or former MPs are presenting. So that kind of distinction of being held to account has been slightly minimised.
They've seen it work for Trump in the States. Go from being a TV personality to... I mean, I'm not the first person to say this, but his ambushes of foreign leaders in the Oval Office are like the confrontations you would get on a Jerry Springer show, on reality television, where they're stage managed, the clips are ready to roll, and the surprise guests
turn
are
the
ready
lights
to come
down,
out.
show them the videos.
Yeah, that's sort of trial by reality television.
That's right. And you're not allowed, because he is the president of the United States and you're in the Oval Office and this is going out live, you're not allowed to say things like, that clip you're showing there, have you verified that?
Yeah.
What's the source of this?
But people should start doing that. That's the thing. I mean, Keir Starmer, for all his faults, did have a bit of pushback about that when Vance started talking about freedom of speech in the UK and this, because Vance has got this idea that you're not allowed to pray in your own home, which is a deliberate or perhaps genuine misunderstanding of the laws about protest outside abortion clinics. And from that he'll extrapolate that the American tech barons should be able to push any social media platforms into this country entirely unregulated because we can't be trusted with freedom of speech. It's a deliberate strategy for all that. I mean, Helen, who's not here, wrote a very good thing recently about how when the right-wing philosopher Douglas Murray went on Joe Rogan's podcast, it was very strange because previously all those guys were on the same team. They're on team anti-woke. Wokeness is rubbish. But Douglas Murray, for all of his faults, Helen points out, comes from a journalistic tradition on some level, whereas Joe Rogan comes from a tradition of reading things on websites about the Bigfoot, right? And so even though they both want to see wokeness destroyed, and must be delighted about the Trump victory, and Rogan partly engineered that, there's a clash of approaches where Douglas Murray at least researches things and goes to places. He may draw conclusions that people find objectionable, but he's got some basis in... Whereas Rogan's just a man in a pub kind of talking to some guy about things who then reaches billions of people. So it's interesting seeing that the anti-woke right starting to unravel as this unlikely alliance of idiocy and far-right, fact-checked journalism kind of collide. It's not going to work in the end.
Well, this is what Jon Stewart was saying last week, which is he's astonished by the number of people who approach him saying, we come to you for the news, when in fact he is a comedian. Yeah. No, he's a comedian who's renowned for his forensic approach to politics in America, and he's very funny about it. But I was asking him, should that be a responsibility that you have? Shouldn't this be with someone else? Shouldn't this be with the news journalists rather than comedians? It's a strange...
Well, it's sometimes it is left to us. I mean, for all the time that I was at The Observer, one thing, a rabbit hole that I went down with was how fake grassroots organisations that were associated with Tufton Street think tanks were trying to undermine the National Trust, presumably to get their own people onto the board, which is protected due to a historical quirk of fate. Well, if you can get people onto the board, you can free up the land usage. You can get there's all sorts of things. And I kept writing funny stuff about that every couple of months, and I think it actually may have made a difference, because certainly people said to me, I didn't know about that, and I voted in the AGM because of that, to try to protect the land from whatever agenda it is. So that was a thing. And people do come up to me in the street and say that material I've done has helped them to think about things or feel less alone, which is weirdly an odd kind of responsibility that you suddenly feel you have. It's quite overwhelming.
Well, this is a weird, if you look at this is my it's not really a theory, it's an observation about the cycle, because if you think, if we have journalists, politicians, entertainers, what's happened is a lot of journalists have gone into politics, like Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, a lot of politicians have become entertainers.
Well, you know what?
And therefore the entertainers have had to become journalists.
Yeah,
the
comedians. To fact check. Steve Bannon said, politics is downstream of culture, right? He figured this out ages ago. If you can get a Joe Rogan upstream of where people's opinions are formed, Joe Rogan can relieve himself into the river of the discourse with his idiocy, and that will flow down to the point at which opinions are formed, and it affects how votes are cast. And Steve Bannon said that. The politicians have realised that culture is upstream of politics. So they're trying to get out of politics into culture and then back into politics through the back door of culture. It is weird, right? When we were doing the comedy vehicle, which I worked on with you for the first 2 seasons, which makes this seem like exactly the kind of nepotistic programme people hate about the BBC. Although, can I just point out, this is only about the 5th time I've been on the BBC in a decade. But anyway...
You don't have to apologise for being on... Or were you pleading for more appearances?
No, neither.
Okay.
I already regret doing this. But by
the way, there's nothing nepotistic about us two being here, having done something like this 5 years ago.
Yeah, but
it's not like it's our nephews that are doing this. It's still us.
Well, I am your nephew in many ways. But what I noticed on Comedy Vehicle was I'd have some sort of joke about something like Boris Johnson had said, and it would be relentlessly fact-checked by lawyers, in a way that his own speeches never were, right?
Yes.
They never, and they're full of... And Trump's speech about transgender mice falls apart.
Transgender mice? He did a speech on transgender mice.
Trump said that the Americans were funding billions of pounds of research into transgender mice, right? And of course, this inflamed his base. They're trying to make mice change their gender. But actually, it was transgenic, right? And the word trans means... The word trans doesn't mean what he thinks it means. He thinks trans means to do with transgender, but trans means to change. And the word transgenic is about introducing foreign DNA into a mouse's DNA to see, could be used for curing cancer, all sorts of things. So it was funding transgenic research, right? And then this was fact-checked by comedians, and then the White House issued a statement which itself about the loser media are saying this isn't true, and just got a load of scientific information they didn't understand and bodged it all together to try and make out that he was right. But he wasn't there. There's no experiments to make mice transgender. There should be, because mice should. If mice think they're in, they should be allowed to change. If
we
they
don't
want.
know what they're thinking.
We don't know what they're thinking.
We don't know what they're thinking.
We need to find out.
Yeah.
And we need to fund it. But either way, it's not happening, right?
And what about politicians telling jokes? Because they do hire speechwriters now.
It's really
funny. They want to appear more human by being able to kind of deliver a line.
Yeah, but they're really bad at it, aren't they? I mean, on the whole, I mean, it's a shame because, she's not in government anymore, so it's ridiculous to pick on her. But Penny Mordaunt, I always felt particularly sorry for the spad that was writing Penny Mordaunt stuff was clearly a fan of stand-up.
Right.
And had some understanding of how it works.
I have no recollection of her doing jokes. Has she done
jokes? Exactly, she did. But she managed to kill them all. Because, when I was working at the Royal Shakespeare Company last year, it was marvellous. I was so drunk that I ran over a dog in Stratford.
That's not true.
No, it's not true.
That's not true.
No, I got asked to...
and there are, just for balance, there are other animals.
There's times that I've helped.
Could be run
Actually,
over.
Yesterday, I fed a bee some sugar water.
Right.
In the garden, because it looked like it was having a bad time. A little tip for you.
Yesterday, I had to bury the carcass of a bird that had been dropped by a kestrel.
Did you?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Did you? Yesterday, I had to bury the carcass of a bird that had been dropped by a kestrel. Yes. That's a really great sentence. But it's also something that a metropolitan liberal elitist would do, isn't it? You live where there are kestrels, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. See? And that's what's wrong.
That's the countryside, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not metropolitan.
Anyway, I'm just saying I helped a bee yesterday.
You're suggesting the kestrels commute. Is that what you said?
They commute.
They commute into London.
They commute into
London.
London.
With their carrion. And then
they bring the dead bird.
And they just drop
it on you.
They fly tip dead prey.
To create a row.
And then take the next train back out to the country.
Anyway, when I was at the RSC, I got asked to write to rewrite by the director Wills Wilson. I got asked to rewrite the Porter speech from Macbeth.
Okay.
To update it, right?
And this was to make it better.
Well, to make it better, yeah. But actually, what it was the Macbeth is set in the Dark Ages. All the jokes are about the politics of 1600. So obviously that's what was happening. So I kept all the same rhythms, sentence structures, and subject material, but made it about people from now. It was very popular in the room. If you read the Daily Telegraph and the Mail, you'd think that the whole world had been destroyed by it and culture was over forever. But what was interesting, the actress that did it, Alison Peebles, was brilliant. But initially I realised that actors, they feel they have to act out the lines and deliver them and try and give them meaning. And what we do in stand-up is you have to say things as if they mean nothing, as if they've just casually occurred to you. In fact, I spend 250 nights every 18 months trying to make a thing sound as if it's just occurred to me. And the way I do that is by drinking heavily so that I'm normally in the verge of forgetting it. But not really, I don't. Okay, for balance. Don't do that.
For balance,
I drink sugar water like a bee on the whole to give me energy. But we had to go through the process of forgetting to make it sound casual. And Pelly Mordaunt used to try to give everything weight and meaning. And so you could feel it dying away. And it reminded me of when Lenny Bruce was on trial, you know, the police would do his routines, obviously really badly in court. And he went, "You're busting me for his act," which I thought is really great because they were doing his lines really just in a factual sort of way.
You're busting me for his act.
Yeah. Yes. And so whoever was writing her stuff, it must have been...
You don't have a Penny Mordaunt joke, do you?
Well, it's things like, you know, Bloomberg UK politics is listened to by people that own the country. Political thinking is listened to by people who run the country. The Rest is Politics is produced by people who failed at running the country. Women with Balls is listened to by people who really should be running the country. And Chopper's podcast is listened to by people who think the country should have a royal yacht, right? She did it much... I know. But, I know, yes, but... What? Yes. Yeah, but imagine if you could save that. She had to make it sound as if it had just occurred to her in the moment, and then it would be passable. But it was when it was sort of drawn out.
It's also quite overwritten, isn't it?
Overwritten,
it's kind of too deliberate.
You have to write it and then forget it and underwrite it.
This is like...
I know, you did a brilliant thing on that, I remember.
This is 30 years ago. Yeah. It was towards leading up to the 1997 election.
We bring the benefit of history to these.
This is a warning from history. A lot of politicians were making jokes in their speeches in the lead up to the 1997 election. I was doing a show, that Friday Night Armistice, and we decided to take those jokes that politicians had used and put them into a stand-up comedy routine, and then go out into live venues, go on stage and do that material as if it were our own, and film the audience reaction. So it was awful because I had to go up and be introduced as, it was Iannucci, you've seen him with telly, he's trying out some new material, give a big one. So there was an air of kind of, this should be good.
Yeah, it's that guy.
And I had to go out and tell jokes like, what's the difference between the Conservative Party and a larder? One's a clapped out embarrassment from the 1980s, and the other one's a Russian car.
Right, yeah, I mean...
That's from Paddy Ashdown.
Yeah.
I noticed that Tony Blair pulled out of a debate and the Tories sent a chicken round. I don't know about you, but turkeys may not vote for Christmas, but I don't think chickens are going to turn up for television broadcasts.
What's really great about that is I don't know about you.
Yeah, yes.
Like as if that presupposes that the audience have had that thought. And they not only have they not had that thought, but even when the thought's been said to them, they still don't understand what it means.
How about this one then? The Labour Party are terrible. They're into privatisation now. Yeah, rail privatisation. You know what we should do with rail privatisation? Stop it dead in its tracks.
Yeah.
One last one. The Labour Party, they're a bit odd, aren't they? Because if you look at their expenditure policy, you see it's in such disarray right now. I reckon that if Labour get in, the taxpayer will be carried over more thresholds than Zaza Gabor or Elizabeth Taylor. That's from David Mellor. And what I like about how bad that is he has to give two names at the end. There's something clumsy about...
Yeah, you have to decide. Or you have to have three.
Yeah.
You either have one, which goes bang, or you have three.
There's a sort of... I'll go with Zaza Gabor, but then some people might not know who Zaza Gabor is.
Yeah.
So I'll go slightly younger with Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah. Actually, that's really fundamentally wrong for structural level to have. Don't have two.
Yeah.
You have one or three or loads, right? But two is... There's nothing of which two are funny.
Right.
There you are. You can have that.
If anyone listening to this knows which two things together are funny, send them in. We haven't actually explored weird Turkish barbers.
Yeah.
Why has Generic picked up on weird Turkish barbers? barbers. I read that it was because several Turkish barbers have been investigated for money laundering, but it's well known in London. The suspicion of money laundering is not just barbers shops; it's vape shops, American candy shops.
Yeah,
but he didn't talk about American candies. Why has he picked up on weird Turkish barbers?
Well, Turkey's been a thing, and they were very worried about its entry to the EU. Although I found myself falling into that trap. There's a Turkish barber I've been going to for 20 years. And I love it because all old satirists from the 60s and punk blokes used to have their hair cut there, so there was all photos of them on the wall. And it took me 15 years to pluck up the courage to have the full Turkish, where they burn your hair out of your ears. They put wax up your nose and dry it and yank it out, and it pulls all the hairs out of your nose. And you have a shave so close to you think you're going to die. And it's really exciting. But all the old guys that used to work there have gone now, and I went there recently, and I have the full Turkish, and the guy was so bad at it. It was like about halfway through, I was thinking, I really ought to get out of this, because I don't really think he knows what he's doing at all. But at one point I had all shaving foam on my face, and to get it off, he wet his hands and then just rubbed his hands all over my face, right? He didn't use a towel or anything. It was really, can you imagine that? Putting someone's hands just going all over your face like that, all wet, and then he smeared his hands all over my face. It was like he'd never done it before. Then he didn't do the hair, he didn't burn the hair off with the match. By then I was relieved, to be honest. He didn't put wax up my nose.
Was he following some AI barber bot?
I don't know. Then he still charged the full Turkish amount. And then I found myself, because of genre, I thought, well, he's obviously a drug dealer, this bloke. He's obviously a front. Probably wasn't. He's probably just really bad at cutting hair. But even me, that's got to me now. And I like to think that I'm impregnable to these things, but that phrase is out there now. And so my immediate go-to thought is, this barber's terrible. I bet there's loads of heroin in the back room, though, that's, being shifted. But it could have just been a bad haircut doesn't necessarily mean that you're...
But then the phrase has done its job as far as genre
done its job,
concerned. I once went to a barber who, as he was shaving me, cutting my hair really, said he believed in reincarnation, and he genuinely believed he was the reincarnation of Romulus and Remus.
Hey, there's two things that are funny together, but only if they're reincarnated as a barber.
That's it, right? We have the topper.
He was the reincarnation of Romulus and Remus,
and I just didn't want to dispute it with him because he had a sharp instrument near my eye.
I was once, a long time ago, I was being given a lift home from Cardiff by someone on a rainy night through a storm. And Robin Ince, the comedian, was sitting in the back seat of the car. And I said to the person driving, who was somewhat older than us, was probably about as old as I am now, which seemed ancient to me when I was 22. I said, are you all right driving over the Severn Bridge in this terrible storm? And the person said, yes, it's fine, because I have a Native American spirit guide, and they're sitting next to me, advising me on how to drive. And I looked in the mirror, and I could see Robin in the back seat kind of going, oh, God, we're being driven home by the ghost of a man whose culture predates the invention of the motor car. And he's guiding us through this storm.
Was it just just his way of explaining sat-nav?
I don't know. It was before sat-nav. We didn't need sat-nav then, because you could have Native American spirit guides helping you get across. I mean, why would a Native American help us get home from Cardiff anyway? Yeah. It's beyond his skill set. They've never been there. Anyway, mad.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're right. You don't want to mess with people when they think they're communing with the spirit world.
I think we've covered everything. What with? I don't know, but we certainly have covered it. Normally we ask, you're our demi-guest, we ask our guests some quick-fire questions. What's the best political speech or interview you've ever come across?
Well, I miss Mick Lynch being on things when he used to, particularly when he was on Newsnight, because we sit there as viewers, don't we? And we can see politicians lying, and we're shouting at the television. We're going, you're lying! But you never see someone do it in an actual interview, which is what Mick Lynch did. He just kept going, that is a lie. That is a lie. You're lying. That is another lie. And the presenter's going, well, just let him finish. And he's going, he's lying. And it was really great. It was like being checked in real time. And you never see it. And it would be so great if that happened all the time.
All the time.
If there was always a Mick Lynch standing there going, that is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie.
A little virtual one.
Yes,
a little kind of
on the side of your
3D.
Screen. Well, they can do it.
Yeah,
They can do it.
Why
easily.
haven't they?
Why haven't
they
they
should
done it?
do.
Yeah.
We should tell Nick Clegg to tell Mark Zuckerberg to do that.
Yeah.
Political phrase you would chuck in the bin?
I am minded.
Oh.
Do you know when they say that?
Yeah.
I am minded to give consideration to tightening the immigration laws. I am minded to look at legislation involving definition of gender. Because it's a way of them saying, it's like they're not taking action for it themselves. It's like, I am minded. It's as if this thing is happening to them.
Yes.
Something has made them be minded. I mean, you never would. I am minded.
Yes,
Imagine
it's sort of saying you've raised that issue, and I agree with you, but I'm not saying I'm actually going to do anything about it. All I'm saying is I'm minded to do something about it.
Like,
so it's one up from I hear you.
Yeah. So no one should be minded of anything ever again.
And it is one of those phrases that nobody uses in real life as well, isn't it?
But actually, we should all start using it all the time, and then it would seem awful when politicians do it. We should say, I am minded about everything.
And the best political communicator at the moment
is Kermit the Frog.
Oh,
he managed to
I'm so glad you brought Kermit.
He managed to do a speech to the students at Maryland, which was one of the most thoughtful, inspiring and fair-minded speeches we've seen in American politics this year. And it was delivered by a green felt frog. Right. And it had a thoughtfulness and a depth and a humanity about it. He didn't keep deviating into discussions of attacking his opponents and calling them losers, like the other puppet companies. He didn't pick on
Barbie
or anything like that. Or Noddy or Sooty. He just got on with it. He
can't run for president because it says in the Constitution you must be over 30, born in the US, and not a puppet.
I have a feeling he was initially manufactured on Newington Green in Stoke Newington as well. So that would discount him on if there are any birthers.
And presumably in front of this whole room full of graduating students, there was a guy underneath the lectern.
Yeah. Although I wonder, does that tell us?
Kermit.
Does that tell us how utterly toxic American politics is? That perhaps they spent ages at Maryland University trying to think, who can we book, and realising that everyone would come with a set of political assumptions that would alienate someone. That the best option would be a green felt frog. Maybe that's the future for politics here. Is like some kind of glove puppet character. That
Emu
would be great because he doesn't even speak.
Yeah.
But he is good. He attacks people, which is good. You wouldn't be able to do Emu now, though, would you, in the current climate?
What, because he attacks people?
Because he grabs people's genitals through a plastic
But then,
beak.
Emu's spokesperson could then say, look, in the rough and tumble of politics...
genitals will be grabbed.
And graduation ceremonies. Inevitably, some genitals will be approached and or fondled. That is in no way a commentary on Emu's views on gender, on safety. It's mischievous. That's all it is.
When you explain it, I know you're doing that as a joke, but it seems as good as anything else that's out there. I mean, how bad could it be if we had a vicious puppet of an emu in charge? As long as there was a spokesman to interpret it and dampen down any controversy you caused. How bad could it actually be?
Well, on that note, Stewart Lee, comedian and thinker, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to Strong Message here. I'll be back next week and we'll be joined by comedian and author Sarah Pascoe. All our episodes are available in our feed, so make sure you subscribe on BBC Sounds. Goodbye.